Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're inviting everyone, all of our respected guests, to join us inside the ballroom. And please take your seats as we're about to begin our event shortly. Once again, we're inviting everyone to please take your seats as we're about to begin our event shortly. Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and once again, we're inviting all of our respected guests, especially our VIP guests. Would you please take your seats as we are about to begin our event shortly. Once again, we are inviting and kindly ask our VIP guests to please take your seats as we are about to begin our event shortly. Thank you.
Sini aja nih.
Ini di sini.
Iya.
Oke.
Cek dong dari sana.
Cek.
Oke.
Kira-kira Pak itu jangan terlalu dekat ya. Pak Luhut sama segini tuh.
Udah segini.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, all of our honored guests, valued participants, ladies and gentlemen. We're extending this warm welcome to His Excellency Luhut Binsar Panjaitan, Chairman of the National Economic Council of the Republic of Indonesia. His Excellency Dominic Jeremy, British Ambassador to Indonesia. Jonathan Leap, Executive Director of IGC LSE. Bapak Chaikal Nuryakin, Director of LPM Universitas Indonesia. Vice Chair and members of the National Economic Council of the Republic of Indonesia. And of course, we're extending this warm welcome to all of our distinguished panelists, esteemed chairs, honored guests, and valued participants. Welcome to the Policy and Research Dialogue on Sustainable Growth in Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, now to begin our event, may I invite all of our guests to rise for the national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, all of our respected guests, today's event is a collaborative initiative between the National Economic Council of the Republic of Indonesia, the International Growth Center at the London School of Economics and Political Science, and the Institute for Economic and Social Research, Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Indonesia. Through this partnership, we aim to strengthen evidence-based policy making and support a shared vision of sustainable and inclusive growth for Indonesia. Today's dialogue brings together policymakers and researchers to exchange insights and identify areas of synergy across three priority themes, including the first one, opportunity, carbon pricing, and carbon markets, opportunities for Indonesia. The second one, digitalization for social protection. And last but not least, industrial policy, improving productivity through innovation and R&D. This forum also serves as a platform to deepen policy research collaboration and inspire new perspectives, generate actionable ideas, and strengthen collective efforts toward Indonesia's sustainable growth. And on behalf of the organizers, we sincerely appreciate your presence and contribution, both who join us here in person and who join us online to today's dialogue. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to open today's dialogue, I am pleased to invite Bapak Chaikal Nuryakin, Director of LPM UI, to deliver his introductory remarks. Bapak Chaikal, the stage is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning, selamat pagi, selamat sejahtera bagi kita semua. I see many familiar faces here. His Excellency Bapak Luhut Binsar Panjaitan, Chairman of the National Economic Council of the Republic of Indonesia, Ketua Dewan Ekonomi Nasional, His Excellency Dominic Jeremy, British Ambassador to Indonesia, Jonathan Leap, Executive Director of International Growth Center, IDC at the London School of Economics, Prof. Mari Pangestu, Vice Chair, and members of National Economic Council, esteemed representative from key ministries and government agencies, distinguished speakers, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Policy and Research Dialogue on Sustainable Growth in Indonesia, jointly hosted by the National Economic Council, DAN, International Growth Center IGC, and LPM FEBUI. Allow me to briefly introduce our institution. The Institute for Economic and Social Research, Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Indonesia, LPM FEBUI, is one of the leading and probably the oldest economic research institute in Indonesia. LPM was established in 1953 by Professor Sumitro Joyo Hadikusumo. Professor Sumitro, as you may be familiar with, is the father of our President, Bapak Prabowo Subianto. In this sense, then LPM and Bapak President just like a family. I believe LPM and Bapak President share the same love to our country and inherited the same principles and thought from Professor Sumitro on how to achieve Indonesia adil dan makmur. For over 7 decades, LPM has been committed to evidence-based policymaking in Indonesia through policy evaluation, advancing research, and capacity building. Our role includes bridging government, academia, and national and international partners to support evidence-based policy and promote inclusive and sustainable growth. Indonesia has maintained a relatively stable economic growth of around 5% in recent decades. However, maintaining this growth while improving its quality remains a key challenge. Productivity has been declining, structural transformation has slowed, environmental and climate pressures are becoming more binding, and a large share of economic activity remains informal. These conditions make sustainable growth a necessary policy focus, not as long-term aspiration, but as a practical response to current structural constraints. In this context, effective policy making requires close coordination across government institutions, including policy advisory bodies and line ministries. To support sound decisions, policy discussions must be grounded in rigorous analysis and credible evidence. Even though the government, because of incomplete information, structural constraints, and political agenda, sometimes, if not always, takes the second best, third best, or even the least worst policy. It is LPEM's moral obligation to still voice the ideal policy for our country. This should keep the government from taking suboptimal policy as default. Our event today is in line with LPM's mission to bring together policymakers, researchers, and development partners to exchange perspectives, clarify policy priorities, and examine how research can directly inform decision-making. Across the themes discussed today, a common message emerged that effective policy cannot be developed in isolation. It requires evidence, collaborations, and institutional learning. No single institution can address complex development challenges alone. And partnerships such as those reflected in today's forum are essential. Lastly, I would like to convey my sincere gratitude to the DAN, IGC, and team from LPM FEBUI for the collaboration. I thank all speakers, discussions, and participants for dedicating your time and expertise. I hope today's dialogue deepens our understanding on how Indonesia can achieve a sustainable, resilient, and inclusive economic growth. Thank you for attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Bapak Chaikal, for your warm first introductory remarks. You may return to your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, next we are honored to welcome Jonathan Lee, Executive Director of the IGC LSE, to continue with his introductory remarks. Jonathan, the stage is yours.
Selamat pagi, good morning. His Excellency Luhut Binsar Panjaitan, Chairman of the National Economic Council, DEN, His Excellency Dominic Jeremy, British Ambassador to Indonesia, Vice Chair Ibu Mari Elka Pangestu, and members of the National Economic Council, and Bapak Chaikal Nuriakan, Director of LPM UI. Pagi ini, saya ingin memulai dengan sambutan. Selamat datang kepada Anda. I would also like to welcome colleagues from LPM UI, JPAL, Southeast Asia, and the distinguished panelists and participants joining us today. The International Growth Center, the IGC, is exploring opportunities to engage more deeply in Indonesia with the aim of catalyzing policy-focused research to inform policies that advance sustainable growth in Indonesia. The IGC was founded in 2008 by the UK Department for International Development, now part of the FCDO, to drive new thinking and policy innovation to promote sustainable and inclusive growth. With a hub at the London School of Economics and in partnership with Oxford University, the IGC is distinctive in bringing together 4 elements. The first is resident country teams, of which we have 11, across Africa, Asia, and the Middle East, that maintain long-term relationships with senior policymakers and local universities. The second is a network of leading economists from across the global north and south. The third is a global research commissioning platform open to all researchers everywhere. And the fourth is a commitment to working closely with governments, with local research institutions, to ensure that our research agendas are grounded in policy demand, are informed by the local context, and are co-produced with researchers and policymakers based in country. And all of this with the aim of supporting policy innovation through path-breaking research. We're honored and delighted to be co-hosting this policy and research dialogue on emerging priorities on sustainable growth with DEN and with LPM UI. And I want to thank our partners for all of the efforts and coordination that went into bringing this event together. Over the past year, we've had several visits to Indonesia, and we've had the privilege of interacting with a number of stakeholders across academia, policy, and the private sector. And we've had the opportunity both to learn about priorities, but also to explore opportunities for collaboration. We've had productive discussions with universities, including LPM UI, UGM, UIII, and CEDS at UNPAD. And in addition to our interactions with DEN, we've met with senior policymakers from Bappenas, from the Ministry of Manpower, local government members in Bandung, as well as colleagues from BRIN, CSIS, INDEF, the British Embassy, and industry representatives with the Indonesian Business Council. Today's conference builds on these stakeholder engagements, as well as the joint online learning sessions that we've co-hosted with DEN in the last 2 months. The idea is to foster collaboration between international and Indonesian researchers and DEN and other members in government. And in this process, we've identified 4 key areas of focus to promote sustainable growth in Indonesia. The first is digitalization and AI in government. The second is industrial policy and innovation. The third is trade and carbon markets. And the fourth is urbanization, rural development, and migration. In today's conference, we'll focus on the first 3 of those. So the first session will be on carbon pricing and international carbon markets, highlighting how Indonesia can implement high-integrity carbon pricing and market mechanisms that leverage Indonesia's rich nature-based solutions and a just energy transition. The second session will be on digitalization and AI, focusing particularly on social protection and how the new system that's already been piloted, as we were talking about earlier, can really put Indonesia in a position of implementing inclusive and effective digital social protection systems. And the final session will be on industrial policy and innovation, and it will be focusing on how to support firm upgrading, promote more dynamic sectors, and build the skills required to support green and resilient growth in Indonesia. I hope our discussion today can help identify where new research can add most value in the current context and where there are promising opportunities for collaboration. In Indonesia, our ambition is to build a long-term partnership that strengthens the link between rigorous research and policymaking, engaging with policymakers, supporting Indonesia researchers, and stimulating policy innovation across the themes we've identified. And we see the dialogue today as an important step in that direction. Selamat menikmati diskusi hari ini.
Terima kasih banyak. Thank you very much, Jonathan, for your warm remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are inviting Ibu Mari LK Pangestu, Vice Chair, the National Economic Council of the Republic of Indonesia, to deliver the final introductory remarks for this session. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for Ibu Mari LK Pangestu.
Yang kami hormati Bapak Luhut Binsar Panjaitan, Chair of the National Economic Council of Indonesia, His Excellency Dominic Jeremy, British Ambassador to Indonesia, Professor Jonathan Leap, Executive Director of IGC Center at LSE, Pak Caikal Nuryakin, Director of LPM FEB UI, members of the National Economic Council, distinguished speakers and panelists, and all of you here in the room as well as online. We have a really exciting, I'm very excited to see the whole audience here. We have representatives from ministries, government agencies, development partners, donors, research institutions, the private sector, and many, many experts. And I see many friends, and I'm happy to see many young faces actually. So I think we have a good audience today. Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure for me to represent DEN this morning, to have this collaboration with LSE and LPM, to have today's policy and research dialogue on sustainable growth in Indonesia. This is actually DEN's inaugural public event. We were just thinking about that. This is the first time actually DEN has, after 1 year of our existence. So we want to explain a little bit who we are and what we do. So if I can use this opportunity to begin by a very brief introduction of the Dewan Ekonomi Nasional or National Economic Council, which was established at the beginning of this new government to provide support and recommendations to the President of Indonesia to accelerate the implementation of strategic economic policies and priority programs. So we position ourselves as a think tank within the government of Indonesia. And as a think tank, obviously what is important is the quality of our evidence, our data, and the analysis that we undertake. Always cross-checking the facts on the ground. Our chairman, even though he is a general, he actually believes a lot in data and evidence-based policymaking, and he's always challenging us as members. Did we get it right? Did we have the right data? And so on. Did we check on the ground? And when we come up with the policies, you know, first best, second best, maybe third best, the big check for us is, can we actually do it? You know, is it practical? Is it doable? Can we design it in a way given political and institutional constraints? So, you know, that's the reality that we face. And we also are very conscious about the importance of monitoring and evaluation. Our chairman is always reminding us that we have to be able to check, is the policy working or not? So that you can do course correction, right? And identifying what you can do in the short term and in the medium term. So really, what we are about is how to have robust and evidence-based insights into the strategic economic issues so that we can formulate sound and credible economic recommendations to the president. So we are very committed to evidence-based policy making. And this effort would not have been possible without close coordination and collaboration with ministries, government agencies, development partners, research institutions, universities, think tanks, private sectors, and experts. Many of you are actually in the room today, and many of you have worked closely with us in the past year. But some of you, many of you perhaps here, are only engaging with them for the first time today. We value both of you, those who have been our partners for the last year, and we look forward to many new partners to expand and deepen our partnerships going forward, because I think Jaikal mentioned, can't do it on your own. Yeah, you have to really collaborate. And this is why our collaboration with IGC and LSE is really, really important. To strengthen our analytical capacity, and we really have benefited a lot so far. We started our collaboration in April 2025, and were formalized through the development of an MOU which was signed on 10th of November 2025. Later this morning, we'll actually witness the formal exchange of the MOU documents, making it an important milestone in this collaboration. And I think Professor Lippi already mentioned some of the areas that we will be collaborating in. It is about evidence-based research on strategic economic issues, such as what we'll be discussing today, collaboration in data collection and analysis, technical assistance on research methodology, capacity building, and other forms of cooperation in economics and policy analysis. As part of the early milestones of this collaboration, we organized, as was already mentioned, 2 online evidence sharing and joint learning workshops in November, together with LPEM. The first was on digitalization for government and social protection, and the second one was on R&D, innovation, and industrial policy. And they brought in a lot of our partners from externally as well as internally. So I think the benefit of having LSE as a partner, they are bringing in a lot of the external partners such as Harvard and MIT and JPAL. And here we in Indonesia, we bring in a lot of the internal domestic research institutions such as LPM, UI, UGM, and SMERU. And I think the workshops that we've had, and it's actually very nice to see all of you physically. You know, we spend a lot of time online. It's really nice to now really be in the same room and have today the luxury of having face-to-face discussions today. The workshops that we've had online, though, laid the groundwork, I think, for what we will have discussed as a discussion today in today's seminar. So today's seminar will be, as already mentioned, I think I'm not going to repeat the three topics, but just to mention that the first session will be discussing carbon pricing and international carbon markets, opportunities for Indonesia. And I will be providing the remarks, opening remarks to set the context for this discussion, because I think Pak Luhut just reminded me, hey, we already passed the presidential regulation, which actually preceded this government. It began in the last government, and Pak Luhut was instrumental in leading that. So I think we finally now have the regulations. Now it's a question of how do we actually implement it to make sure that we can have the advantage and benefit from the carbon value, the value of carbon. The second session is on digitalization for social protection in collaboration with JPAL Southeast Asia as a knowledge partner. Professor Arif Ansari Yusuf, a member of our National Economic Council, will outline Indonesia's progress in developing digital public infrastructure for social assistance. And the final session will be on industrial policy, improving productivity through innovation and R&D. And here, another member of our National Economic Council, Pak Herianto Irawan, will open the discussion by framing the current policy landscape. And he is from the private sector, so it will be a unique, hopefully, perspective, because we believe in the National Economic Council, our members actually are not just boring economists like me and Prof. Arif, but we have real industrialists like Pak Haryanto and people from the capital market like Pak Herianto. So we bring a very wide perspective to our discussions. So in closing, I would like to thank all speakers, partners, and participants for contributing to this dialogue. Today's seminar, we hope, will be a platform, as Professor Lee mentioned, to connect research and policy, to exchange ideas openly, and to strengthen collaboration and hopefully co-create joint work in support of Indonesia's sustainable growth agenda. So on behalf of the National Economic Council, I wish all of you a productive and engaging discussion throughout the day, and what we are actually looking forward to is the policy recommendations that will come out from this. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ibu Mari, for your inspiring and forward-looking remarks about evidence-based policy. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now reaching one of the most anticipated moments of today's event. It is our highest honor to welcome Bapak Luhut Binsar Panjaitan, Chairman of the National Economic Council of the Republic of Indonesia, who will deliver today's keynote remarks. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Bapak Luhut Binsar Panjaitan.
Good morning, His Excellency Dominic Jeremy, British Ambassador to Indonesia, Professor Mari Elka Pangestu, Vice Chair, National Economic Council, Jonathan Lip, Executive Director, International Growth Center, London School of Economics, Saikal Nuryakin, Director PM, LPM, Fakultas Ekonomi Universitas Indonesia. Bapak Ibu, allow me to begin by expressing our deepest condolences for the devastating disaster that has struck Sumatra. Our thoughts are with the victims, their families, and the communities working tirelessly to recover. This tragedy is a painful reminder that development is not only about accelerating growth, but also about strengthening resilience and protecting lives and livelihood. That's why today discussion on sustainable development in Indonesia is so timely and important, so that our progress toward Indonesia 2045 is not only faster, but also safer, more inclusive, and more sustainable. When Firman reminded me about this some times ago, about this seminar, I was so happy at the time, and because this is the first go public of our National Economic Council, I should say. And next January, we're going to launch also our own website, and you will see more and more activities that we are doing in order to support the government of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, Ambassador Jeremy and the young chap of Indonesia, I'm so glad that we are here together today, so we can use this forum, lesson and learn what happened in this country and what's the prospect of Indonesia in the year 2045. If you look at now the slide that prepared by my team, achieving the Golden Indonesia Vision 2045, Indonesia needs high economic growth of more than 5 years, the next 5 to 10 years are critical. Otherwise, we are not going to achieve that. Because if you look at now this data, our target trying to 6% right now, the last 10 years, around 5% growth, and we like to see anytime maybe next year, we go up to maybe 5 point something or nearly 6% growth. There are so many already planned for that. And for me, my experience the last 12 years within the government, how do we integrate this program? That's, I think, the very important one. How do we execute this program? We need a lot of coordination among the ministry, among the people, and also the strong leadership in order to move this big government. And if you look at this data, I think we are looking good, yeah. If you experience back to some years ago, during the Orde Baru, we grew at the time like 8%, even above 8% a little bit, because of deregulation. So deregulation, I think, is very important. Ladies and gentlemen, to achieve this vision, Indonesia faces major global economic challenges with uncertainty at all-time high. This is, I think, very important to understand. You look at also about the Middle East, Russia, Ukraine, tension South China Sea, still a lot of unpredictable over there. The China economic slowdown, fragile economic growth in Europe. We are happy that we signed already CEPA with European Union, and global supply chain rearrangement, global policy divergency. This, I think, that's a problem here. But at the same time, we are looking also at the climate change transition to low carbon economy. How do you see the equilibrium of this? I remember during a very hot discussion with John Kerry about the low carbon, about how do we shut down our own coal fire. And I told him at the time, I remember in Bali, I said, John, we can shut down any time, but how do we deal with the legal of this loan? How do we deal with the base load? How do we deal this and this and this? There are so many things that we have to anticipate in order to maintain also our growth. We're not going to suffering because of the climate change, because of the green energy, then we cannot grow above 5%. That's, I think, the challenge is very important for us. But we are working very hard, I can tell you, the last 3-4 years about this. And I should say we are quite successful. And I still remember also, they keep trying, oh, you have to remember your policy about the climate change, about the deforestation, this and that. I still remember this word. I told him, "Hey John, my youngest daughter sent me a message from St. Andrews. She's studying in St. Andrews, Ambassador. They said, hey Dad, don't make any policy, don't issue any policy against the interests of my generation." I said to him, this message is much stronger than your message. We are not going to destroy the next generation of Indonesia because of our policy. So we have to look at the equilibrium any policy for the interests of our next generation Indonesia. And we'll look at this also, the climate change transition, and also, this is my, geopolitical fragmentation and economic competition. This is the thing we are talking about international, but at the same time we are talking also about domestic issue here. If you look at this data here, next slide, the Indonesia faces less supportive global growth environment over the next 5 years. Look at this data here. We are emerging market and developing economies. Yeah, sometimes the interests of the developed country and developing countries quite different. We had dialogue forum in Bali among developing countries from Africa, from Latin America. It's like 20 countries about downstreaming industry. How Indonesia execute the downstream industry? Why Indonesia so dare to do so? And I told them from Congo, from Zimbabwe, from South Africa, from Kenya, from others. I said, we are talking about national interests. National interest is the bottom line. We should bring also prosperity to the people of Indonesia, to your country. So then, if you are work together jointly within the country, we can talk and explain to developed country. Because some of these developed countries, they don't have technology. They have a market. Sometimes they look down also, sorry, I use this word, developing countries, because we don't work openly, transparent. So we have to fix this. You have to avoid conflict of interest in order to bring confidence and trust. That's, I think, very important. Without trust and confidence, credibility, we are nothing. We can talk openly, we can talk straightforward to them, because no conflict of interest. That's one is very important. How do we do it? You have to talk to your leader who be in charge in this program. They don't try to do something hanky-panky with some others, the investors. Number two, right now ongoing in Indonesia, I said government technology, digitalize. That's, I think, very, very important to all of us. Now, the issue of international commodity price also declined. We are not going to rely to the commodity price. We have to look at the downstreaming industry. Now we have a nickel, we experienced the nickel. Now ongoing in Lake Toba, agriculture, frankincense, so many things that we can do, downstream industry. Seaweed, we can do. But in order to do so, we have to have the good research center, research people. That's right now ongoing too, because you cannot buy time. You cannot buy time. You are a boss, you give instruction, whatever instruction you give to them, but need times to achieve this target. Beyond high growth, climate change is an essential, existential threat with the major economic consequences. Indonesia must grow fast and sustainably. If you look at this data also, and look at also here the impact of this, so we understand this. We understand it, but how do we execute? That's also always a big question mark that we have to raise. to young people of Indonesia who attended this seminar, that's very important. Your credibility, that's very important. If you're not credible because you still do something like conflict of interest, it's not going to make this country better in the near future. Despite global pressures, Indonesia projected economic growth remains among the strongest in the region. I think you look at the slide, but of course 5%, it's not going to bring a good thing for the country. We have to grow above 5, 6, 7, 8%, which is achievable, doable, if you are work together, because this country is so rich. But the problem, some people keep telling, okay, we have this, we have that, we have nickel, we have rare earth, we have, you name, tin, but we don't have technology. We don't have finance. We don't have market. We should establish collaboration in order to monetize this potential. That's the problem. But how do we deal to the investors? That's another art. We have to look at also the national interest of Indonesia. That's why, like Morowali, that the downstreaming, one of the biggest downstream in Indonesia, some people didn't understand. I put the best an officer from the army to be in charge of the territorial command over there to observe, basically, to monitor the activities over there. We're not going to allow them to do whatever they want. No, they have to comply to regulation that established by the government of Indonesia. I understand that. I put 3 best officers from Indonesia to monitor all activities over there. Ladies and gentlemen, however, quality job creation remains a key challenge. Formal employment is declining. This is, I think, very important. Later on, I think Professor Arif would explain this. Full-time work is still below pre-pandemic levels. Graduate unemployment is rising. This is data. Look at this. This is also trend today. Although not only in Indonesia, even in the US right now, and China also, Tsinghua graduate also not easy to get a job like before. Because of AI. AI also another issue that we have to address very much. AI, we are talking about brain. We are talking about human capital. Talking about brain. Because we experience now our government technology support by AI. Not only digitalized, but support by AI. So Indonesia very, very advanced, I should say today, about the government technology. And if you look at lesson learned from 1980, this is, I think, very important to have a look. And we growth at the time quite good. And if that time we can do deregulation, why don't we do it? But the problem sometimes within the government, some of them, they don't want to see this government very regulate, very punctual, very all managed, very transparent. Some of them, they don't. They still want to have quota, to import something, while they can do it with genome sequencing to get a better seed in order to get a better yield, so they can better production, so you don't need later on to import anymore because you have your own. How do you get this one? You have to do your own research. Ongoing right now in Lake Toba. That's one of our big achievement, I should say, because a lot of smart people in this country. And how do we put this together? That's, I think, the issue. Case example, labor-intensive investment, relocation to Central Java, faster business, and workforce upskilling, reskilling were key. I was in Solo yesterday, 2 days ago, investment forum over there. I remind them, you can create now education like nurses, like technical things like electricity, We can export, create job opportunity because of that. And the government, of course, could help also to facilitate this program. And Indonesia must accelerate industrialization with innovation through R&D and technology as a priority for improvement. This is, I think, ladies and gentlemen, if you look at this data, structural transformation, percent of GDP, and look at this one also, the critical. That's a human capital issue. Human capital. We send too much, sorry, don't get me wrong, too much political science overseas. We don't need today. We need STEM. Sorry about that. I think Pak Haryanto, we need that one. We need the people who understand about the technology, agriculture technology, the engineering technology, nickel technology, metallurgy technology. We have the best, the biggest lab metallurgy right now in Bandung. This is again support by foreign countries. We don't have that one before. Now, young people of Indonesia can use this lab, one of the best lab in this region. Human capital and research, infrastructure, market sophistication, and this is, I think, collaboration China-Indonesia. We cannot blame China saying this and that, because they help us. They provide many things. But I told also the Chinese side, I said, you have, when you invest in Indonesia, you have to consider to improve the quality of people of Indonesia. So that's why we send a lot of our young people to study in China. But also the company support us with the lab. So we make it two-way traffic, you know. They're not only exploiting our own or invest in our own natural resources, but at the same time, they also technology transfer, they improve the quality of education, and China become of our market. Digitalization is another strategy. I mentioned earlier about that, government digital transformation. This is ongoing right now. We have piloting now 32 kabupaten, first piloting in Banyuwangi, very successful. Banyuwangi using digital public infrastructure to improve social assistance targeting. I mentioned to Ambassador Dominic, we were so surprised in Banyuwangi. I think we invited also from World Bank to have a look, and also from the Harvard at the time to have a look what we are doing there. Because we experienced during COVID, Peduli Lindung, and we experienced also e-catalog. Now, if you look at this one, inclusion error and also exclusion error, look at this data. So if we are able to manage this government technology, by next year, our target national rollout national level is around October next year. So maybe 2-3 years after that, Indonesia is going to be very, very transparent and much less corruption, because this managed by AI. AI designed by people of Indonesia and in charge directly to this program. Because this brain, we have so many good brain in this country, but we have to monetize. We have to establish area for them to work together. So we understand right now the population of Indonesia, 286 million something. But by 3 years from now, we can say, okay, 287, 700 something. Then maybe an hour later, we can less and more. So that's, I think, the technology. We rely on the technology. And from Bappenas, make some analysis. I've been working together with Bappenas. we can save like 300 trillion rupiah every year from this program. So you can imagine the impact toward our economy. Because at the end, we like to give subsidy not to the material anymore, but to the people. To the people specific to the female. So let the female basically manage the fund they get from the government. So we can see the impact toward the economy in that area, and that could also support the economic growth in Indonesia. Then bring also equality, bring also transparent and less corruption, because we can do face recognition with the technology today. Some people from World Bank remind me, say, maybe you can. I said, no, listen, you can help us, but don't have in your mind that we are from scratch. No, we are quite advanced in this area. We love very much to learn from anybody, but don't look down Indonesia. Indonesia already in the quite high level in this regard. Indonesia must have concrete plans that balance high economic growth and sustainability. And Indonesian, I think, if you look at this data here, decarbonize the grid. Ibu Mari later on can explain, because she was involved directly to this, and we are working very much on this, and we do hope that we can also get a benefit, this country get a benefit from this decarbonization. And ladies and gentlemen, to achieve the Golden Indonesia Vision 2045, Indonesia must sustain high economic growth. However, growth must be more than fast. It must be inclusive, sustainable. This requires continuous economic reform. The regulations are very, very important. I would like very much if this also could give more support toward our government. The regulation is very important, better skill development, and stronger investment climate to create more quality jobs. Strengthening R&D. R&D, I think, very, very important. We have now genomic sequencing research at near Lake Toba. Innovation, revival of the manufacturing and industrialization to create more quality jobs. Digitalization should scale up to improve the efficiency, effectiveness, and public services, including SARPER, more accurate social assistance targeting. This is, I think, very, very important for us, because we're not gonna, I think of target 77%, we discover in Banyuwangi, but I think we can make some correction. We can go down very quick. Achieve sustainable development in Indonesia will require strong collaboration, and I think collaboration is very important. That's why I'm so happy with this seminar. We established strong collaboration. We need some support from all of you, especially from the London School of Economics, from the British side, from anybody. And because this is not small job, this is a big job. Lembaga LPF, I think we need also your assistance time to time. You have your own people within the National Economic Council. They are first-class quality. And so again, if you work together, if focus on this, I don't hesitate to say that 6, 7, 8% growth we can achieve 2029 or 2030. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Bapak Luhut, would you please remain on stage as we kindly invite you to witness the exchange of MOU. And may we invite to come on stage Bapak Septian Haryoseto, Executive Secretary of the National Economic Council of Indonesia, and Jonathan Leap, Executive Director of IGC LSE. And also we're inviting Ambassador Dominic Jeremy to come on stage to witness this Memorandum of Understanding exchange together with Bapak Luhut Binsar Panjaitan. Ladies and gentlemen, this MOU exchange marks an important milestone in the collaboration between the National Economic Council of the Republic of Indonesia and the International Growth Center at LSE. We kindly ask Bapak Seto and Jonathan to stand in the middle. And here the MOU will be given to Bapak Seto and also Jonathan Lee. And you will do the exchange together at the same time. Bapak dan Ibu, kita iringi dengan aplaus yang meriah. Now we are going to exchange the document. Thank you very much. And now you can close the document and we will do the exchange together and then shaking hands together. Another round of applause, everyone. And now together we are going to face towards the photographers. We're going to take a group photo. Would you please take a step forward? Thank you very much. Yes. Another group photo in 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of big applause for this MOU exchange. Thank you very much, Bapak Luhut Binsar Panjaitan, Ambassador Dominic Jeremy, Bapak Septian Haryoseto, and Jonathan Lee. You may return to your respective seats. This is such an important momentum for all of us today in this event, in the Policy and Research Dialogue on Sustainable Growth in Indonesia. After this MOU exchange, we're going to proceed to special remarks. And right after special remarks, we're going to have the first panel discussion. Once again, we thank you so much. Terima kasih. Sekali lagi kami ucapkan thank you very much Bapak Luhut Binsar Panjaitan, Ambassador Dominic Jeremy, Bapak Septian Haryoseto, and Jonathan Lee. You may return to your respective seats. Ladies and gentlemen, all of our respected guests, now we move to the special remarks, and it is my pleasure to invite Professor Adnan Khan, Professor of Practice at the School of Public Policy, LSE, to deliver the special remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for Professor Adnan Khan.
Honorable guests, honorable investor, and everyone, Assalamu alaikum. I'm greatly excited to be here at this important moment of a research policy collaboration in a country which is growing at such impressive high rates that are envy of the world, including the country that I come from, but where such collaboration is needed to address the challenges of sustaining these high growth rates in future, aligning climate and growth objectives, sustaining high productivity in all sectors, creating more productive jobs in the labor market, delivering high quality productive services in the public sector and everywhere. And it has become common to say that what is needs is good economic policies backed by evidence. So I'm going to make only one point today, which is that while needed, this alone is not sufficient. Because much of the policies that are needed are on these novel questions, the evidence for those doesn't yet exist. And where it exists, it also meets the challenge of whether it meets the implementation and political feasibility constraints in Indonesia, and also how it is tested, refined, and corrected over time, over a period of time. And what it needs is an ecosystem where good policies are generated, ideas and innovation are generated on a regular, on a continuous basis, where they are tested and scaled, where policy and research are not just connected at the top, but also at all points through various nodes, call it more like a nervous system, and where policy and research doesn't just address the demands of policymakers, demands and like as expressed at one point in time, but also challenges them. So provides a challenge function. And where policy is not just thought of a one-shot transaction, but as a continuous process of course correction, adaptation, change, and implementation. this is what we try to do in my former role as part of the FCDO, Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, as to base our international development effort on the basis of this environment of creation, generation of evidence, and challenge. So we're part of this challenge function, which also connected with people on the outside, connected people on doing the implementation on the inside with those who are thinking both internally but also externally. This is what brought me here last time when I was chief economist at the FCDO as part of the UK government commitment to collaborate and to contribute to the growth story of Indonesia, where I went to different ministries and different regions also. This is what brings me today as part of LSE, as part of this very exciting, innovative institutional collaboration. So, which is taking many, many different forms. One of those is the Global School of Sustainability, which is at the forefront of this attempt at aligning climate and growth objectives. But where IGC and Jonathan Leap, who have a demonstrated very long history of promoting these domestic ecosystems, these domestic nodes of connecting research and policy in different capacities, and connecting them to international thinking, international researchers. I'm glad to see that they're here. This also happens in my small part of the LSE, which is the School of Public Policy, where I think one of the largest contingents of the student from anywhere in the world is from Indonesia. Where only last week I had more than in any country of the world, like I had witnessed 4 student-led projects on different issues, exactly on the issues that we are talking about, climate, growth, urbanization, led by students from Indonesia, more than from any other country in the world. So LSE, IGC in particular, but all parts of LSE have a long history of collaboration. And may that collaboration continue, and may that happen not just as a one-time, one-off basis, but on an institutionalized basis, where it provides the evidence, but also the ecosystem contributes to the local domestic ecosystem. What excites me at Indonesia is seeing this happening through the national economic policy, the DEN, also different parts of it. What gives me hope, what also excites me even further is to see this part of the institutional collaboration with external actors, especially with the LSE. I very much hope that this collaboration continues, and this not just contributes to Indonesia's growth and development, but also becomes a lesson for the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Khan, for the powerful remarks and thoughtful reflections. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready to begin the first panel discussion, as we're going to do a setup for the first panel discussion. All right, ladies and gentlemen. And now we're going to have another special remarks, which we're going to show you on the screen.
To be with you, if only virtually, with the National Economic Council, with IGC, and with the Institute for Economic and Social Research. Thank you very much for inviting me. I first began working on and in Indonesia more than 20 years ago when I was chief economist of the World Bank. I remember very clearly going to the Kecamatan development projects in South Sulawesi and being enormously impressed by the entrepreneurship at the local level, choosing to use those locally delivered resources to dig wells or finance the making of clothes and so on. It was enormously impressive. And I remember flying over the forests in Sumatra and discussing the challenges of deforestation, agricultural extension and so on, and particularly the interactions with the senior policymakers in Indonesia. And there's long been a very high standard of economic policy making and real skills amongst the economic leaders. And in that last 20 years or so, Indonesia has grown on average and pretty consistently around 5% per annum. It's moved to upper middle income status. Its share of global GDP has changed from around 1.7% to around 2.4% in purchasing power parity terms. Now, if Indonesia continues to grow at 5 or 6% a year for the next 20 years, in a sense repeating the last 20 or 25 years, then it would indeed achieve its ambition of being a developed country in the next quarter of a a century. But, and it's a big but, we know that keeping going at 5 to 6% for another 20 or 25 years will not be easy. There's a big difference between growing at that sort of rate for a quarter of a century and growing at that sort of rate for half a century. So many countries have experienced the middle income trap. To get there, to keep that rate of growth going, is going to need continuous reform. And that is where we hope and trust that the IGC, with its experience of working on growth, and of course drawing on the resources of the LSE as a whole, can be supported and help make a difference in achieving that task of keeping going at that kind of growth rate for another quarter of a century. We also know, and this is critically important, that in a world suffering from the immense risks of climate change and biodiversity loss, real crises, that growth has to be both sustainable and resilient. Indonesia, with its 17,000 or so islands, its vulnerability to flooding, as we've seen sadly all too recently, is very vulnerable to these crises and their effects. We know that to achieve sustainable and resilient growth needs a transition to the low-carbon economy, it needs looking after and investing in the forests. And that transition is all about investment, all about innovation along with that investment. It's all about finding a new model of growth which will allow Indonesia to continue at the high growth rate whilst also being sustainable and resilient. And these new investments will be what will drive that growth. There's no horse race, no trade-off between environment on the one hand and growth on the other. That's a completely false story. And Indonesia, I think, is in a tremendously good position to show how the transition to sustainable and resilient will drive growth forward. That indeed is the big message of my book, published just a month ago, The Growth Story of the 20th Century, with the subtitle, The Economics and Opportunity of Climate Action. I add that that's available free of charge because it's published by LSE Press, which is open access. Now, if I think a little further about the people that I've had the very good fortune to collaborate with in Indonesia, Ibu Mari, Ibu Sri Mulyani, Pak Luhut, Pak Bambang, just to name 4 very distinguished economic leaders, the quality of those people that I've experienced firsthand in these interactions make me confident that Indonesia will be able to keep going, but it will have to reform and it will have to invest to get there. But the quality of that economic leadership is a major asset. Let me, in my final few words in this short introduction, say something about LSE and what we might be able, or to hope and think we'll be able to bring to the table. LSE and the International Growth Centre and the newly established Global School of Sustainability at LSE. Sustainability is about offering to the next generation opportunities at least as good as we have as this generation, assuming they behave in a similar way to those that follow. And what shapes those opportunities is capital, physical capital, human capital, natural capital, and social capital. It's investing in those 4 capitals that will give us, and of course in particular Indonesia, this new form of growth which is sustainable and resilient. The IGC has had long experience on working on economic growth. I do believe that IGC, GSOS and LSE as a whole, Global School of Sustainability, GSOS, and LSE as a whole can really bring strong support to this challenge of keeping going and that growth rate and making it sustainable and resilient. Investment, investment, investment. That's at the heart of this story. We've had the good fortune that artificial intelligence has come along at the right time to help drive the big systemic change that will be needed if those growth rates to be maintained and to be sustainable and resilient. AI can help with discovery. AI can help with innovation. AI can help with running the big systems and changing the big systems of city, energy, transport, land and water. So this then becomes a story of the conditions for the right kind of investment and the finance for the right kind of investment. Industrial policy and innovation will be crucial. So too, I think, will be increasing integration with Asia in a world which is turbulent, in a world where trade has been disrupted, but in a world where Asia is likely to be the biggest source of growth and where Indonesia is absolutely at the heart of the story. So those local trade advantages, I think, will be critical in that story of maintaining strong growth, keeping it sustainable and resilient over this next quarter of a century. We know that change and transformation bring dislocation. That dislocation has to be treated very carefully, has to be managed. It has to be managed in very close consultation and participation of those who feel that dislocation. It means building new opportunities, investing in people and places, and of course in social protection. Again, IGC has had long experience of tackling these problems and working on local opportunities and social protection, and I believe it had a great deal to contribute on that part of the story as well. And of course, in this collaboration, including with the Institute for Economic and Social Research at the University of Indonesia, local collaboration with researchers and of course direct support for the government itself will be critical. And again, the IGC has long experience and a big priority on working with local researchers to help support the government. So this is a crucial 20 years. The first decade of that 20 years will be of a special importance in getting these investments going and getting the industrial strategies and innovation going that will drive forward Indonesia over these next 20 years. The IGC stands ready to help. It stands ready to work enthusiastically and effectively with the National Economic Council and with the Institute for Economic and Social Research. These are crucial years, and we're very happy that the LSE, IGC and the Global School of Sustainability will be able to support. Again, thank you for having me, and I wish you the very best in your discussions.
Bapak-bapak dan ibu-ibu yang terhormat, selamat pagi. It is great to be with you today. I wish I could be there. I'd like to congratulate the University of Indonesia, LPM, and the National Economic Council, DEN, for the very serious empirical work you're doing to make very tough, important decisions. I've had the privilege of knowing and working in Indonesia for 4 decades now. I was living there as a young economist in the 1980s. I had the privilege of getting to know actually the now president's father, Professor Sumitra Jojo Hadi Kusuma, together with the other sort of policy makers at the time, Professor Vijoyo, Ali Wardana, Sumalin, Salih Afif, and so on. What an incredible education for a young development economist, a large, poor country making decisions in a complex environment. I then had the privilege of living for 5 years running the World Bank in the sort of Reformasi period, 2002 to 2007, and saw some wonderful leadership, including someone that's sitting with you today, Mari Pangestu. Thank you, Mari. What an amazing Minister of Trade you were, and what a great cabinet there as you were struggling with a new Indonesia, making tough decisions as Indonesia was sort of really entering the world stage with real impact. And now today, I mean, the capacity that exists in Indonesia as an emerging power, empowered by some very serious economic analysis. And so it's a real privilege for the London School of Economics, the International Growth Centre and the new School of Global Sustainability to work with you. And it does seem to me that the 4 themes that you've picked are exactly right, because Indonesia has faced many challenges and complex situations over the years, but none have had the same mixture of threat and opportunity as we face today. I mean, we like to say climate is the most existential challenge, but actually, I mean, the challenge of AI, the challenge of a fragmented, geopolitical, complex world, the challenge of fake news, the challenge of an international trade system that is really crumbling in front of our eyes. These are vast challenges, and the next 5 to 10 years are going to determine who's going to succeed and who is not. And I'll put all my money on Indonesia succeeding. Why? Because I think the way you're going about it, empowering decisions with serious analysis. And I think the 4 themes you've picked are so relevant. Industrial policy is going to be essential, but at the same time, the history of industrial policy has not been a happy one around the world. Why? Because it's not been empowered with the right kind of analysis. So too, Indonesia could become a leading or even the leading player in the world on carbon markets, quite frankly. I just came back, as Professor Nick Stern also just came back from from Brazil, and I'm sure some of the people in the audience today also were in Brazil for COP30, and there's a real desire to create sort of some kind of hopefully global carbon market over time. And we're looking for leaders. And Indonesia has already set your own standards and so on. Indonesia could set the standards, but at the same time, if the standards are the wrong standards, and if the institutions are not in the right place, we'll get into the same situation that carbon markets have had over the last 15 years, which is a failed carbon market. Why? Because we didn't take enough trouble to get it right. And so that's another example where, you know, the theme that you're going to be looking at, and on trade is another huge issue. How does one navigate the complex situation today? And how does one take into account issues like climate change in trade? So look, it's a real thrill for us to be part of you. Let me just say, so I look at the International Growth Center. I was very heavily engaged in setting it up 15 years ago, and I've watched it over time work with so many countries so thoughtfully, bringing the right kind of evidence, working obviously with the leading economists in the country. And so too now, it's a privilege for me as a professor of practice here at London School of Economics to be in the International Growth Center and also in the new School of Sustainability. And LSE is hoping and planning to position itself as a leading or the leading school of sustainability, bringing not just economics and not just finance, but politics and law and psychology as we really figure out what the next 30 years are going to look like. The challenge, as you just heard from Nick Stern, is huge, and we need the very best form of analysis. So I would like to wish you all the best, look forward to seeing you when I visit in February, and wish you all the best for these deliberations. Thank you so much. Terima kasih banyak. Sampai jumpa lagi.
Let's have a round of applause, everyone, for two powerful messages from Professor Nick Stern and Professor Andrew Steer. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are ready to begin the first panel discussion, one of the key highlights of today's program. As Jonathan has mentioned in his introductory remarks, today we are going to have 3 sessions of panel discussions. The first panel, titled Carbon Pricing and International Carbon Markets, Opportunities for Indonesia. This first session of panel discussion will examine how Indonesia can leverage carbon pricing instruments and international market mechanisms to support its climate and development goals. Later on, after lunch break, we're going to have the second panel discussion titled Digitalization for Social Protection. And the last session of panel discussion later today, we're going to have a session titled Industrial Policy Improving Productivity Through Innovation and R&D. And that session will explore how Indonesia can strengthen its industrial capabilities, foster innovation, and enhance productivity through targeted policy interventions and collaboration between government, academia, and the private sector. So now, without further ado, to commence the session, we are honored to introduce the chair of this session, Ibu Alin Halimatus Sadia, head of the Green Economy and Climate Research Group at LPM UI. Ibu Alin will guide us through today's discussion with our esteemed panelists. So, Ibu Alin, without further ado, the stage is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. I'm delighted to be the chair of this morning session discussing carbon pricing and international carbon markets, opportunities for Indonesia. This panel will examine how Indonesia can design and implement high integrity carbon pricing and carbon market that can respond strategically to CBAM and other cross-border initiative, and also support a just, efficient transition in the power and industrial sector, and also mobilize climate finance from nature-based solutions. The discussion will also identify priority areas for policy-oriented research to inform these choices and strengthen Indonesia's carbon pricing strategy. First of all, we are very pleased to have Ibu Mari LK Pangestu that will deliver opening remarks. Bu Mari is a professor in economics at Universitas Indonesia. She also served as the Vice Chair of National Economic Council of the Republic of Indonesia, or DEN, and the Chair of Indonesia Climate and Growth Dialogue, or ICGD. Please give warm applause to welcome Bu Mari. Bu Mari, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Aline, for your kind introduction. Can I just check whether my slides, oh yeah, okay. I guess somebody's operating it out there. Thank you so much for allowing me to provide the opening remarks for this session. And I've been asked to set the scene for our session. And it is, as was already described earlier, about the opportunities for Indonesia from carbon pricing and international carbon markets. This topic is key to what I hope is our shared common interest of achieving sustainable and resilient development. I think it is about our common future, and not just for us, but for the next generation. I think Pak Luhut reminded us just then about that. And Pak Luhut, in his keynote, also outlined the amount of uncertainty that we are facing. And in the climate change space, obviously, US leaving the Paris Agreement is a key factor in what's affecting the climate for climate change discussions or dialogue or progress, as we saw at COP30. So apart from the reciprocal tariffs and other uncertainties, I think the uncertainty around climate change, to the extent that it has probably led to some backlash for green transition, is, I think, the reality we're also facing today. But in Indonesia, as a developing country, and I think Pak Luhut's presentation also reminded us that climate crisis is an existential threat. You know, it's not something that is going to be possible to reverse or go away anytime soon. And for developing countries, if it's anything that I learned from my time at the World Bank, we did so much work on climate and development. It's the poor and the most vulnerable people in the country that are most affected by climate change. And I think we only have to reflect on the recent disaster in Sumatra and Aceh to realize that. And it is also the poorest and most vulnerable countries that are most impacted by the climate crisis. So addressing climate change for a country like Indonesia, not just climate change, but the climate transition, is a necessity. And I think we do believe that we can achieve both growth as well as sustainable and resilient development. So in setting the scene, let me share three things. I'm going to talk about three things. The first one is about Indonesia and the green growth strategy challenge of Indonesia. Second will be on the carbon pricing. And then finally on Indonesia's, wait, I think I'll just tell you when to move the slide. And the importance of carbon pricing in the midst of green global challenges. That will be the second topic. And the last topic will be Indonesia's effort to shape its carbon markets and carbon pricing. So first, let me start with the Indonesian story. Next slide. So if you look at Indonesia's greenhouse gas emissions landscape, we are now the 8th largest greenhouse gas emitter globally, with energy contributing 43% of our total emissions. Even though if you sort of look at it as per capita and so on, we are not the largest contributor and so on. But in terms of absolute, yes. And this underscores, obviously, the urgency for energy transition if we're to meet our climate goals. And our emissions trajectory closely tracks our economic growth. This is not a surprise, but which is both a policy challenge and an opportunity. And when we compare ourselves with ASEAN peers, our industrial emissions intensity is higher compared with the majority of ASEAN members. And this is really because of the structural issue that reflects our dependence on carbon-intensive sectors like cement, steel, aluminium, fertilizers, and the extensive use of fossil fuels. I think 60% is coming from coal and so on. So this has been widely discussed. And obviously, other than mitigation, we should be looking also at the importance of adaptation and resilience and protecting biodiversity and nature-based solution. Because we often talk just about mitigation, but in a country like Indonesia, as I think Nick and others have pointed out, the issue of adaptation and resilience and addressing the nature is very, very important for Indonesia. And so that's kind of the challenge for us, and the kind of the priorities that we must be addressing. Energy and food and land use is actually the two most important sectors for us in terms of mitigation. Next slide. And here is the investment story that Nick beautifully outlined. I actually had in my little note here, Nick's 21st century growth story. So I'm lucky that as a surprise, we had him explain it very well just then. So it is really about, if we're going to aspire to 8% economic growth in the next 5 years, as Pak Luhut mentioned as the President's priority, we need about $200 to $250 billion of annual investments. This is the estimate. And that's a lot of investments of 600 to 700 billion in the next 5 years. And if we believe, I think we do believe, Nick's 21st growth story of the 21st century, there's economic opportunity within the climate action. So in other words, these funds and investment can lead to green and resilient growth if we invest in climate-aligned infrastructure, manufacturing, and energy systems. And also with the investments comes the technology. So that's, I think I'm not gonna repeat what Nick said. I think he really said it really well. I think he said investment, 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 but also you need technology. So then comes the next slide. What sectors should we be investing in? And of course, how do we get the investments? The big question out there. And Indonesia should, if we believe in the green and resilient growth strategy and the investments that are needed, where we need to invest to address the mitigation, the sectors of mitigation. I didn't put adaptation and resilience here, but really a lot of this focuses more on the mitigation. So our focus strategy for key drivers in growth is maintaining growth in consumption around 5 to 6%, investment around 10%, and export around 9%. And I think we really, if you really want to grow at 8%, you really do need to up probably the investment number, which also will lead to export going up. And what sector should you be prioritizing? It could be around greening industries or services sectors and new green industries, right? And all of that, if you did it in the proper policy-wise and reform-wise, should lead to the creation of jobs. So I think this is really what the green, resilient, sustainable growth strategy should be all about. And the sectors that could be prioritized are obviously greening the manufacturing sector, greening the tourism sector. Tourism is not just not because I'm the former Minister of Tourism, but I believe Indonesia has a huge potential in tourism, and there's a whole huge potential in there for sustainable tourism. And then there's all the new green industries. You can talk about renewable energy, you can talk about electrifying transportation, and so on and so forth. And digital or AI within that to make the systems more efficient and more targeted. I mean, precision agriculture, I think, is, for instance, really a good example of where you could achieve sustainability, productivity using technology. So transitioning to the green industry will be essential not just for our climate commitments. And what is the reality is that today, to be competitive, you have to be sustainable. I think you can talk to any of our exporters, because we talk a lot to our private sector. All our exporters are saying, our buyers are demanding that we produce with green energy. We have to show the sustainability across the supply chain, and so on and so forth. So addressing climate change, having a green growth strategy is part of your competitiveness today. And you want to have the growth of investment and financing that will be needed for that green and resilient growth strategy. But how do you get those investments, right? You need the bottom line is that you need a very clear green growth strategy. And some countries are doing this. It's called country platforms. Brazil is an example of a country that's done that. Because investors, this is risky, this is long-term. Investors want to know where your decarbonization or your carbon pathways are looking like in every sector, like energy transition or whatever the case may be. And they need to be underpinned by clear policy and institutional reforms. And this is where the role of deregulation and reforms that Pak Luhut emphasized is really important. So it's what is our big homework. So that's giving you the big macro picture as to what we will be talking more about today is the carbon pricing. Carbon pricing is an important piece of it, but the big picture is where you want to be thinking about. So now let me turn to the next topic, which is the importance of carbon pricing. So really, what is the role of carbon pricing within that broad green growth strategy that we need to be pivoting towards? The importance of carbon pricing in the midst of green global challenges. So I'm drawing from research being done by CSIS and part of the Decarbonization for Development Lab network. So for our friends from LSE in Indonesia right now, we have 2 key networks, I suppose, maybe there are many more. A lot of the people are in this room. One is the Decarbonization Lab for Development at where CSIS is the coordinator. It brings together everybody, a lot of people working on climate, advocacy groups as well as think tanks. And the other one is under Alin at the LPEM, which is iClimb. It's for the people working on climate modeling. So I think we have done a lot of work. It's kind of a question of how do we move forward on this. Now, and responding to the external challenges such as CBAM. So CBAM can be a threat or opportunity. It can be a threat to our exports, or it can also be a catalyst for accelerated green transformation. As we know, the first phase of CBAM is focusing on 6 carbon-intensive commodities: cement, iron and steel, aluminium, fertilizer, hydrogen, and electricity. This presents a challenge, but also incentivizes cleaner production, especially if we want to retain market access in Europe, which has an advantage in its premium price. Certainly, within our policy makers, within the trade ministry, within the industry ministry, the fact that we have to respond to CBAM has actually generated a lot of discussion and analysis, as well as, okay, how do we respond to this? So next slide is, in terms of the efforts to address CBAM, and it's not just going to be CBAM, there will be other CBAM-like policies coming from different export markets. Using this logic, how can we as a developing country and help our producers reduce the impact by doing 3 possible things. First, of course, making products greener through industrial decarbonization. But this does require massive investment in capital goods that are low carbon intensive to reduce the EU CBAM obligations. Second, and this is what we're going to be talking about in today's panel, implementing a carbon pricing mechanism that is equivalent to EU carbon pricing to reduce the cost adjustment. And this can be achieved, hopefully begin to be achieved, I should say, with the introduction of the new presidential decree, which I will talk about at the end. Third, by creating global cooperation through a coalition that acknowledges that developing countries it's hard for developing countries to meet the high price of the EU. How do you create a graduated pricing mechanism, at the same time achieve reducing emissions and maintain competitiveness, and respecting the principle, the sacred principle in the UN FCCC, common but differentiated responsibilities. So this is, I think Robin has also been working on this, and myself with RD and others, we have been working, we are part of the working group in COP, where we have tried to establish this idea. And I think Alan Xiao is here, who supported the modeling of this coalition with Professor Catherine Wolf and colleagues. So today's seminar, we will focus especially on the second issue. So let me just talk a bit about the macro, about the why it's important to find this kind of sweet spot on the carbon price. This is macro modeling results, which shows you that on the right, the emissions impact is more significant. On the left, you see the macroeconomic indicators slightly declining under both CBAM and carbon tax scenarios. And in the case of Indonesia, CBAM has not so much of a big impact because we are less exposed to the European market as well as to these sectors. But you can imagine if CBAM was to expand to more sectors, the impact for Indonesia would be much more negative. On the right, the emission impact is significantly more impactful from CBAM than from the carbon tax, our own carbon tax. Not surprisingly, because our carbon tax has a very low price. So that's why there's not much impact. So the key takeaway from this slide is really that carbon pricing works best when it finds the sweet spot, when it is not too high that it is going to really have a big negative impact and jeopardize our industry, but it is also high enough for industry to decarbonize and comprehensive, which ours currently isn't. So let me now close with the last part of my presentation today. So where is Indonesia at in terms of developing its carbon markets and carbon pricing and the new presidential regulation, which we hope can change things? So if you look at the trends in Indonesia's compliance market, which is now confined to the electricity grid within PLN and now going to be expanded, already being expanded to outside of PLN, that's the only compliance market we have right now. It is still very low in value and very low in price. Even though the number of participants has grown, to even a targeted of 620, the value is still very low at 84 to 85 billion. And the price is really very low at 0.68 to 0.80 cents US dollar. So for carbon pricing to drive real behavior change, it's not enough to just have this in isolation as a standalone tool. It must be integrated with industrial and fiscal policy. And really, it didn't really work because it was confined to the PLN grid, even though opening it up didn't really seem to have expanded the value either. So definitely we are need to really take a more comprehensive approach. Next slide. And this is really where the president is committed, I would say, to building a high integrity carbon market. We just launched, the government just launched the new presidential decree number 110 that mandates for the development of a robust carbon pricing ecosystem. it was recently agreed, but there was a long process involved in getting there. And I think 2 of the members of your panel were quite involved in that process. And it did start during Pak Luhut's time. But anyway, the regulation is here now. And it is aimed at addressing the stagnation in Indonesia's carbon market and be able to, for us to be able to take the opportunity from the value of carbon. Let me just very briefly describe what is in the regulation, and therefore hopefully we can generate this. The panelists, I'm sure, will be digging more deeply into the different points. But really, the main idea of the new regulation is really about 3 things, 3 fundamental points. First is what I started out at the beginning. It is about integrating climate and economic growth planning by positioning green, resilient growth at the center of our low-carbon planning that will inform our nationally determined contributions and the carbon market ecosystem. I think this is hopefully a clear breakthrough in terms of how we want to approach things. And within the informing NDC, there will be a lot of modeling work. I just want to emphasize that there will be a lot of macro modeling, sectoral modeling, and how do you integrate these models kind of work. And we all know there's not one model that's going to be answering everything, but how do you start with the existing models, improve them, find the gaps, and then how should they be integrated? That's also part of what we intend to do. Second, streamlining the business process for offsets, for offset trading, by a direct recognition of high integrity international standards, not requiring MRAs anymore, but requiring it to be linked to high integrity international standards. And there will be a SRUK, System Registrasi Unit Carbon. How do you translate that into English? Registration system for the value of carbon, is that right? Which will be very important as a starting point to establish this. And finally, the governance part of it. There will be decentralized governance framework by clearly clear demarcation of roles between central and sectoral authorities, overseen by a steering committee that is made up that is led by the coordinating Ministry of Food Security with 2 vice coordinating ministries and a number of the key sectoral ministries, and a full-time secretariat to support the governance. Next slide. Oh, this is, we are already talking there. Okay. Yes, so this tells you how it's structured. Because I think we're at the beginning of trying to make sure that the institutions are there. Climate change is so cross-sectoral. We did look at how other countries design the overall structure of how they design who is overseeing the climate change policy. In most countries, however the structure is, it has to go directly to the president. It has to have that high level of political commitment. So anyway, this will be the structure that we have today. And then decentralization, decentralized governance. From the new presidential decree, we have mandated to have decentralized governance with this National Steering Committee. And the decentralization aims to encourage participation from the sectoral ministries in establishing a sectoral carbon market that is integrated with other sectors. This was what was missing before. And therefore, sectoral ministries will be responsible for Indonesia's emission trading system, such as the Ministry of Industry and Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, which are expected to collaborate to establish an interoperable emission trading system. So does the offset market that will be done by other sectoral ministries that are responsible for regulating offset projects. So to make sure the market, both in compliance and offset, is interoperable, transparent, traceable, and high quality, the Ministry of Environment and the Indonesian Financial Services Authority, or OJK, are collaborating in establishing the National Carbon Unit Registry. Also, our National Planning Agency will be involved in integrating the grand design of the carbon pricing ecosystem and national economic plan. Thus, the aspiration of the President that I mentioned earlier in the beginning can be achieved through the low-carbon economic instruments, such as carbon pricing. Lastly, the governance also puts the steering committee, where I shouldn't read this, where I am mandated to be advisor. I was invited to be the advisor to the steering committee, which comprises of various ministries which lead coordination, provide and policy direction, conduct monitoring and evaluation, and report progress to the President on a regular basis. But the key of it is that the Secretariat, we are planning to have a Secretariat that will have full-time experts and professionals, and we will definitely be looking for collaboration and partnerships with experts and with many development partners and so on. So I think this is really what we hope to achieve. This is the beginning of a process, but we have an ambitious timeline, right, guys? Some of the task force members are here, so I'm looking at them. We have an ambitious timeline of 2 years, right? Why? Because the peak of 2030 is approaching, and we want to have if you want to take advantage of the the demand that's going to be increasing leading up to 2030, we better have our credible carbon ecosystem there for us to take the opportunity. So let me end with hope that we can have a good discussion on all that I've just tried to set the scene. And a key enabler for us is really coordination through interagency and multi-stakeholder governance in the carbon pricing ecosystem. It is complicated, it is complex, but it is really something that we as a country, we do have the potential and the opportunity. I think Nick and both Nick and Andrew emphasized that. So I just want to hope that we can all work together on this journey, and together we can build our economic growth, which is, this comes from my World Bank days, green, resilient, and inclusive. Really, we also need to never forget I forgot to mention what Nick emphasized. Climate transition is complex. There will be people who will be affected, sectors who will be affected, regions that will be affected. So how do you do climate transition in a just and affordable way is also needs to be part of our policy approach. So thank you, and I look forward to the inspiring discussions we will have today. I hope I didn't exceed my 15 minutes. Maybe I did. Sorry about that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Bu Mari, for your insightful remarks. You may return to your seat. Okay, we already listened from the Bu Mari. She has pointed out several important points. First, Bu Mari give us a big picture on how to transform our economy to a greener one, including look at the prioritized sector. And then the next one is Bu Mari also emphasized on the role of carbon pricing, in particular carbon border adjustment like CBAM or CBAM-like, and how to navigate and look at both at the challenge and also opportunities from the CBAM. And then the next one is Bu Mari also brief us on the progress of carbon pricing regulation, in particular the new presidential decree. I take note here, there are 3 things in the new Perpres. First is integrating climate and economic growth planning, and then the next one is streamlining business process for offset trading, and the next one is to reform the governance framework of the carbon pricing. Yeah, okay, so now we move to the panel session. Our panel session filled in with the very excellent panelists. Let me introduce them one by one. First, I would like to welcome Pak Edo Mahendra. Pak Edo is the principal advisor to the Minister of Forestry of the Republic of Indonesia and also the executive chairperson of the Indonesia Energy Transition Joint Office, which coordinates the implementation of the Just Energy Transition Partnership of or JETP. Pak Edo, please join me on the stage. Please give a warm applause to Pak Edo. Okay. Next, I would like to welcome Ibu Kuki Suyahmun. Ibu Kuki is the Director of Indonesia Research Institute for Decarbonization or IRID. She joins the Office of Indonesia's President Special Envoy or PSE for climate change for 2 terms from 2010 to 2019, where she assisted the PSA in international climate negotiation, including during the preparation of the Paris Agreement. Bu Kuki, please join me on the stage. Please give applause to Bu Kuki. Next is Robin Burgess. Robin is a professor of economics at the London School of Economics and Political Science and co-founder and director of the International Growth Center or IGC. He also directs LSE, Economics of Environment and Energy or EEE, research program with research spanning development, environment, and political economy, often in partnership with government in low and middle income countries. Welcome, Pak Robin. Okay, last but not least is Alan Shaw. Alan is an assistant professor of economics at Stanford University and a research affiliate of the International Growth Center LSE. He works on environmental and development economics using tools from empirical industrial organization and international trade. Okay, thank you, Pak Alan, for coming. Yeah, thank you for coming to our event. I know some of you have taken a long trip from UK and US coming to Jakarta. So I'm very excited with our panel because we have a very complete set of panelists that can enrich our discussion and look from different angle when we talk about carbon pricing and carbon market. So they represent a perspective from the policy, practice, and also research, and looking not only on the domestic but also international or global point of view. I will brief a little bit on the format of our session. First, each panelist will deliver short remarks, maybe about 5 to 6 minutes, and I will give a follow-up question for some of the panelists, and then we can open Q&A for the floor or our audience. And please be brief in giving your remarks because we want to have a fruitful discussion with the audience. Okay, first I would like to give the opportunity for Pak Edo Mahendra to speak. Yeah, time is yours, Pak Edo.
Okay, thank you, Bu Alin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning to everyone. I have 6 minutes. I think I don't have to say anything because everything has already been explained by Pak Luhut and Bu Mari. So I'm going to try my best. It's true that carbon pricing in Indonesia has come a long way. So it didn't started a few months ago. It started a few years ago, yeah, quite some time. And of course, in October, finally the long-awaited regulatory framework was signed by the president, and it shows the end of the beginning of the dawn of an era for Indonesia's carbon pricing. So I'm going to speak a little bit about the philosophy of that new regulation, already explained by Bu Mari as well. But what we'd like to see is how we can connect our environment aspirations and targets with our broader economic development through green growth strategy, green growth platform. Hence, this also means so that we can aim to minimize the potential short-run trade-off between our environment targets and our economic targets going forward. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the not key changes, I think Bu Mari already explained, the key changes of the new regulatory framework But some of the philosophy that has changed that I would like to re-emphasize here are the following. Number one is the change of paradigm. In the previous regulatory regime, carbon pricing was viewed more like residual. So if anyone recalls, in Presidential Regulation 98/2021, we can only do carbon financing once our NDC is already fulfilled. Now we switch that paradigm the other way around, because that's the whole point of having a market-based climate financing like carbon financing, so that we can utilize that, so that we can also benefit from the untapped potentials of climate financing in the form of market-based carbon financing. So it was a switch, a shift from residual to instrumental. Number two is related to the improved governance or enhanced governance. I think in the presentation, Ibu Mari mentioned about the decentralization. This is important to make sure that Indonesia will have a bigger chance to make sure that the carbon ecosystem that we are currently building will be successful going forward. That means the reason why we decentralize the governance, well, inject quite a significant degree of decentralization in the carbon ecosystem, is very simple: to insert agency and ownership by the sector, which is led by the line or sectoral ministries. And this is very important because in the end of the day, let's say if we want to optimize our carbon financing, be it through the Article 6 deals or non-Article 6, like say the VCM, it's very critical that the line ministries, the sectoral, knows what's happening within the environmental, within their sectoral targets. So they need to understand the numbers of their NDCs, for instance, NDC targets. From the 5 sectors, everybody has to have an understanding of that. Once they know that, then they can do the maximum. Then they need to do an optimization exercise. What I meant by optimization exercise is that, you know, we have the environmental targets, and then let's say we have 2 channels with 2 variables to optimize our climate financing. Number one is through the PACM, the Paris Agreement mechanism. Second one, let's say through the VCM to support our NDC target as well. These 2 could be optimized so that Indonesia can can achieve our environmental targets, or at the same time also create new sources of growth to support the 8% growth that is targeted by the president. In order for this to happen, so it's really important, the decentralization, so they understand the NDC, their numbers, how to get there, and the strategy to get there as well, including the climate financing. Because normally, I mean, in the past few years, people always think that, okay, we need to do climate financing only from 2 sources. That's number one is our internal cash, that is the budget. Number 2 is through non-market instrument, that is the result-based payment. To be honest, this is an academic symposium. I think it's safe for me to say that we're not going to get there. Indonesia we will not get there if we do not unlock all potential channels from climate financing. With this decentralization, then there should be a synergy between the line ministries and our national focal point to UNFCCC to report our environmental targets for the 2030 and for the second NDC 2035. So we hope with this synergy and also by the inclusion of the environment and macro modeling together going forward, then we can have, you know, a synergy, an informed model for policy decision making that will make sure that there will be no trade-off, and actually the environmental targets could actually support our broader economic development. So we switch it. Now it's become an instrument to achieve several items in development, hence the environment, the economic, the social, and also Indonesia's competitiveness. And the third thing is also the spirit of the Perpres, I think was mentioned by Pak Luhut this morning about deregulation. And it's also one of the key points in the presidential regulation Bu Mari mentioned about the nature of the non-obligation of the MRA, and at the same time, we are open, but we also build our capability so that we make it simple. Finally, I think the key word for this is to tap this potential carbon financing. Two things. Yeah, the keyword is trust. What has been lacking is not the lack of supply, it's not the lack of demand, it's the lack of trust. What is trust? Trust is within the supply side, in the demand, and everything in between the supply and the demand, hence the standards, the MRVs, and also what happens afterwards. And then we finally need to build the ecosystem so that Indonesia can move going forward to build a robust carbon ecosystem. Hence, we can move from carbon intensive to carbon efficient, and from extractive economy to regenerative economy. I think I will stop here now. Thank you.
Beginning that we should have Pak Apit Priyanugraha from the Green Industry Center, Ministry of Industry, but he regret for cannot joining us today because of another important agenda meeting with the minister. Okay, now I would like to welcome Ibu Kuki to deliver remarks.
Thank you, Bu Alin, and good still morning, I think. Yeah, good morning, everyone, and thank you for having me. I think I'll just continue from what Pak Edo mentioned. From the domestic, I think I would like to start with the domestic market, because if you are talking about carbon market, then we have like two, right? Domestic market as well as international market. So from what I've seen so far, we have, I think, one challenge in the domestic market so far. We don't have a real supply and demand, like it's not really there. Why? Because we don't really have like a clear setting of target for each sectors. So far we cannot have a clear demand for a domestic market. So there will be no domestic market, that effective domestic market. I think the new regulation 110 already set there, like we need to have this carbon budget, right? Starting with carbon budget, and then each sector, as Pak Edo mentioned earlier, and also Pak Luhut and Bu Mari also, each sector will need to set their target. And I think with that also, each sector will define how they will achieve their target, right? So then that will create like a domestic market itself. So I think this is something that for Indonesia, I think if Indonesia want to have a real carbon market for domestic one, especially for the, not for the voluntary, but for a kind of more, how do you call it, compliance market, then we need that. We need to set a clear set, how do you call it, target for carbon market itself domestically. So that would be the first one, I think. And again, I think in the regulation, the new one, it's also already mentioned that both whatever standard, right, and methodology, be it the one that the Indonesian methodology or international standard and methodology can be used. So that also can help both, like Indonesian community and industries to develop their own, but also at the same time to develop the methodology and try to register it internationally, because some of the activities may be very specific Indonesian, situation. It's not always the same with the international one, so maybe we also need to develop our own methodologies, but it need to be aligned with the international one so that can be recognized. And again, this methodology then can be used also for international trading. So for the international market, I think what we need to develop is, to be able to produce the unit that up to the international standard. And I think what is in the current regulation that basically recognizing and we can use the international standard directly is already, I think, the right way of doing it, so that we can directly use it and without, too many processes, right? That would be the one. And also, I think the way to use the carbon market as instrument rather than, like Edo mentioned as a, what is the residual? I think that would be best, because for me, especially if we are talking about the voluntary one, or maybe the PACM, right, Pak Edo, the Paris Agreement crediting mechanism, then we can also get a lot of international investment, foreign investment, as well as access to more advanced technology that currently we cannot, or our private sector might not be able to get without, sharing carbon unit with potential investors, because most of the investors now are also looking for carbon benefits kind of things. So I think that would be, if we are talking about what are needed for Indonesian carbon market and also the players or actors, I think those are things that need to be developed. And there are already, in a way, I think in the new Perpres, as I think as Bu Mari already mentioned earlier, the challenges now is how to make things happen. And agree, Bu, the Komra and the whole team will have a lot of the homework to make it happen. And also, again, because at the end of the day, we have to make sure that whatever the transaction that we did will not be, overselling. We don't want to be overselling. So the role of the DNA to do the authorization and as well as corresponding adjustment, I think is very key. So that one also, and again, I like the decentralization of the whole governance, but the capacity of those are involved are very key. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Bu Kuki. You've pointed out the important things on the carbon market in Indonesia. Next, Pak Robin. Oh yeah.
Burgess, and I'm one of the directors of the IGC, and also professor of economics at LSE. I'm not sure if there's any slides, but anyway, let me just describe the key message I wanted to get across. So about a year ago, I was invited by the COP president to write a report on carbon markets, creating an international carbon market. And I think what's important, listening to Bu Mari and Pa Luhut, is essentially the value for investment into Indonesia. So I think we can understand that wherever wherever emissions happen, that contributes to climate change. So essentially what happened is in the last year, there's been a group convened under the COP president to think about some big new ideas in carbon markets. And I think what came from that is essentially three things. One is that we need to get carbon emissions down at the lowest possible cost. And that basically means that countries like Indonesia have a comparative advantage, for example, in nature-based projects. There's probably also considerable investment that can happen in renewables. So the idea of this proposal, which was created over the last year and presented in COP, the end result of that was the creation of an open coalition on carbon compliance markets, which Bu Mari mentioned. And why that's so critical is that suddenly, for the first time, you're seeing the value of bringing in renewables, the value of bringing in nature-based projects, and obviously industrial projects into that market. So what I wanted to do, so we only have a very short time, is to just sketch what's in that proposal. So that it has two pillars. The first is an opt-in coalition of jurisdictions. So we're already working extensively with Brazil. And in Brazil, what's interesting is you have alignment from the president down to the Minister of Environment, Silva, down to the Minister of Finance, Haddad, down to the COP president, basically to create a functioning carbon compliance market. And everybody in this room should understand what a carbon compliance market is. It's essentially a mechanism where you trade permits within that compliance market, and over time, those permits come down. So the permissions come down. And that means that the emissions within a given country are coming down, for example, in Indonesia or Brazil. But the critical idea that we're focusing on is that we need to bend the whole global curve. So if we're really honest, if you look at this stuff sort of impartially, we're not making it. If you look at emissions over time, they're not falling in line with the kind of targets that we have in mind. So we were kind of asked to come up with some big new ideas on how to do that. And the first thing is this kind of opt-in coalition, that you would come in, you would join, you would start a compliance market, and then you'd connect them across a space. And as the speakers already said, the second most important thing is that you create some measurement, accountancy, risk mitigation, and verification institution so that you can have interoperability across the compliance markets. So we've spent the last year basically talking to all the players in the carbon markets and accountancy, risk mitigation, in order to figure out how are we going to do this. And we've got some initial ideas, but the only way that's going to work is we start with particular compliance markets, Brazil, Indonesia, we're going to India next. There's a lot of interest in other countries. We met the Koreans, we met the Singaporeans, we met Nigeria. All these markets are coming up. And I think what I'd like to do in the remaining kind of couple of minutes is simply to sort of point to the fact that there is suddenly a moment in this world where there's really considerable interest in the creation of these compliance markets and linking them across space. And you can see immediately why that might be the case. If the abatement costs are very high in Europe or elsewhere in the world, then being able to trade in projects, nature-based projects, renewable projects, into these compliance markets is very attractive. It means that Europe can bend more quickly. It means the global curve will bend more quickly. And what I wanted to so we're basically looking to work with governments, principally in Brazil and Indonesia at the moment, and often, hopefully, India, how to do this. It's really a how to do it problem. How can you expand to a wider set of types of projects with a view to actually achieving some considerable scale? And what's critical here, and I think it came across in Jonathan's remarks, is working with political jurisdictions. You have to work with political jurisdictions that have the scale of achieving decarbonization. Obviously, lots of private sector projects can come into the market, but ultimately political jurisdictions have to operate these carbon compliance markets. So I'm just going to say 5 things to finish, and I think it's kind of to give a bit of a sense of hope that we can do this. So the first thing is that just the astonishing rise of compliance markets. It's not something that everybody is aware of. So if we go, I love maps. So this is 2000, nothing's happening. 2005, you have EU ETS. And then what's really striking is you slowly start to build these compliance markets across space. Indonesia comes in. And then look at this. So this is the world today. The green are the planned markets. The blue are the ones that are operating. We're not saying these are all operating perfectly. But what you see immediately is the scope to exploit comparative advantage. So in Brazil, Indonesia, huge interest in nature-based projects, trading nature-based projects. Huge interest in renewables. When we talk to the Indians, their principal want in the COP delegation in Belém, when we presented this, is we want to have investment in renewables. That's what we need to decarbonize India. But we need international money coming in through these carbon markets to achieve that. So that's one thing that's really, that's the sort of first thing that makes me hopeful that creating this sort of international carbon market would be feasible. The second thing is energy, and this is sort of kind of a magical point in my career where I've been working on forests in Indonesia and Brazil for 15 or so years. And then I've also been working on the solar industry in China. And suddenly these two things come together in this potential carbon market. But this is the picture of solar prices across the world. And what you see in 2007 is this acceleration in the fall of solar prices. So the work that I've been doing in China is basically focusing on patenting, solar patenting. And this is the picture for the world. So that's China, that's the rest of the countries. So there's two ways of looking at this. The first way is, could Indonesia start to enter these kind of green technology markets? And there's some ambition there. But even more simply, can it benefit more from the diffusion of renewables? Because what the evidence is now suggesting is that the temperature projections, the only reason they're coming down a bit is primarily because of the spread of renewables. So this is patenting across the world. And if you look at China, so this is China in 2001 with the different cities, and then this is China in 2019. So the darkness of the colors projects a number of patents being created in those cities. So China moves from nothing in 2001 to being the dominant player in renewables, in this case solar, but also EV, wind, and so forth. But when you look at the picture we can explain just from those Chinese policies about a 50% of the fall in the solar prices. So those Chinese subsidies are contributing for the world a 50% fall in the time. But what's interesting is if you look at where solar is actually being installed and where it should be installed because it's got higher capacity, it's actually not the place it's being installed. So there's huge potential for renewables like solar to come into countries like Indonesia, but figuring out how to do that often requires big investments in infrastructure, which can come from these carbon markets. And the final sort of thing that I wanted to mention, and this is sort of the picture for rich countries and for China, and you can see the penetration of renewables into the emerging markets is not as quick, even though that's where the emissions are rising. So there's a big sort of, how do we break that investment thing? As we said, at the beginning of the session, how do we push more investment into things like renewables? The last thing, which I think is sort of close to the heart of academics, is the measurement revolution. So in order to kind of package up these markets into credible projects, you need to be able to measure the carbon content in, for example, nature-based projects. And that advance has just been staggering. The quality of satellite data, the ability to create counterfactuals, and that's been happening both for nature-based projects and importantly also for renewables. So if I invest in a big solar farm in a country, I can now estimate how much less emissions is happening as a result of those investments, and that can be traded in the markets. And that's a completely new idea, because if you think of EU ETS, it's primarily industrials. There's now 5% nature-based being put in, which will create demand for projects coming out of Indonesia. Okay, so let me just stop by just saying the final thing, which I think is also important in terms of the kind of innovation that's driving the rise of this market. And that is, there's a lot of innovation in figuring out contractually how you package up private sector projects into packages that can be sold in these carbon markets. But there's also some contractual innovations. For example, this is the UK electricity supply emissions. This is when the particular contractual form came in, and that allowed a lot more offshore wind to come into the market, which led to overall emissions. So when you look at the UK, the principal reason that emissions have flattened is because of offshore wind, which was driven actually by a contractual innovation that allowed wind to come into the market. And then finally, I just wanted to sort of end by saying that, I do think these 5 recent developments didn't exist in 2000, and we should be exploiting them to be at the frontier in the development of a market, for example, in Indonesia. So I'll stop there. This is the actual report that was presented in COP. You're happy to have a look at it. But I think from my sort of reckoning over the last year, I would say that Brazil, partly because of the political alignment, Indonesia, also because of the political alignment, are the principal places where these really big markets could emerge and show the way on how you run credible carbon markets. I think that word of credibility is so critical, because remember, the fundamental problem with the voluntary carbon markets is low prices because of lack. So if you can improve measurement, you can improve credibility, a lot more investment will be coming into places like Indonesia and Brazil. And I sense a kind of, as Nick and Andrew mentioned, a kind of seriousness in Indonesia to do this. There's also a big seriousness to do this in places like Brazil. So funnily enough, the US sort of moving away from this has, if anything, galvanized people to kind of work harder on this. It's like, if we don't do it, nobody else is going to do it. So it's exciting to be here, and thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Robin, for your remarks. Next, last but not least, we have Pak Alan. Please be brief, Pak Alan.
Yes, I think I also have some slides to put up. Great, so I'll talk today about the global conservation frontier, and let me start by just summarizing my two main points that I want to leave you with today. The first is that Indonesia will be, but also already is, a conservation leader. And point two is that conservation policy is, of course, fundamentally challenging. So as we think about deforestation globally, in this map from a recent paper I have with some co-authors who include Ben Olken, who many of you may know, we map out the global edge of the forest across all of the different countries around the world. And in the dark blue, you see where the edge of the forest is, the edge of kind of pristine primary forest that is being chomped away at by agricultural expansion. And what you see here is that the frontier is not in Europe, the frontier is in Brazil, in the Congo, and in Indonesia. And so Indonesia is a conservation leader because it is at the frontier. Europe is very active in policy making, but Europe does not sit at the physical frontier. Europe cannot be, in terms of deforestation, a deforestation leader. Only Indonesia can be, only Brazil can be. And what I want to highlight here is a sort of former past way of thinking about things. Policy in the past has tended to be more of the flavor of a call to punish Indonesia for deforestation and deforestation activity, palm oil restrictions, the EU deforestation regulation, the carbon border adjustment mechanism that we've been talking about. And what I want to highlight, and which is something that's very consistent with the discussion so far today, is that there's a path forward both in terms of how academics are thinking about these issues, but also how policymakers are thinking about these issues, which is that in the future we're moving more towards instead a world in which it is recognized that Indonesia is giving up domestic economic gains in order to curb emissions and help the entire world. And in that sense, Indonesia should be recognized and rewarded for its conservation potential, and global carbon markets are, of course, one important way to do this. So you can think about this as payments for ecosystem services at national scale, which is an idea that already has precedence. Norway, for example, has recognized these ecosystem services that Brazil, that Indonesia can provide to the world. In 2010, Norway pledged $1 billion in cash incentives to slow deforestation in these two countries, with some positive results, but still relatively limited in scale. And the problem in the Indonesian context, at least as we talk about palm oil profits, is that $1 billion, of course, sounds like a large amount. It is substantial. It is an important commitment. But $1 billion is small relative to the economic gains that Indonesia is able to harvest from palm oil. And moreover, the gains from conservation in Indonesia, by protecting the very carbon-rich peatland forests in the Indonesian ecosystem, those gains are massive and help the entire world as the world tries to hit its climate targets. And so we need sort of more than $1 billion in order to recognize those services that Indonesia is providing to the world. Now, I mentioned Brazil and Norway's kind of cash incentives for Brazil. In Brazil, this was a case in which there was progress being made, but then progress was reversed. So under Lula, former president, in the yellow you see this decline in deforestation rates. And then under Bolsonaro, subsequent administration, those deforestation rates started to go up again. And in fact, that deforestation that happened under Bolsonaro, if you count up the land area, exceeded the total area of the entire country of Belgium. And so what I also want to highlight here is a sense in which conservation policy is challenging. environmental regulation we know is difficult. And what I want to highlight here is that Indonesia, in this kind of space of navigating how to design regulation, can also be an important leader globally. Again, let's also talk about how in the past, the focus in terms of designing regulation was more on implementation, a little bit more about administrative capacity, logistics, how do you actually put regulation into place on the ground. But then as we move forward, I also want to add this additional focus on durability and political durability. In particular, we know now that political support from key stakeholders is absolutely crucial for regulation to last. And so in this new paper, also with Robin and with Ben Olken, we kind of highlight this political nature of regulation, that regulation faces a sort of political trade-off. On the one hand, at one extreme, if you have very strong regulation, that's great in the sense that you can reduce carbon emissions by a lot, but then that kind of very strong, very strict regulation is not so easy to keep in place over time, and it's not so easy to kind of resist the political tensions that might come up as a result of that strict regulation. On the other extreme, if you have no regulation or very weak regulation, well, there's no one that's going to protest politically, and so it's more durable in that sense, but then there are lower emission reductions that are being realized. And so what I think this kind of implies is this real importance for designing regulation efficiently and targeting it very precisely. In that sense, if we design smart conservation policy, that's going to lessen this political trade-off. And I'll end there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pak Alan. Okay, we already hear insightful remarks from all panelists. Now we move to the discussion session, but because we have limited time, I will start with asking maybe only two of our four panelists here, and then we move to the question and answer with the audience. First, I would like to ask Pak Edo ya. Pak Edo, Robin just mentioned about the initiative of unified carbon market. So how is your opinion about this initiative raised in the COP30 about this unified carbon market, and does Indonesia have the possibility to support and chip into this initiative? 3 minutes.
Okay, sorry. Thank you, Bu Alin. Short answer, I think this should have been what we should have instead of CBAMs, multiple CBAMs, so permission to speak freely. Yeah. So I think what is, I mean, at least I need to read the paper first, but I think a unified carbon market, so long as the principle is not price equalization, but common but differentiated responsibility, I think that should be the way to go. Because the thing with CBAM is, if it's not done properly, more like a trade policy instrument rather than the environment instrument, and with the proliferation of CBAMs might lead to race to the bottom instead of race to the top, and those that will be will hurt the most will be mostly the least developed countries of emerging economies that are not with low baseline and with some challenging trajectory toward green transition. So I think, to be honest, I think that should be the way to go related to Parabin. Now the challenge is, I don't know whether in terms of what we have at global governance, it is politically feasible. To be honest, I'm not so sure if the concept here that is developed by the academia would be accepted by our colleagues from EU. To be honest, I don't know. I hope he will, but I think if that is the case, then we could change this to become. I think it's more efficient. The loss, the efficiency loss would be lower, and the chance to create a system that upholds the common but differentiated responsibility is also probability would be higher, rather than what we have multiple CBAMs. Because the thing with CBAM, in my view, please correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, I don't think I'm wrong. It's more like price equalization. I don't think it would be achievable for countries like Indonesia, at least in the short or medium term.
Okay, thank you, Pak Edo. Next, I would like to ask two questions to Pak Robin. First is about energy subsidy in Indonesia. So Indonesia still provide huge amount of energy subsidy. What is the best strategy to align energy subsidy issue with the implementation of carbon pricing? And should we wait until the subsidy is gone and then, or we can do like parallel, reduce subsidy gradually and then implement ambitious carbon pricing. And then the next question is about we've seen the global trends of adopting ETS is like more preferable to countries rather than carbon tax. So what do you see in relation to Indonesia? What is the likely of Indonesia implement carbon tax looking at this global trends condition?
The first thing is that already in this open coalition, the EU has joined, China has joined, 16 other countries have joined. And you think, well, why is that happening? And I think in the case of China, it's renewables. They understand that they're going to be selling their renewables into these markets as part of the decarbonization strategy for Indonesia or wherever. And that's good because, you know, that's what we need. And I think renewables, I think the political will to join this, it's a voluntary opt-in, but once you're in, then you have to be subject to the rules of the standardization. So I think that's the first thing, that there's suddenly a point, which I don't think existed 5 years ago. Then you ask, why did the EU in? The EU's in there because it's in a bad fiscal position, and it wants, you know, cheaper permits to buy into the EU. And in fact, the EU just a few weeks ago passed the 5% nature-based rule, which will then generate a whole bunch of demand for permits. I think that the political will is there. Obviously, the political will is not there in the US right now, apart from maybe California. So I think that's the most important thing, that there is political will to do this now. Now, it only works if the permits you're selling into the market are credible, because otherwise the prices will remain incredibly low. But the kind of prices you're paying for permits in the EU compared to the prices you're paying for, say, nature-based in Brazil or Indonesia are just vastly different. So it's about closing that gap by introducing credibility. The second thing is on the energy subsidies. Politically difficult, but remember that anything you do to reduce carbon, whether that's closing coal stations, reducing subsidies, in principle can be sold into this market. So the principle of the market is you're not excluding any projects on the basis of risk. You're just allowing them to get into the market and then they get priced at the thing. So if there's something like closing a power plant or removing subsidies, then that's something that is going to lead to less carbon emissions within Indonesia, and that project can be sold into the market. So the big thing here is a kind of an expansion of the types of projects that get brought into the market. And that's only been made feasible because of the measurement. Before, we couldn't do proper counterfactuals for nature-based, we couldn't do proper counterfactuals for renewables. We could do the continuous emission monitoring, so that was easier on the industrial side. And I'm not saying it's all done, we're still figuring out how to do it, but it's gotten so much better because of the precision of measurement. Thank you. So I think, to be very honest, I mean, Ibu Marie was part of the group with Catherine Wolfram, and Catherine Wolfram's report with Marie was part of this creation of this open coalition of carbon compliance markets. I think it's absolutely fine to have carbon pricing as an initial step, as a sort of reaction to the CBAM. I do think the ultimate best system are cap and trade systems, and the reason for that is the very simple one, that you get then the ability to bring down the cap, so that, you know, and bring it down just in Indonesia is not. Remember, we have to bring it down in the whole world. So as you create this connection, you're basically creating a market with a whole cap. By joining the market, you're committing to bringing down the whole global emissions curve. But I think we have to do what we can do politically. And you know, Catherine and I have talked a lot, and we meet all the time. and you work out what you can do, but then you want to ultimately. So what we were doing is a kind of first principles, first best, going back to the initial comments in the session. And it'll take a while to get there. And it'll only work, and this is the critical thing, by working really, really, really closely with the political jurisdictions involved. Because it's the scale thing, both on the enforcement side, but also in the creation of projects that matters, which is why we're already working very closely with Christina Rice in Brazil, who's setting up the unit to do the carbon, the compliance market in Brazil. We'd love to do the same in Indonesia. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Robin. So now we move to discussion with the audience. I will take 3 questions from participants, and I will look whether we have the second round for the question and answer. And given limited time, please be brief in delivering your question, and please indicate your name and institution. Okay, so we have 1, 2. 2 questions from the in-person participant. Yeah, and we also have a question from online participant. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Wait. Hello. Can you hear my voice? Okay. Thank you so much for the session. I have one question, but probably quite philosophical. But if we talk about Indonesia, like given the data fragmentation and the quality of institution where things on paper that may look wonderful, but during the implementation, everything sort of like stray away from the ideal. Given that this kind of policy may become a mechanism for greenwashing event, so what are, in terms of the design, what kind of institution and the data framework that will be needed to make sure that there are stopgaps, and if there are litigation, if there are safeguards, what kind of safeguards are needed, especially if we talk about the current condition in Indonesia, and if we talk about carbon market, we talk about trust, but trust is very limited right now in the country. So how to build that trust if we don't have transparency in the data is fragmented and even covered, and so that is like one of the big questions, how to make this, how to reduce the potential for greenwashing for this kind of policy. And I think I want to ask about the claim that Indonesia is leading in terms of conservation. That I wonder, what do you mean by leading? Because if we look at the current Sumatra's disaster, I don't think we are leading in the conservation at all. So I wonder what are the metrics for that claim, and what do you mean by we are leading in conservation? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, please set your name and institution.
Yeah. My name is Milda, and I'm from LPM.
Yeah, okay. Maybe your first question can be answered by Pak Edwin Bukuki, and then the second by Alan. Yeah, okay. Next. Yeah.
Good morning, panelists. My name's Ardi. I'm Ibu Mari's assistant, actually. I'm from the Office of Presidential Special Envoy for International Trade and Multilateral Cooperation. What I'm gonna ask probably for the whole panelists here, there too. Yeah, the thing is, like, I totally agree with the whole ideas of like global cooperation and also carbon pricing. Like, deeply agree with that. But the thing is, like, what kind of global cooperation that we need, right? As like I just open up you know, a data of our current carbon market in the world right now. The issuance getting down and down. It's because first the first person telling us about the trust, like the trust is deteriorating right now, and also I think it's like many people don't believe of this carbon pricing whole things ecosystem. How like the possible way to increase the trust, like global trust of carbon pricing? That's the first question. The second question is like, Robin, I'm deeply interested in global cooperation, like I mentioned before. But the thing is like, how does your view, like does idea of connected global pricing fit with our Article 6.4? I know that there is our former negotiator of Article 6 over there, so probably she might also have a comments on that. How does that fit? Because like in Belém, in Brazil, we got quite a pushback on the Article 6.4 because like there are a couple of principles. For example, like the automatic downward adjustment and also permanence of 100 years, and many other principles that might exclude like nature-based solutions and also renewable energy, for example. But you are pretty optimistic on those two sectors, right? How does that fit? Like how your idea fit with the Article 6 at the moment? Like this is the ongoing discussion. And the last one for Alan, probably I'm asking about the considering that nature-based solutions might not be able to in the future enter the carbon market, like because of the Article 6 negotiations and also the credibility of the market and so on and so forth. What kind of other incentives and also cooperation that might effectively incentivize people to keep the forestry sectors and also develop the governance and stuff. So yeah, that's all my questions. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Mas Ardi. And I want to collect one question from the online participant before each panelist respond to the question. Yeah, maybe, yeah, the second question for Pak Robin. What causal inference research question are most urgently needed to make carbon market more effective in developing countries? In particular, where do you see the biggest gap in identifying the causal impact of carbon market on emission reduction from or household behavior and distributional outcome, given challenge such as a selection into project, weak enforcement, and heterogeneous institutional capacity? So I would like to ask maybe from Pak Edo, Bu Kuki, Pak Robin, and Alan, 3 minutes for each of you to respond to all questions given by participant. Thank you.
So I'm gonna the first one, yeah, the conservation. I don't think I would disagree, meaning that it's a challenge. But in Indonesia, because we are fast area, but I believe that what will happen in the future, that's how we will. Some of the problems are enforcement, some of the problems are economics. The budget for this very huge conservation area, I think it's less than 50 billion, only in the 40 billion area. So, and then with the presence of, so it's not easy. So that's why going forward, using I would say capitalizing the new persistent regulation, the Ministry of Forestry will open 3 boxes to make sure that we can increase our ammo for the fight against this climate crisis. Number 1 is the box for the sustainable forest management. This is the large concession holders. Again, we think they are cutting trees non-stop, but actually the utilization rate for the illegal cutting is actually quite low. And this is derived because of the some issues, I would say industrial policy issues, my personal view, because if the marginal cost is higher than marginal rate, they don't cut it. And if it's an idle capital, it might increase the probability of people doing funny business. And then that might create the issue that undetected, illegal activities inside legal concessions. So that's why we need to fix this box. We will open for that. Assigning property rights, that's one thing. Yes, we're deciding that. But we have to make sure that economics work. So this cannot be just like a piecemeal policy carbon. No. The sunsetting of the forestry sector needs to be reversed because the utilization rate is very low. Is maybe in the lower, maybe close to 30% of utilization rate of this. If people don't do the sustainable cutting, they will do something else. So we have to fix this. And to increase the chance for them to also can, I would say, get some returns from services like this carbon pricing. Number two, I want you to cut me, but I need to Number two is the social forestry as well. This includes the customary forests. We are aiming to give again, property rights for this customary forest because we believe that they need to get the market works for them as well. So that because they are the real guardians at the lower level. Number three, the conservation.
Pak Edo, 30 seconds for
the conservation
for governance in carbon market. For answering Mimi question.
So, okay, we'll do that. So first, the conservation. We're going to open for the first time. We're preparing minister regulation to open potential investment for ARR activities in the conservation area. So for afforestation, reforestation, and revegetation, we're open. And this means carbon removals. It's a long-term deal, but again, we are open. We're going to open this. So hopefully this can also fix that underinvestment issue, the economics part of the conservation efforts in Indonesia. Now, related to the global governance, again, this thing is a collective action. This climate crisis is collective action problem. So the textbook is very clear. It's not easy to solve it. We have to cooperate. In my view, I think so far, I was in Beleng as well with Pak Ardi there. And again, the 6.4 is an example that is not only the local that is recommended, but it's at the global level, right? So if there is no cooperation for this, then it's kind of difficult, I see it. Giving another example as well. If you're talking about CBAM, will CBAM acknowledge Article 6 deals? No, they don't. At the moment, please correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think it is accepted. So it's either we introduce the explicit carbon pricing or we invest in the green provision of the primary, the energy, the primary. So that's my thing is really we have to see this as collective action problem, and then we just I think for at least for Indonesia, I can't speak for the world, but for Indonesia, the trust building, that's what we're doing. At least at the Ministry of Forestry. Supply side, what did we do? So in Sao Paulo, we signed an MOU with ICVCM, Integrity Council for Voluntary Carbon Market. Why? Because we have to move. People talk high integrity. What does it mean? So we rely on this kind of self-regulatory organizations that to make it work. From the demand side, we had an MOU at ISF with IETA, Indonesia Emission Trading Association. And next year, hopefully, we'll start discussing with VCMI. And then in between, we are trying to make sure that Indonesia will follow the standards. That is the let's say, CORSIA. Because Thailand can do it, so there is no reason why Indonesia cannot do it. So this is an example that the issue is not only at the local, but also at the global level.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Pak Edo. Bu Kuki, I would like to ask you to answer Milda's question about data fragmentation and quality of institution, how to build trust, and other things. Yeah.
The question, I think one thing that is already in the presidential regulation is the SRUC. So the SRUC or carbon registry is in fact one of the way to respond to build the trust, because SRUC or carbon registry is where you can really see where the carbon unit is. You can track where the origin of the carbon unit and where the carbon unit at that time when it was transacted, between whom, and all those things. So basically, there you can see, so this is the transparency of the carbon unit. So I think, you know, if anyone asks how you can understand or you can see the carbon unit, then it is there. So I think the big challenge for us now is to really build the right the right carbon registry. That would be the first one, right? Talking about the institutional setting and the capacity, this is something that, again, we need to build because it's not an easy issue, right? I mean, like carbon, not only carbon market, I think it's even climate change, it has been there forever, I think, but not many people are really understand the issue. And now carbon pricing, carbon market, carbon trading coming in, and it's new for everyone. People, maybe some people that very good on trading feel that it's only trading, but it's not. It has a lot of other aspect in it. Talking about the, you know, how we can ensure about the integrity, methodology is there. So I think ICVCM is one way that Ministry of Forestry, for example, signing the MOU with ICVCM is one way to increase the credibility, but making sure that methodology is there, the right methodology, using the right methodology and all those things. So it's not an easy way. You cannot just put like, you know, I know, it's not as simple as putting, you know, if I can say quote unquote normal crime thing, right? You have to understand the carbon issue, the whole cycle of the carbon market itself. So it's a long way, and I think what we need now is for everyone to get into and I think join the ship and learn together so that we can help each other and also, you know, help everyone to be more accountable, to be more transparent as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Bu Kuki. Yeah, Pak Robin, maybe you can address what kind of global cooperation needed, and then how unified carbon market fit into like Article 6.4.
Yes, I think on international cooperation, I think the principle is self-interest, to be honest, that there is now demand and supply. The problem is connecting the two. And the comment about the BCM is absolutely right, that they're small and they haven't done much emission reduction and so forth. The evaluation suggests they're not very credible. So from a national perspective, you need two things. You need a regulator that's going to talk about how many permits are going to be, and this is for compliance markets. But as you already said, the absolutely critical thing is that the registry is credible, that each of these projects is actually doing what it's supposed to do. And then if Google believes that, or the government of the UK or another government, they will buy that in. And you're starting to see these trades start to appear as credibility goes up. So the principal investments actually are going to be domestic in terms of getting the right standards. And we've talked a lot to IBCM and all these guys. That's the start, but I think eventually it will move into more of a national registry. But you have the standard, and that's going to incorporate the best measurement to make sure that each of these carbon units are doing what they're saying. Because that's the principal idea. The Brazilians are already talking about securitizing these projects, trading them on the Chicago Stock Exchange and so forth, commodity exchange. So I think that will also start to happen. And as people start to make money from trading these things, you'll just see a much bigger flow. So 6.4 is one thing. There's already some big trades being originated, 6.2 trades. There's just going to be big, we met the Indonesian Business Council with some of the big firms in Indonesia. They're going to package up their carbon projects into things which will then trade in exchanges such as IDX. And I think that's going to happen more and more. And what that will mean is that as more trades happen, more decarbonization happens. And then you start to get at the moment we're in a kind of a vicious circle and we want to move into a virtual. And I think different trading mechanisms will both private and between jurisdictions will start to happen. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Maybe, yeah, Alan, if you can address question from Milda about the Indonesia is leading in conservation. And then the second one from Ardi about the NBS, that what kind of other instrument or maybe cooperation opportunities for enhancing MBS? Yeah.
I'll try to keep things brief, but let me put across two comments, one more philosophical, one more technical. Let me start with the philosophical. When I say that Indonesia is a conservation leader, let me be clear, I don't mean that Indonesia has the lowest deforestation rate in the world. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm merely acknowledging is that the EU, by definition, cannot be a deforestation leader in the world because that's not where the deforestation is happening. So instead, let me say that it is the responsibility, ultimately, of Indonesia, of Brazil, because that's where the deforestation stocks are. That's where the deforestation activity is happening. Let me also just add that I think it's not quite right if the entire world puts massive tariffs on Indonesian deforestation products and forces Indonesia to bear all of the costs of reducing deforestation domestically in order to benefit every other country in the world. And so I'm a little bit more calling on the global community just to recognize the incidence of where those costs are being borne in order to kind of preserve the ecosystems of the. So the hope is a little bit more that Indonesia can become a conservation leader, but just acknowledging that it is Indonesia at the frontier. Let me close with a more technical point, which is on deforestation in particular, where Indonesia has both an advantage and a disadvantage. The disadvantage for deforestation and nature-based solutions is that if you cut the forest, it's over, it's gone, and you can't do anything more. Okay, it's signed. But there is one advantage about deforestation and deforestation protection, which is that you can see the tree from the satellites in space. And in terms of credibility, deforestation is a little bit special because the whole world can see whether the tree is still there or it's not there anymore. And so connected to this measurement revolution point that Robin made, that makes deforestation qualitatively different from a factory where you can't necessarily see if they emitted it a lot or a little bit. With deforestation, anyone in the world can check whether Indonesia has lived up to the goal of protecting the forest, and Indonesia in this global carbon offset market should be rewarded if it can, in a validated way, enforce that conservation. Thanks.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Alan. So we are at the end of the session. So far we have a rich discussion on carbon pricing and carbon market. We look from very wide angle, focusing on how to build a credible carbon market in Indonesia and how global initiative could foster implementation of carbon market at the national level. We also discussed about institutional arrangement and progress on regulation of carbon pricing in Indonesia and how we should move forward from this point. So I would like to thank distinguished speaker and panelists and also all participants for your attention and active engagement in the discussion. I wish you all the best and for Robin and Alan, hope you have a very safe and nice flight back to your country. Please give a very big round of applause for all of us. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ibu Alin, our esteemed opening speaker, Ibu Mari, and also all of our panelists, Bapak Edo, Ibu Kuki, Professor Robin, and Mr. Alan. Thank you so much for such an insightful discussion. You may return to your seat, but also, ladies and gentlemen, now we're going to have a break for lunch and networking. Lunch is served already just outside the room, and we invite all participants to enjoy the meal and continue informal conversations and networking session. For our guests who would like to have an afternoon prayer, the prayer room is located on the second floor. And would you please join us back here in this room? Please kindly return to your seats on time as we are going to continue our agenda at 1:30 p.m. So we really hope to see you again after lunch break, just before 1:30. Enjoy the break, and we will see you again after the lunch break. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we really hope you enjoy your lunch. And as we're going to resume our agenda in the next 10 minutes, we are inviting once again all of our respected guests to join us back inside the ballroom. Please take your seats. We're going to resume our agenda at 1:30 sharp. Once again, we're inviting once again everyone, all of our respected guests, to please join us back inside the room. Please take your seats as we are going to resume our activity at 1:30. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite you once again to please join us inside the room. Please take your seats as we're going to continue our agenda shortly. Once again, we're inviting all of our guests once again to join us inside the room as we're going to continue our agenda shortly. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we would like to invite you to please take your seats as we're going to continue our agenda shortly. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, would you kindly take your seats as we're going to resume shortly. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, all of our respected guests, we really hope you had a pleasant lunch break. And now we're going to resume the policy and research dialogue on sustainable growth in Indonesia. Without further ado, we're going to start our second panel discussion entitled Digitalization for Social Protection. And this session will explore how digital innovations can strengthen Indonesia's social protection systems, improve service delivery, and support inclusive development. Without further ado, we are very honored to have the chair of this session, Ibu Putu Geniki, head of the Multidimensional Poverty and Wellbeing Research Group at LPM UI. Ibu Niki will lead the discussion with our esteemed panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Ibu Putu Geniki.
Thank you. Thank you so much to our really great MC. Thank you and good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to thank the organizers, partners for bringing us together today. Welcome to all participants joining us in the room and also online. This session will focus on how digitalization can strengthen the design, targeting, and delivery of social protection in Indonesia. We will explore methods to improve targeting accuracy, develop inclusive systems that mitigate the risks of digital inclusion, and leverage integrated digital public infrastructure and data-driven tools to enhance service delivery and reduce leakages. To set the context of our discussion today, it is my great pleasure to invite Professor Arif Ansari Yusuf to deliver the opening and framing remarks. Prof. Arif is one of Indonesia's key experts in social protection design and monitoring. He's well known to many of us, so he doesn't technically need an introduction, but I will take a moment to introduce him. Prof. Arif is Professor of Economics at the Department of Economics at Padjadjaran University, Visiting Professor at the Department of International Development at King's College London, Honorary Senior Lecturer at the Crawford School of Public Policy at the ANU, and Senior Research Fellow at UNU WIDER. He is the founder and director of the Center for Quantitative Policy Modeling at Padjadjaran University. His research focuses on poverty, inequality, and the environment. He has extensive experience in advising development organization and Indonesia's government agencies. So without further ado, Prof. Arif, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Putu, for a nice introduction. First of all, I would like to thank all parties that make this event happen smoothly. My colleague at DEN, thank you for your hard work to prepare this. Also, my colleague from LSE, IGC, thanks. And also for LPM, UI. And for this special session, I also like to express my appreciation to GPAL that contribute to this event as well. Well, I would like to set context of what we're going to discuss today. Well, I just want to, first of all, the theme tomorrow we're going to Banyuwangi. Banyuwangi is the place where we're going to have piloting for applying digital public infrastructure into social assistance. Banyuwangi is a city very end toward the east of Java, but despite that, let me start with a global context. What does it have to do, this Banyuwangi, with Donald Trump, for example? Well, as Pak Luhut mentioned this morning, the world that we're facing today is very different. So here, Pak Luhut mentioned about the global uncertainty which is at its peak in history. But I think the root cause behind that is much more complex. What we should realize is that it was a culmination of at least three things globally, which is first is political fragmentation. You have steadily increasing right-wing populism in the advanced countries. And then you have social fragmentation through the great decoupling, where wage increase has been much less than labor productivity in the West. And then materialize into the increase in inequality in this country, technology, job polarization, and then, of course, economic fragmentation in the way where world trades as a percent of GDP has been slowing down, and increase of trade protectionism. But I'd like to note the notion of secular. So if you expect Donald Trump will disappear in 5 years, I don't think so, because he has friends. So the rise of populist leader is not contained in the US, but it's everywhere. So the global challenge that we face is unprecedented, and Indonesia, in the context of this external forces challenge or external attack, what should we do? Well, next. Nothing works. Next slide, please. Okay. I never like a football commentator that's saying the best defense is offense, because statistically speaking, those who win trophy is always the one who has good at defense. So in the context of Indonesia, I think there are some countries that has potential or has capacity to do defense, but there are some they are not really prepared. But Indonesia, I think, has a capacity to do defense by finding opportunity to counter-strike. So defensive through strengthening the resilience of domestic economy, while carefully find opportunity to be offensive. It's like England football team, right? When it's winning, so it's trying to strike, but never win. Oh, no, rarely win, sorry. Rarely win. Okay, so what should we do? I mean, in the context of this defensive strategy. Next. So I think at least 4, but we have to identify what do we have to have a resilient domestic economy. I think we have 2 at least. First, we have big populations, and then secondly, we have rich natural resource. That large populations yet has to be transformed first into strong middle class. Through what? Through social mobility. There is no other way. And here, where is the role of social protections? So I think I identified at least 4 that can be leveraged to increase domestic economy. Mobility dividend, and then strategic shifts, so structural transformations, and then technological advance, or maybe we can focus on digitalization, called digital leap, and then of course institutions. Improve market efficiency, deregulation, innovation, environment. I think if these 4 can be handled, I think we are resilient enough to have a strong economy. So in the context of this discussion, I think I want to focus on these 2, the mobility dividend and digital leap. Next. So if I may want to elaborate, so this mobility dividend is our aim to transport the large population into strong middle class through social mobility. Why? Because a robust middle class serves 2 functions. First, fuel domestic demand, reducing dependence on volatile, now unfriendly external markets. And also, second, serve as talent base for innovation and productivity. But we need 3 key policy intervention. One of them is very relevant today, which is to improve equality of opportunity via well-targeted social assistance. And then the digitalization, I think, is to leverage the technology for inclusive productivity. So we have to capitalize the rapid growth of and declining cost of digital tech. And as you can see from this figure, if you see this color, the brown color, there's almost invisible in Indonesia. Meaning what? Meaning untapped capacity. So we still have room for improvement. So blessing in disguise, right? Okay. Again, I'd like to emphasize that we still need to change paradigm sometimes, right? Because social protections often seen as a cost to the budget. But that's wrong. That's long idea, long foregone ideas. Social protection is investment. It's a case for growth. So there's always debate about whether or not you are poor because you are not productive, or you are not productive because you are poor. I think there are so many compelling evidence that the latter is more appropriate. In February, there will be Ramadan, fasting month. If you want to test this theory, just go ahead. Ask your staff to do complex stuff late afternoon during Ramadan. Right? I'm sure it's less productive. You cannot think if you're hungry. Okay? So, important. So, as you can see here, this is just a study, a very interesting study, where you compare, in India, you know, the cane plantation can grow and harvest during different times, so it's easy to make a comparisons. So farmer who are just recently get harvest, they are smarter than farmer who has long wait harvest for a long time. So this is a proof, for example, that you are if you're hungry, you cannot think. If you want people to think and smart, make sure they are not hungry. So that's the idea. So it's a social protection investment. In the long run as well, this is the very seminal work by Bell, Chetty, and some of you maybe know the author, where you can see that if you are from poor family, despite you have the same grade math test score during your childhood, the chance of you becoming an inventor is much lower. I always quote Stiglitz saying that the best strategy to success in your life is choosing the right parents, right? So as long as you cannot choose the right parents, digitalization or social protection is non-negotiable. Next, and this is how we should think that the social protection in Indonesia still need a lot of improvement. So in Banyuwangi, we are measuring from Susena's data, for example, that the mistargeting of social assistance in Indonesia is quite severe. So 70%, if food assistance is targeted to poorest 50%, right? And then if you survey households, representative sampling, then you find that actually 70% of them undercovered, not covered, and 40% leak. So only 30% of people in need actually are given the social assistance, in this case food assistance. So it means we have room for improvement, and not only it becoming more more equitable, but budget-wise it will save a lot of money. Next. Oh, this is just another example. So this is what we are doing in DEN, in coordination with other ministries, is that the government is currently developing DPI to transfer public service delivery and social protection as one of first use case. Not only this, but social protection is a naturally first use case. So we have three key element of DPI, which is the digital identity. So we tap in the most recent technology of biometric, as a combination with the administrative data to have digital ID. and then data exchange, so administrative data can connect, interoperable, and then as well as digital payment. So these three elements of DPI we are trying to set up here. And then we can use for many various purposes, including social protection, but that's not the only one. We can use health, education, business licensing, and others. Now we are doing piloting in Banyuwangi as a social protection, as a use case. So for two main social assistance, which is conditional cash transfer, PKH, and then food assistance or BPNT. And then of course, the digital identity make possible for us to open registrations. So we open registration, focus on testing digital identity to register potential beneficiaries using Perlinsos. And then we set up this. We did it a few months ago. And then the data exchange, we are now have several administrative data that link to this, and later on we will adopt digital payment to make a seamless payment system. The work is undergoing now at the moment, and this is a little bit about Banyuwangi or the pilot. So this is the populations of Banyuwangi, 488,000 households, 1.63 million, and 83% has access to smartphone. So Indonesia has a smartphone, yeah, not just phone, smartphones, enough to do all these things. Yet, of course, they are challenged because out of 488,000 households, actually, eventually 364,000 registered. So to register, so more than 50% registered, and also maybe I would like to note that if you see the pictures on the right, that's the number of households registered by existing designations of their income decile. So as you can see that still those who are registering, our data or our estimates still suggest that some of them are not really eligible households. So this is a homework for us. I have another two slides for lessons learned, maybe just for the sake of discussion later on. So the digital system can enhance efficiency and transparency, but it is interesting to find that this registration was completed quite short, 3 minutes per household. However, despite 83% ownership of smartphone, 95% of beneficiary need facilitator to complete the registration. So digital ownership is okay, but digital literacy is not. So this is another thing that we should, because otherwise the seamlessness of this program is not optimal. So we should think of the way how to improve this literacy, and it's a lot, 90%. And then, of course, facilitator remains central to inclusion, yet face limited capacity, guidance, and clarity on still need improvement, still improvement. And also there are some findings that also relevant. For example, beneficiary experience varies by digital readiness. For example, elderly, low literacy, less assisted user. But we also find some opportunity. We found some community mobilizers. So this can help guide peers, but of course we need to training them in a structured way. But also we can identify something we call peer educators. So they complete self-registration and can assist others. So there are already existing solutions to this illiteracy. Yeah? But of course, we need more. And then the platform interoperability and data integration saw potential, but this is also one of the most pressing issues, requires strong technical readiness. Because I learned from some colleague, from Mahdi, from other people here in the World Bank, that we have potential for administrative data to improve targeting, but if the administrative data is not good yet, it will instead make them excluding people. Because, for example, incompleteness. If you have house where you have cars, both house have cars, but one of the house car hasn't been re-registered because of recent purchase, so it treats them unequally in terms of whether or not these two houses require assistance. So that's unfairness, right? So this thing has to be settled. Otherwise, maybe it's better not to apply it. Things like that actually need a lot of thinking and improvement. Not everybody register, not everybody has, for example, land certificate and things like that. So incompleteness is important, but not only incompleteness, but also the data standardizations. We still have a lot of issues. Maybe Budini will tell about it later. So unsynchronized civil registry, unverified bank account, and so on. So governance and safeguard must balance speed, accuracy, and accountability in digital registrations. So we learned that the pilot's top-down registration increased coverage, for example, because this is like in the spirit of as many as people can register. But actually there is some kind of moral hazard a little bit. So there's an created incentive to over-register. So maybe that's the reason why maybe more than 55% registers. Okay. And then clearer data protections. Also we need very strong SOP for that. Yeah. And maybe I will just skip this. This one, maybe I'd like to tell this one. So in the council, we really care about doing things scientifically, evidence. So so here too, we aim to measure our alternative approach into measurable and comparable impact. So for example, we have this DPI means Digital Public Infrastructure as scenarios that we're trying to do. So we have this scenario, so we have DPI one scenario where we just, for example, simply, what if we just add on-demand application only? Okay, and then what if we have extra administrative data filtering? What if we have also grievance mechanisms that are all elements of DPI in social assistance? And then we will do some sampling survey at the end to calculate whether or not this improve the error, both inclusion or exclusion error. So we will make sure, not really make sure 100%, but of course we can ensure that whatever we experiment here result in the proper improvement. So we can use this result of evaluation to next phase of the project. Oh, sorry, pilots, because there will be 37 or 31? 32 more pilots coming to 32 districts. When we talk about 32 districts, I mean we will do it to population of those districts, not sample, populations of those districts. So it will be, and maybe that phase, I do really hope that partners, including IGC, LSE, can participate more on this extra piloting that will be much bigger than this.
So there's opportunity also to do research and things. So basically that's my remark. So I do hope that, not do hope, I'm sure that you will have very fruitful discussions about this and will benefit the country that this is the issue that we need it the most. Yeah. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Prof. Arif, for those really insightful opening remarks. You've highlighted the central role of digital public infrastructure and also your sharing of the Banyuwangi pilot is really eye-opening, and you've already started to pinpoint challenges and opportunities, and hopefully the discussion today will be able to highlight more solutions towards those challenges that you've highlighted. Thank you so much, Prof. Arif. Without further ado, please allow me to start the panel discussion today. This session will be in the format of an interactive discussion. We have 4 speakers. We're very, very lucky to have 4 speakers today, and each speaker will have 6 minutes. And the audience will have an opportunity for a Q&A session towards the end. So Indonesia is advancing a comprehensive digital transformation agenda. So we have key questions we would like to talk about today. So types of core digital public infrastructure and digital ID and interoperable data systems. How can Indonesia strengthen accuracy of social protection through digital targeting, and drawing on the Banyuwangi pilot that Prof. Arif just shared, what sort of solutions we can think about. So to help us think about these questions, we're joined by a distinguished panel. Please may I invite Pak Darno to join me on stage. Pak Darno is my mentor and mentor to most people in this room today. He is Senior Research Fellow at the Semeru Research Institute and an advisor on social protection and poverty. Thank you, Pak Darno. And also, please may I invite Professor Adnan Khan, professor at the School of Public Policy at LSE, who recently completed a secondment as Chief Economist to the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office of the UK. Prof. Khan, thank you so much for joining us. And Ibu Dini Mafira, Director of Data for Development and Digital Government at the Ministry of National Development Planning, where she leads the Satu Data Indonesia initiative. And then last but not least, Dr. Mahdi Baruni, Senior Economist at the World Bank, specializing in social protection. Please join us today. Before we start, please may I express sincerest apologies from Pak Andi Kurniawan, who was planning to join us from the Ministry of Social Affairs, but he has a very important prior commitment, so he cannot come. But we have a really great panel with us today. So without further ado, I'd like to begin with Pak Darno, who will bring long-standing country expertise on Indonesia's social protection landscape, opportunities and challenges. Pak Darno, we have 6 minutes. Please, the floor is yours.
I have a couple of slides, but Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Nikki, for the introduction, and I'm grateful to Dan and IGC at LSE and also colleague from the LPEM for kindly inviting me to this very important event, very timely, and also to share the stage with the distinguished panelists here this afternoon with us. So I only have 6 minutes, so I'll just want to go very fast on setting the stage. I think Professor Arif already started, and some of the ideas are also linked with what he already presented. But for those of you who are already familiar with the Indonesian protection, maybe this is not new, but I would like to present the first slide. Next slide, please. This is just to give you a landscape about where we are in terms of the social protection, that Indonesia has actually made a significant progress in building our coherent and comprehensive social protection despite all of the weaknesses that Pak Arif already mentioned, following its transition from very centralized government in '98. The country has now very comprehensive in terms of social protection. We spend about 2.4% of our GDP to social protection, including some of the subsidies, as we have here, especially the electricity subsidy and also liquid petroleum gas. And Indonesia has established social registry, not perfect, but it's there already. Our job is now to nurture, to beautify what Pak Arif and Densa and also with the Bapenas is currently working on, I think, but we already have the basis for doing this one. And we have this universal health coverage for, this is maybe the only country in Asia where everyone is covered by BPJS Kesehatan. The bottom 40% are paid by PPI, government paid the premium, so the poor do not need to worry about that one. And we are now shifting to more of this life cycle social protection. Every line ministry is try to link to that one. So I think this is a good news in terms of where we are. But despite all of this thing, I think Arif already saidly that those in the bottom 20% did not receive, about half of them, more than half of them did not receive what they're supposed to be getting it, which is mostly on the food assistance, BPNT, and also the other program, the PKH, they are supposed to be getting it. This is what's so-called the exclusion error, despite all of the effort, simply because poverties are very fluid. People move in and out of poverty quite frequently, and our social registry are very static. So this is what we are doing with the 10 critically important. So the issue is about exclusion and inclusion error. People in the top 20 are still getting this one. But we have to keep in mind that this digitalization is not just simply about, it has to be a transformative, beyond simple shifting from cash or in-kind into wallet, e-wallet or things like that. It must address three things that Pak Arif already mentioned. It's the quality and inclusiveness of data, which is about this exclusion need to be addressed. And there's an uneven digital adoption across sector and region in Indonesia. Indonesia is not only Jakarta, Central Java, Semarang, but also we have Papua, we have eastern part of Indonesia, which have a very uneven access to digitalization, and also the importance of having a meaningful public participation through bottom-up planning and things like that. The good thing is that Indonesia is not new. This is the work that we have done with JPAL Southeast Asia in 2017, transferring. In the past, when people getting social assistance, you have to carry this rice from the village to the house. And then in 2017, with the request of Vice President Budiono at that time, and before that one actually, this one is new during the Jokowi presidency actually, but it already started the idea during Budiono to transform this in-kind into e-wallet thing. And then we piloted with JPAL Southeast Asia with Bapenas and the national team on the extra poverty reduction. And we saw that, we found that actually, it's actually working. The digitalization improved targeting, also more efficient and also actually reduce poverty faster. This is, you can read in more detail in the American Economic Review 2023, I believe. So I think this offers two key lessons. Number one, that Indonesia have the institutional and technical capability to adopt digital system at scale, because at the time we started only with about 10 districts and then we scale it up. And then we also learned that reform must be based on evidence. I think Arif already mentioned that the success of BPNT was built on the rigorous evaluation after we discussed with the KPK. And next, the themes are the central, so allow me to plug in my book, upcoming book on Oxford University Press very soon. We examine about 25 years of evidence-based policymaking in Indonesia. And the key insight of this is that meaningful reform depends not just the evidence, but also navigating politics. I think Pak Arif now knows he didn't sleep 24 hours. And then constraint and also institutional realities. So I think we will learn a lot about I've submitted the book when I was at Harvard in April. It's supposed to be there, but it's not finished yet, but it's coming very soon. So I think finally, the last slide is this is just what's next. So I think this is also in line with Pak Arif, that that we have to avoid reducing digitalization just a payment system, but it has to answer a big question on how digital tool help household move out of poverty sustainably. So the research question then is about how can we have this individualized cash transfer linked to graduation, for example. And then how can we have this community deliver infrastructure to increase farm gate level value and applied research on micro business reform. So these three things are the tissue of across the three pillars that enabling identification, seamless delivery, and monitoring. And then finally, Indonesia story shows that reforms succeed when grounded in evidence and institutional realism. As we enter the new digital era, the priority now is not new platform for its own sake, but a system that is going to deepen inclusion, improve targeting, support real pathway out of poverty. That Pak Arif agrees on this. And from the story of BPNT, DTP database BP, we have from the unified database, and then BPNT, we have the foundation. And what we need now is a renewed commitment to evidence, coordination, and locally grounded innovation. That sounds like politically correct thing, but that's genuinely what we have been thinking with Ibu Vivi Alatas for the last 1 month, actually. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Pak Darno, for those really great insights. Pak Darno, I think, designed 25 years of social protection in Indonesia, so it's a real honor to have you today. And thank you so much, Pak Darno, for highlighting the importance of evidence, digitalization as a transformative tool, but also it should be inclusive, and also the role of public participation within Indonesian social protection programs. Thank you, Pak Darno. Without further ado, I'd like to call upon Professor Adnan Khan, who will draw on global experiences in state capacity governance and evidence-based policy. Professor, the floor is yours.
So almost everything that I wanted to say has already been said by Professor Arif and Professor Sudarno. One correction, Professor Arif, England did win the World Cup once. And the Women Euro twice. So offense combined with defense can matter. So just a couple of things, so 3 points. So one, as has already been said, digitalization in social protection has massive potential, increasing efficiency, reducing transaction costs, increasing scale, potentially also like relaxing some of the binding constraints, reducing human interface that can reduce corruption and other things. But digitalization also has an analog, which is for it to work, one has to also consider the incentive and governance issues. Without it, so digitalization, in other words, like is a complement, not a substitute for those incentive issues. And there is massive evidence from around the world where digitalization alone, when not taking account of those incentive issues, doesn't work and backfire. So we still have a job as economists to be part of those systems and designing, testing, and seeing how they work. At FCDO, we try to promote social protection systems around the world, especially in Africa and elsewhere. And the two failures were in some places, like where the scale and scope of those social protection programs was massively limited by lack of digital either IDs, payment systems, and others. But also in some cases was also the case of too much faith being put on digitalization too early, and as a result having backfired. One case that I'm very well aware of, I worked on that, is the Pakistan's Benazir Income Social Support Program, a huge program that started from a small base, now covers every single household in terms of National Socioeconomic Registry. But when it went for digital payments, it didn't work, not because of the technical issues with the system, but because most of the women, incentive issues, most of the women who were recipients of the best payments being illiterate and not being users of smartphones, and corruption, mediation, all kinds of issues having cropped up, so as a result having to be taken back. So digitalization and all the potential has to go together with other things, so, and the capacity and the deliverance of the system also. The second point is more on this, like for this to work, it has to be, digitalization has to be about effective targeting and impact. I think has already been said about inclusion and exclusion errors. Those are not just important for impact, but also for building sustainable legitimacy and trust in the system. Where it has not worked, and I can give you examples from other contexts, Africa in particular, where it has also led to lack of legitimacy, weakening of legitimacy and trust, and ultimately leading to failure of the system. In case of Pakistan, like again, the challenge then is creation not just of these socio-economic registries at one time, but dynamic social registries. And digitalization in theory makes it easier to do this. However, like in practice, in some cases, it's also led to resistance or to over-reliance on current systems. And in that case, the interaction with digitalization has not worked very well. Lastly, it's the thing that I've worked with lots of governments around the world. If there's one thing, one of the major failures that can happen in anything involving multiple government agencies is coordination. And everyone wants to coordinate, no one wants to be coordinated. So digitalization, for it to work, does require more than one agencies, not just in terms of like the issues that we saw, data interoperability, data sharing. I can give you lots of examples of, I work on taxation, for instance, a lot, like where data collected by one agency, digital data that can easily be shared by another agency is absolutely not shared. So every agency is trying to create its own data, or data created has slightly different definitions, so in that sense is not comparable. So coordination, again, like you have, looks like you have unified data systems. Looks like what is great in this particular example is like you're also testing it, that Bunyawangi, like this pilot system looks great to me. For it to be rolled out across scale does require coordination, which is not usually, because the interest of incentives of every single ministry and agency are limited to, even if there are no tough war, which often are, coordination does still require a lot of thinking and a lot of like central integration. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Khan, for this very clear evidence and experiences of the experience of previous countries. So digitalization can provide efficiency, but for it to work, we need a developed incentive systems, good governance, capacity, good delivery of the system, and importantly, trust in the system and also coordination. Thank you so much, Professor Khan. I think these are all relevant points, and we're lucky also to have Ibu Dini here, who will offer a planning and policy perspective from the government side on digitalization. Ibu Dini, the floor is yours.
I think I'm going to be preferred sit over here. So if someone can pull up my slides, or I need to sit. Okay. So thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So before Pak Darmo already mentioning about poverty alleviation, including also Prof. Arif and also Prof. Anand, adding more about digitalization. So in my part, not only talking about data itself, because I'm in charge for unification. You mentioning about data unification. So One Data Indonesia is the one who in charge for that one in Indonesia, actually. And then I'm also in charge for digital government itself. And we are the one who preparing the planning for the digital government right now. And we are currently working on developing 20 years and 5 years development planning specifically for digital government. So if you can go to the next slide. Next slide. Okay, this is the construction of One Data Indonesia. For maybe some of you do not really understand what One Data Indonesia is. So actually, One Data Indonesia is like, we are the one who preparing all data governance at the national level. As we already understand that we have objective, and Bappenas as a Ministry of National Development Planning, we prepare the 20 years plan, 2025, 2045, and then 5 years, and also annual planning. So inside this 25 and annual planning, we have target, right? And every target, it's required data. It requires indicators. It requires a lot of data, not only statistical, geospatial, finance. Currently, we are also talking about administrative data, satellite data, even Pak Luhut always mentioned about genomic data, right? So that's going to be part of what we are prepared to be governed. And Bappenas as an orchestrator to be planned and making sure that a single source of truth for each type of data will be produced following the standard. If you can go to the next slide. I think it's better for me to, because I cannot see my slide over there. So probably I need to, I'm sorry. So if you see this slide, in making sure that we have a unification for data governance at the national level, it's important that we have and following standard metadata and need to be interoperable, and then following the code of reference. And we already have master data that it's requiring to be following its master data in the following and every single type of data. And this is gonna be, it's required to making sure that if you can imagine, like for the poverty alleviation, probably the team from Dan already worked like around what, 10 variables from 10 different line ministries and even state-owned enterprise. But if you can imagine that we are working on a population, 286 million people coming from like, we work related to like 100 applications. That's gonna be a ton of administrative data. So probably right now we don't really need standard and metadata, but if you can imagine that we need to work and need to have like quite unification, that's why it's requiring one data to be governing all the administrative data right now. So if you go next, this is what Prof. Arif mentioning about the digital public infrastructure. So digital public infrastructure is not only for poverty alleviation anyway. This is how we are making sure that digital transformation can improve better service coming from the government. So poverty alleviation, Bansos is one of the like hundreds program coming from the government. So the digital ID gonna be, and also digital payment, that's gonna be the enabler of government services. And in the middle, One Data, Bappenas working together with Ministry of Communication and Digital, we are preparing the data exchange itself. And in preparing this ecosystem, it's requiring not only these three things though, like if you go to the next slide. Next slide. This is the 25, I can say this more, but because the time not really sufficient. If you go to the next slide. Okay, so this is the holistic view for planning, that when we are talking about digital public infrastructure, that's the only part of digital government. It's requiring like the first thing that we need to talk, like what service need to be delivered. That's the first one that we need to talk. And then after that, we are going forward to the digital public infrastructure. And then the enabler of the digital public infrastructure, we have One Data Indonesia as the national data governance, and then including the data action platform. And now in Bappenas side, we are now also making sure that the basic infrastructure, it's gonna be available. Every time, maybe now we only working on Banyuwangi, but how if we move to Papua, that do not really have a network. And most likely the population do not really have smart gadget. So that's going to be the part of basic infrastructure that it's required to be prepared from the government side. So this is the ecosystem and a holistic approach for the planning, especially for digital government, that need to be prepared. So if you're considering this is gonna be the one that we've been prepared, and if you go to the next slide, we can know that this is a very, very long journey that we need to prepare. Life, like citizen life journey, gonna be starting from birth and then end of life. I put divorce, I'm not encouraging to divorce, but that's gonna be part of probably one part of the life stem of people. So this is a thing that right now, beside poverty alleviation, us in the Bapenas also preparing these small dots. Even right now, we are helping and improving talent management. That's working on together with the Ministry of Sports, Ministry of Education, and so on. And then we also now working with preparing DPI for SMEs as well. So aside of the poverty alleviation program, we also now working on building DPI for a certain type of service. And then at the end, it's gonna be linked and integrated under the digital public infrastructure. Okay, that's gonna be from my side. Hopefully can help and a little bit context about digital transformation and specifically digital government. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Budini, for giving us an insider view of Satu Data Indonesia. That was eye-opening for me and most probably from participants offline and online. Last but not least, we have Mahdi, who will provide an international donor view on supporting social protection digitalization.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. Usually it's difficult to be the last speaker in the panel, especially after this brief intervention from colleagues. So it's a great pleasure to be with you today and to present some international experience on how digitalization can help to improve the targeting, improve the delivery, but most importantly, improve the impact of social assistance program on citizens. So if I may, I'll try to structure my intervention in 5 pillars. I will try to stick with the 6 minutes. So the first pillar is related to the ID, and the ID, strong inclusive ID system is very important. It will help to also to ensure that the system is inclusive. And Indonesia has a lot of experience on that side. There is a lot of progress with the national ID, the NIC covering more than 96% of the population. So this is a great achievement, and it could be leveraged, and it could be helped to improve the system. But beyond identification for citizens, and we had a lot of discussion in smaller group with Parif, with colleague in Den and Bapanas and Mosa, but just to share with you, beyond identifying of individual is equally important to identify families, because social assistance programs are delivered at the family level, but also the eligibility, the benefit is calculated at the family level. So it's very important that the ID system could help to have information about the family for better implementation. And we can cite, for example, the Denmark experience is very great experience. They pushed the limit beyond the identification using the civil registration to implement a system which is life event-driven model system where benefit and eligibility are automatically calculated and updated after a life, automatically after a life event. So after a birth, death, or change in the structure of the family, the benefit and the eligibility are automatically calculated. The second pillar, we discuss a lot about the social registry and how build an integrated one door for all social protection program, which is on-demand system. How to move from a census-based registry to on-demand system. Indonesia have great experience on implementing social registry, and there is a lot of experience to learn internally from Indonesia and how we can build on this existing system to move to on-demand system. We can cite also international experience like Chile, Brazil, and also Turkey. They leverage DPI to build an on-demand system that can build a social registry from 3 complementary data sources. First one is the self-declared information, to allow people, to allow citizens to provide data, to provide information during the intake, but also during any update needed. When they need to update, to provide some additional information, the system could allow them to provide this information, and this information is very helpful for it to improve the targeting, but also to improve the delivery. Second source of data, which is really complementary, is the admin data. We discuss a lot this part, the admin data. It could be helpful to check the information provided by citizens, but also it could be helpful to update, continuously update the information on the household and family. Third one is to have a targeted ground checking through small number of household visits, which could be based on a system that could monitor the error and the corruption and the fraud mechanism that could help to target some household visit and not go to sometimes expensive census. This will need a deep revision of the process, of the business process from the intake, from the assessment of the eligibility, and including the targeting mechanism. And we see around the world that the targeting mechanism and the ranking mechanism are evolving. Some countries are using income system and means tests to decide on the eligibility. Some of them are using the PMT since many years. And the PMT is evolving now. And the PMT has become shorter, simpler to implement, and many PMTs are using admin data, not anymore a survey or census. So it's also a way that maybe this way could be tested, could be implemented in Indonesia based on the progress made. Quickly on the third pillar is the grievance mechanism. Parif and I think all of us agree in the importance of grievance that could help to reduce error, but also could help to increase the trust of the citizen in the system. And in many countries, the grievance mechanism is used as also a source of data. It could be helpful to have some information about the household and also about if they're satisfied by the system or not. The fourth pillar, and we discuss a lot this point also in the payment, in the digital payment, in the last mile of the delivery, which is very important. And we see around the world that many countries are using a digital payment not only to increase the impact of the social assistance program, but also to have additional impact on economic inclusion, on financial inclusion for beneficiaries. And we can cite 2 examples from Argentina and Morocco, where they moved quickly from to digital payment, which increased the incentives of banks and institutional payment to provide additional service, to increase the quality of the service for the citizens. And this could be also, the system could leverage the way how the digital payment is implemented, mainly by providing the beneficiary the right to choose the way, the time, and the service provider to receive the cash transfer and the benefit. Finally, and not last but not least, is very important to have very strong legal framework to achieve and to make all these systems sustainable. This will enable secure data exchange between stakeholders, mainly not only data provider for the social registry, but also between the social registry and the programs, but also data exchange with the private sector, which could be also a very important source of data to improve the targeting. Also to protect personal data for citizens and to build the trust between the citizens and the system, but also to build the trust across stakeholders, mainly public and private sector, to have a trust in the system. So I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mahdi, for those 5 concrete aspects that we should think about as we embrace digitalization. So they were the use of digital IDs, moving from a purely registry data system to an on-demand system, and then targeted ground checking and grievance mechanisms, and then digital payment systems, and also strong legal frameworks. So Thank you again for the great insights. They were very short, but packed with a lot of key points and very important aspects that we should think about. I am now going to abuse my role as chair and take over the 15 minutes with questions, so my own questions, before we open the floor to a Q&A session from everyone joining us online and offline. Maybe I would first like to ask Pak Darno the first question on where Indonesia's digital social protection system stands today and what you envision would be an effective and ideal state in the upcoming years or in the near future on the use of digitalization to support social protection and adaptive social protection. Pak Darno, we have about maybe 2 minutes.
Thank you, Nikki. So, but first of all, I forgot to, remind people that reform takes time. So, transitioning from in-kind to PPNT took us 17 years. So what it takes, sorry, this is not related to your question, but I think everyone here is actually aiming to that direction. I think Pak Arif mentioned the importance of evidence-based policy making, but the first we have to have evidence. The second one is how can we translate that into policy. It takes a lot of, effort. Political economy is very critical sometimes. It's more important than evidence itself. So regarding to your question, I think, again, I think we are grateful to have this next turn with us this morning about the importance of, because he once said somewhere in his paper that addressing environment and poverty are one coin with a different side. So addressing poverty without taking into account the environmental issues actually is going to be inefficient. This is what is the next stage of social protection to be aiming at. That was the last line I mentioned about the importance of digitalization is critically important. It's a necessary condition, but that's not sufficient. To make it sufficient, we have to have this transitioning from, social assistance into more sustainable livelihood, human capital. And, this is study done by Abhijit and all of the colleagues from MIT, collecting all of everything about this Professor Robin Birch's famous paper on the graduation globally. It turned out it worked the first 2 years. And then after that disappear. This is like our interest is other tinggal in the past. We gave a talk at UKM, or my Pierto, Nikki was my discussion actually. So I think that's the way how we need to think in the future of social protection is to be more adaptive. And digitalization is necessary condition to have it more efficient, because the problem with us is sometimes inconsistency of the policies. In the past, we use all of this voucher transfer directly, and then the Ministry of Social Welfare decided differently. Now it's a shock. We have to use PT POS instead. I was with the Bank Central. We have a colleague from Bank Central over there who is also very keen about digitalization. Bank Indonesia Institute is actually very keen working on that issues. But they also would like to make this policy consistency about maintaining a good policy despite the different government. So in short, if I got your question right, is you need to have continue working on what we are doing. I think we are in the same direction. We are in the same pitch. We are moving a great progress. We have all of the best mind in this country helping DAN and PPS and Bapenas to make it better, and with the help of IGC in the future and also LPM. But again, that's just one step. The next step is making sure that the policy is aligned. So we have a agglomeration of policies on education, health, food security, and using digital payment as our platform so that we have more impact. In Bahasa Jawa, nendang, bantuannya nendang so people can go out of poverty, not only just small here, small there, and it's not working. Gitu, Bu. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Darno. So thank you so much, Pak Darno, for your insights and on the importance of the environment. So the idea is for digitalization to be able to also help us link environmental vulnerabilities and help social protection to be more responsive to the vulnerabilities that people are experiencing now, particularly in the light of what's been happening in the last couple of weeks in Sumatra. Thank you so much, Pak Darno. Maybe the next question over to Ibu Dini. It was
really great to be able to have an insider view on Satu Data Indonesia, but you also highlighted the many challenges that you are currently experiencing given the size and breadth of Indonesia. And Professor Khan, you also talked about coordination, and I think Bapanas and Dini is the best person to answer this question on what do you think are the current challenges and bottlenecks in achieving interoperability between ministries and the data sources span different ministries, agencies, and external partners? What do you find are the biggest bottlenecks, and what do you think may be possible solutions? And we can go to Professor Khan and also Mahdi on this, Ibu Didi.
Okay, based on my experience, when we are talking about interoperable and then it's linked to the apps, let's say we are talking about system or apps, to push and like encouraging the system to be linked is by pushing the system to link to the master data coming from the other agency. Otherwise, you can your system cannot be work. That's gonna be the first thing that we need to push. Otherwise, that line entities or that line ministry is gonna be creating their own master data, right? For instance, when we are talking about digital ID, and when one Minister A preparing the system that requiring individual data. So there is no option that whenever all the users input their NIK, like digital ID, it's need to be automatically linked to the Dukcapil. So by mean that's gonna be pushing the system to be linked to the Dukcapil. Otherwise, the ministries gonna be preparing their own master data. So it's gonna be far, far beyond the single source of truth. So that's gonna be the most important strategy that I think that's gonna be applied for the next year, starting next year, because we are now working on in pushing all the system at least linking to the Dukcapil right now, whenever it's requiring personal data.
Thank you, Budini. Maybe Professor Khan, do you have any experience in cooperation and interoperability?
So I can't talk about coordination issues or cooperation issues in case of Indonesia. I can just give you a few general remarks. So it's easy to talk about cooperation, but it's a lot depends on the incentives. If the incentives in the underlying game that is being played between different participants is not to cooperate, so think like in a simple game theoretic sense, then no amount of telling people to cooperate will let them cooperate. So incentives have to be aligned, and they can be aligned sometimes in a decentralized fashion by different players and agents, and sometimes like reform champions doing it on their own, either repeat interaction, or sometimes like a common external shock also helps people coordinate in a decentralized or peer fashion. So we know public sector doesn't, and social protection also doesn't work in many contexts. It did work during COVID times in many contexts because of a common external shock, motivating many agencies and others to cooperate. The other way to do this is to do it in a centralized, not necessarily top-down manner, not necessarily commanding people to do certain things, but someone performing the coordinating function. So, and this is not just a developing country problem. I've seen this in UK government and other governments also, where someone has to play that role of a coordination function or a focal point. For instance, in case of major issues in the UK, economic growth doesn't fall into the remit of one single ministry. It is the office of the Prime Minister, the Cabinet Office, that provides this, not necessarily through a command and control function, which doesn't work, but more like providing a focal point and more like coordination.
Thank you, Professor. Mahdi, do you have a couple of words to add on coordination in your experience?
Yeah, coordination is very important to ensure that that data exchange is allowed, especially between, as I say in my intervention, between not only between across sectors and ministry and agency, but also with the private sector. And I saw, for example, an experience in Morocco where they recently implemented a new social registry. The social registry was the first use case for their interoperability platform. And it was built because there is this ownership and this also this political engagement in improving the impact and also in improving the targeting of social assistance program, but also it was saw as a win-win from different sectors and the Ministry of the agency implementing the social assistance program. For example, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Health, who could be a data provider, also could be they could benefit from the social assistance program, since when we are talking about conditional cash transfer, the impact is to improve education outcome, but also health outcome. So coordination is also to show how to build this trust and to show it could be a win-win strategy and win-win between sectors, but also with the private sector.
Thank you, Mahdi. So incentives, building trust in the system are important. Professor Kanai, and also this builds on Pak Darno's comment on reform needing time. And you gave an example that there were instances where countries adopted digitalization too fast. And I thought maybe if you could give us some insights, because we already have the Banyuwangi pilot, and Prof. Arif is planning to expand the pilot. So how would an expanded pilot help sort of mitigate this possibility where we're adopting it too fast? So in your experience.
Indonesia as a pilot, and the pilot is also seems to be very scientifically designed, seems to be like series of embedded and nested experiments within that. So I think testing it and learning from it is key to this, not just in terms of implementation constraints and implementation wrinkles, but also where in the theory of change or in the log frame things could fail, and where they could be improved. I think there is a parallel challenge, and Professor Sudarno perhaps is better qualified to say on that one, is the political challenge of maintaining the momentum for political reform during the process of experimentation and others. Not many politicians are open to experimentation, so because I think the incentives in the system are also, the media and everyone expects politicians to come up with ready answers. Very hard for someone to go, I will test this and then see, I will tell you an answer so I think it's also related to the question of narratives also. So we were talking of inclusion and exclusion errors. Exclusion errors are far more politically salient rather than inclusion errors. As a politician once told me, I have 50 people coming me every day, why I'm not in the system and I deserve to be. No one will ever go and say, I am wrongly included in the system. Whereas dealing with inclusion errors is equally important, perhaps even more important, in order to deal with exclusion errors, to create that in a world of like limited resources. So that requires evidence, that also requires creating or building a political narrative that incorporates all of those. Looks like in case of Indonesia, it looks like given the series of reforms that have happened in the past, I don't know, 20, 30 years, I teach some of the papers that you were mentioning, and some of you have been involved in. Looks like it has happened despite change of different governments and others. So I think there are more lessons to be learned from Indonesia for the rest of the world than the other way around.
Thank you, Professor Padarno. Do you have any notes on evidence and pilot and the role of pilots in formulating reformed policy?
Okay, I think the pilot is going really well. I think I've been with Pak Arif almost every week with Ibu Vivi and part of this expert panel on the team, and we are very excited. And every time I ask question, and Pak Arif said that, don't worry, we cannot answer this time around. We'll have another 20, 30, 40 district for another pilot. So it seems that they are very passionate about this thing, and I'm very optimistic about this, and there are issues, problem that now we can test it. And I have to admit, Ibu Vivi, Alatas, myself, I think we are responsible if we are not going what we are supposed to be doing better right now, because we are the one who created this unified database about 10 years ago during the Vice President Budiono. But we realized, the institutionalization, who is doing what, who is responsible, is the critically important ingredient. hopefully this current government is going to pick that up, lesson from the past, with partners together. Who is actually going to be responsible at the end of the day about this one, making sure that on-demand application, everything we talk on paper is going to be implemented, like PPNT that we did, It's already beautifully, we proved that actually it's much better, it reaches poverty faster, and they receive more than what they are entitled to. Makes sense, because in the past with the Rise from the Poor program, they only have about half of them. Now you transfer the money directly to their account, they got the full amount, 200,000. So you see the difference a lot. But the things in minister and here and there, and they didn't adhere to that one. So basically, if the question is about, so institution matters a lot. Institutionalization, the political economy thing is basically important. But we have a good, that's I rely a lot on support collaboration with Dan, but it has to be inclusive. We don't want to be this is mine and that is mine, and how can we fund that one? And we have a local government participation, very active, and they are very keen about this one. And we happen to be PPS also. I'm one of the head of the working group in the PPS with Parip, member of a statistical committee forum in the PPS, which is like overseeing committee of the PPS, and they are also on board and they are willing to work together with us in terms of getting more better in the future. But that's the point, sorry.
Thank you, Pak Darno and Prof. Arif also for pioneering pilot studies and the importance of evidence. Maybe I now turn to Mahdi. During the lunch break, we talked a little bit about digitalization and legal frameworks. So that was the fifth aspect that you mentioned as really important before embarking and embracing this idea of using digital tools to make social protection more inclusive. And you also talked about the Detes and INPRES. So it would be great to have your insights on any your comments on what sort of parts of the regulation that we should think about more, particularly on safety and data protection.
And I think the fifth pillar I mentioned is the legal framework is very important topic to make things done, but also to ensure that the system will be sustainable. And I believe that it starts this year with the INPRES for DTSN, which a very important start, which create this new registry, which built on the Indonesian experience since many years, and create the new social registry for social assistance program in Indonesia. And it presented a way that it could be integrated registry that could be used by different ministry, by different agency, and it's based on data exchange, mainly data exchange between using admin data. What also we see around the world when they create this kind of system, which will serve millions of people, millions of family, but also it could be used by social assistance program with a budget that may cost 3% of GDP. I believe in Tunisia it could be if you are talking about all social assistance program. So a very important budget. There is a need for very strong legal framework with a lot of additional pieces that could complement the INPRES. I believe that a very important part that it could be added, it could be complementary with this INPRES is how the intake will be managed to ensure that we are building an adaptive and on-demand system based on self-declaration. We are discussing now a lot of on-demand system based on self-declaration, but other information. I believe that the part on admin data is well covered. Maybe the part on self-declaration, on how this information could be checked on the ground using, I believe that Indonesia have very strong assets which are the PKH facilitator, could really helpful. So this part I think should be, and the pilot show that a lot of people are coming, they want to enroll. We are talking about maybe more than 60% of the population Bagiwangi. So it shows also that it's a way to learn how we can deal with this kind of in-demand system based on pilot funding, not going directly in the scale up at the national level. I think it's very interesting opportunity that it could leverage existing legal framework, but also to add some additional part based on the pilot funding.
Thank you so much, Mahdi, and on highlighting the importance of ground checks within the legal framework. So I think I now have to relinquish my role as sole question person and open the floor to questions from participants offline and online. In the first session, I think we have time for 2 questions, so one offline and one online. Do you have any questions, or do we have any online questions from online participants? My mic.
Dini and Padarno. So the flood that happened in Sumatra is going to highlight things that are going to happen more and more often, so which in theory you get some prediction of from meteorological data. How is that data going to interact with so it's kind of like climate vulnerability, shock prediction data with the social protection system?
Thank you so much, Pak Darno, Bu Dini.
I have the same question.
Okay, so yeah, like a force major condition really shock us a lot because of the disaster happened in Sumatra. So what we found that we already have globally we have a very high technology that can use and we adapt for early warning system. For instance, satellite data, right? It can help us a lot when the like meteorological gonna be happen, and then also what happen if the forest cover or like forest region is already opened illegally. So that's why currently right now, like the team together with One Data Indonesia, we are working on how to kind of like work together with the team that can provide satellite data. That's the first one. And then work very close with BMKG. BMKG is our meteorological agency, including BIG. BIG is the geospatial information agency, and then BRIN. BRIN is the research and innovation agency. Currently, we are setting up a team, like a collaborative team, because we understand that data and technology is already there, but why we cannot use that data? Because of some regulation. We cannot use satellite data just like that. Very high quality of satellite data. As you know, that Indonesia right now only have satellite data that can go around Indonesia every 16 days. Can you imagine 16 days? And the cloud of the Indonesia is quite thick, right? And once the satellite already take a picture of that area and can be only retake again in the next 16 days. But currently now we already have a technology that can take a pictures like even every 18 hours. That's the thing that we are working on right now in order to getting the information, collaborate with the meteorological data. Hopefully in the near future, we can have a very good early warning system that can provide information ahead of time, especially in a certain region that it's already been warned that the disaster gonna be happen. At least all the people over there can be evacuated ahead before the disaster happen. That's the thing that we're working on right now, Pak.
Thank you, Binini. Thank you, Robin. Pandano, would you like to add?
To add, I think this is the area where IGG, LSE, and other colleagues from the School of Sustainability can actually help working on this predictability about this disaster-prone country like Indonesia. We have a very good early warning system for the tsunami. That's only after what happened at that time. But now this one is basically we are a bit late in terms of putting in getting the information upcoming, and also in terms of the expose what happened after that flood in Sumatra. It was because I had many friends there and told me about it was a very, very bad in terms of no early warning system. They didn't know what's coming, and people on the river basins are actually just wipe out many villages across the river, and we should have that kind of thing in the future. And what we need is about, you know, this system book ke depan, yeah, working with, of course, we have this meteorological thing with BNT. Yeah. That's my point. I think this is something that, you know, in the future shouldn't happen again.
Thank you, Pak Darno and Ibu Dini. I think these are both our areas of interest, adaptive social protection. And Ibu Dini, hopefully we can discuss with Robin also after this session, and Pak Darno also. So any more questions from participants offline and also online? Do you have any online questions, do you think? Any more questions? Offline and online? All good? I think the session is supposed to end at 2:50, so we're kind of slightly over. If there are no more questions, I'd like to conclude our session, and thank you so much to all our key panelists for a really rich and thoughtful discussion and all of the engagement that you gave us, and also to everyone participating offline and online and all the organizers. Today's conversation has underscored the role and importance of digitalization to support adaptive and inclusive social protection in Indonesia, the role of pilots and evidence, and I really hope these insights will inform ongoing collaboration between us all, policymakers, academia and researchers. Thank you so much, everyone, and also to all our participants for the engagement today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ibu Putu Geniki, and of course, thank you, Ibu Dini, Professor Kangen, Mr. Mahdi, Bapak Darno, and also Bapak Arif. Now, before you return to your seats, may we have a group photo? We're going to have a group photo, and may I also invite Bapak Arif to join us on stage for a group photo for this second session of our panel discussion. This is such a fruitful, insightful, such a very great discussion we just had just now. Now we're going to have a photo group. The first one in 3, 2, 1. Another picture in 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Terima kasih Bapak dan Ibu. You may return to your respective seats. And now, just before, yes, may we have another round of applause, Bapak dan Ibu semua. Thank you very much. And now, just before we are going to continue to the second session of panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to take a very quick break, a coffee break and networking session until 3:20. A very quick break. And refreshments are available just outside the room. You may take the refreshments with you, return to your table, as you don't want to be late for the next session of our third panel discussion, which we will continue at 3:20. Thank you very much, and we're going to continue after this very quick coffee break. Thank you very much.
check.
Hello, 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 hello. Check, check. Okay. Chang Tai, can you hear me? Hi Chang Tai, we are on the technical chat for the next panel session. Hi Chang Tai. So we need you to open the camera and then so we can test on our screen. Yes. Check. Check, check. Ada sound? Hi Chang Tai, so we want to check can you hear me now?
I can hear you. There's a loud music going on in the background, but yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, great. All right, so in terms of for the visual, so I think we need you to be a bit away from the camera. Just a bit, yes. It's perfect. Thank you so much, Chang Tai.
Okay.
Thank you so much. And then, can you say something maybe? Just to make sure the sound is okay
Yeah.
from our side.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello?
Hello? Can you
Hello?
check it one more? Hello?
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, great. So
Okay.
it's audible now, clearly audible. Thank you. So yeah, I think all clear. And then we're going to
Okay.
start at 3:20, and we're starting with an opening remark by Bapak Herianto, and then there will be introduction about panelists, including you, Chang Tai. So yeah, and then I think we'll see again at 3:20. So all the technical setup now clear. So you may have a
Can I ask you just for details, how much time do I have? And I also wasn't told what exactly the panel is going to cover.
yes. So yes, maybe we can set up another Zoom call so we can have more clear brief to you as well. Yeah, I will send you separate Zoom only I
Oh.
will I will send a separate
No,
Zoom.
no. The problem is that if I go on the other Zoom, this is going to die.
Okay. Yes, I will send you the detailed email about how
Okay.
many minutes and so on. Okay, great.
And also, if you can just give me some information about what exactly the panel is covering and what exactly you want me to talk about, that would be helpful.
Sure, sure, Chantai. Thank you. I will
Okay.
send you the details.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I invite everyone to please return to your seat as we're going to resume to the third session. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, would you please take your seats as we're going to continue to the third session of the day. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, all of our respected guests, once again, we kindly invite you to please return to your seat as we're going to continue to the third session of the day. Once again, everyone, we kindly invite everyone to please take your seats as we're going to do the third session, to continue to the third session shortly. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin our third panel this session titled Industrial Policy, Improving Productivity Through Innovation and R&D. This will be a very important discussion. This session will explore how Indonesia can strengthen its industrial capabilities, foster innovation, and enhance productivity through targeted policy interventions and collaboration between government, academia, and the private sector. Without further ado, we are honored to have Bapak Ruslan Nasruddin, Head of the Economics Department at the Faculty of Economic and Business, Universitas Indonesia, to chair the session. Bapak Ruslan will guide us through the discussion with our esteemed panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a round of applause for Bapak Ruslan.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ruslan Nasruddin. I'm delighted to chair this third session to discuss industrial policy, improving productivity through innovation and research and development. And to frame the discussion, we are very pleased to begin with a remark from Pak Herianto Irawan, the member of National Economic Council and also managing partner of at PT Verdana Sekuritas Indonesia. He has held senior roles covering the Indonesian market and has navigated multiple cycles, including the ASEAN financial crisis and the global financial crisis. Pak Heri will outline the Indonesian industrial transformation agenda under the RPGPN 2025-2045 and the role of the innovation and productivity in that vision. Pak Heri, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Good to see you guys still surviving, still holding up after a long day. This session is interesting to me personally, not only because of the topic, which is pretty relevant. We talk about innovation and R&D, but specifically also to the betterment of the workforce lifestyle, right? Because after all, that's what this is all about. But at the same time, the lineup of speakers. So let me just be brief in some of the comments and some of the observation, and perhaps the panelists can also take that into their individual discussion. So again, improving productivity through innovation and R&D, but specifically towards the betterment of the workers. So I will share with you some of the key observation at the moment. If you look at this chart, these are the data that we compile from Indonesia BPS. What you are seeing here is job created in the past 5 years between 2020 to 2025 by different sectors. The second histogram is the wage increase per sector. If you observe carefully, the jobs created, the percentage of job created in over the previous 20 years or 10, 15 years or whatever, have steadily gotten worsened, right? Started with 78% between 2016 to 2020. That's the percentage of jobs created that were below minimum wage. It accelerated to 82%, and staggeringly, this year, it's at 86%. Why is that? And what's the consequence? Well, one of the consequences is, as we track the expansion of wallet size, which is an amalgamation of job growth and salary increase. That's the definition of wallet size in how we define it. It's now one of the slowest in a long, long time. In totality, Indonesia wallet size is around about 6,350 trillion a year, and growing at one of the slowest pace in a long, long time. Not only are we seeing if you look at the job growth, which is the quantity of job created being at the slowest pace in a long, long time, but equally the quality of the jobs created, meaning the wage growth, is also at a worrying pace of increase. We do survey for listed companies. We talk about productivity in this session, and if you look at the productivity based on current prices, it has accelerated from 2015 to 2021, but has since then remained stagnant. It has remained stagnant. Amazingly, when the middle chart here shows you the amount of jobs created per 1 trillion rupiah of capital expenditure, we did fairly well at one point up until 2023, but this has seen make a sharp turning. If you look at US, the 6 tech company that we compile, the Amazon, the Googles, and what have not, also similar trend. For every $1 billion invested, the amount of jobs created, and obviously it's more accelerated because of the proliferation of AIs and what have not. But it has perhaps some relevance, obviously at different level of advancement in technology or what have not, but it's all the same. There's something going on within the labor market that perhaps requires us to take a closer look on what can one do about it, right? Is it merely a function of R&D spending, which you can't quite see from this chart, but if you look at it on the left and the right, Indonesia's spending of R&D is so small you can't really see it, right? Once when you stack things up, then you can see how low it is. And if you consider the chart on the right, patents per capita, right? How many patents created per million population in a country? It's also staggeringly low. Only 9 patents per 1 million population. But as an intellectual academia or researcher, we will always be asking the question, why is that the case? Is it the lack of money, the lack of incentive? What is it lacking of? In terms of education, so is it because of education, right? The quality of graduates in Indonesia, unfortunately, hasn't really changed, the structure, right? 2/3 of the graduates are high school and below, and this really hasn't changed all that much in the past few years. What worries me even more is not about the quantity of quality, but the teachers' absenteeism, whether you are in a rural area or whether you are in an urban area, is all the same. Is staggeringly high, 20 to 25%. This to me begs the question on if you trace back into the job quality, is it because of R&D? Is it because of the student quality? Is it because of, what is it because? I'm not here with the answers, but I'm here with some observation that perhaps the panelists can also help break this conundrum. But all is not lost. There have been some successes. Pak Luhut, the chairman of NEC, this morning also talked about the success in nickel downstreaming, and indeed we have had tremendous success. My colleague in NEC sector and firma were part of this phenomena. But what we do notice is that when you have the downstreaming, the benefit of downstreaming have truly changed the macro landscape of the country from a mere $2 billion export to 37 billion or whatever not. It's stagnated. It's as if that once when we have achieved an amazing result, it just stayed there. There is no further downstreaming. There's no further technological advancement. So I wonder whether this is about policy continuity or appreciating something that's been done and wants to bring it to a different level, or it's just quite happy to where it is, because the irony is that Indonesia still import a lot of steel products while we are exporting a lot of steel. Can that be done into a more value-added product? So I want to leave Pak Ruslan and the panelists with that thoughts, and hopefully we can get a bit of answer out of this. So thank you.
Thank you. Check. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Pak Heri, for setting the frame of this third session panel. So to move forward, I would like to invite our distinguished panelists this afternoon. But beforehand, let me just mention a couple of things regarding key figures that trigger our discussion today, as well as the 3 objectives of our session. So likewise, Pak Heri already highlight the 2 long-term and immediate problem that pricing our labor market. On top of this situation, fortunately, Indonesia actually has maintained relatively steady at 5% growth level. But at the same time, we also lacking of investment in research and development, roughly only about 0.3% of our GDP. Not to mention also, Pak Heri emphasized about how low were our patent per capita, which is about only 9. So this panel will examine on how Indonesia can design and implement an innovation and productivity-led development strategy that, first of all, turns the steady growth into better job by helping firms to upgrade into higher value-added activities. And secondly, strengthen firm-level innovation and productivity by improving any policy incentive and capabilities to adopt and adapt into existing technologies in priority sectors. And last, to build the skills and institutional foundation needed for more resilient pattern of economic growth. So before we begin, a small update to the panel. Unfortunately, Vice Minister Stella is unable to join us this afternoon due to urgent cabinet meeting. So we are, however, very pleased to be joined by Pak Fauzan Adziman, Director General of Research and Development, who will represent the government perspective on Indonesia research and innovation and research development agenda. I invite Pak Fauzan to come into the stage. And secondly, I will invite Pak Raden Pardede as our second panelist today, the advisory team of the coordinating Ministry of Economic Affairs. Pak Raden, please come join us. And our third speaker joining us online today, Professor of Economics at the University of Chicago, Professor Chang Tai Sieh. I think Professor Chang Tai is online now. Can you hear us, Professor? Great. Thank you for joining us online. And the last speaker for this panel session is Pak Ibrahim Khalilur Rahman, Senior Research Associate, Indonesia Financial Group Progress. Please join us, Pak Ibra. So, to begin with, I would like to invite Pak Raden to speak about Indonesia broader economic development priorities and the role of coordinated industrial and policy reform in enabling and to upgrade how our firms and economy can compete more effectively. 6 minutes of very strict time. Pak Raden, please.
Hello, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizing of this seminar by inviting me to speak about the industrial policy. The industrial policy is very close to my almost 30 years, or even 40 years as a researcher, as well as working in the Ministry of Industry, starting in 1985. Let me, because my time is limited here, let me start with the next slide. Next slide. Can you see my next slide? Hello? Okay, here. We need to change the mindset. This is very important, in my view, that we are not rich, not even in natural resources. If you open Google, please see whether Indonesia is either in the one of the rich in natural resources or not. Moreover, in per capita. Second, I think what Pak Heri mentioned, it is we are rich in challenges. You clearly several the challenges that we face right now. Yeah. I think this is very important for all of us, especially Indonesia. Next slide, because we become too dependent on natural resources. We talk about this one since 1980s, but we continue to depend on the natural endowment. And this is precisely the answer to, I mean, when you talk about the nickel has its limit, certainly. And now it's already in the plateau. will never have any significant additional value added from this sector, in my view. So, if you look at non-renewable natural endowment, certainly will deplete it. So we need to go to the next directions. Yeah? And certainly technology and innovations is a keys to achieving prosperity. There is no such thing as country become a prosper without go to this direction. No country, even Saudi Arabia right now, is moving to this direction. And they have certainly is very rich compared to us. And moreover, in terms of natural resources per capita. Next slide. And the second one, I think this is to set up the very important thinking. The effect of capital deepening also has some limitations. This is a very standard one. So we need to have a significant increase. The improvement in the technological progress, in productivity, continuously improvement, that's basically the solution. That's the second one. Number 3, next slide. I think this is, we need to have learned from the past. This is during the new order. Look at here. What is the contribution of capital, the contribution of labor, and the contribution of total factor productivity? During the new order, here, we see the TFP, total factor productivity, contribute quite significantly. So when Indonesia grew by 8.27%, let's say from 1971 to 1975, 2 out of 8.27, it is the contribution of total factor productivity, right? And look at also the numbers in 1978 to 1980. But look at now the numbers, 2011 to 2015, 2016 to 2022. Yeah? And look at the numbers as well. So, under reformasi order, we see significant declining of the TFP. Even the contribution of TFP becomes 0 or even negative. This is, I think, a very simple fact from the numbers. Next slide. Slide. Okay. Oh. Next slide. Okay. I think this is the key challenge. We already, I already mentioned this before, right? It's basically we are too dependent on natural resources, labor, and of course even the factors. The most important factor is the capital and labor. But this is leading to inefficient resource of use and allocations. That's the numbers that you see basically post-Suharto. And of course, lagging technology capacity, capability, and R&D. I think you already mentioned this before. And disparities across firm size, industrial sector, and geographic regions. Next slide. So, is it the right slide here? Okay, I think she moved too fast. So the imperative, look at the numbers here. During the new order Suharto, I put this one 8242. So the 8% growth, it is the contribution of labor 2, the contribution of capital 4, and the contribution of total factor productivity 2. During the post-Suharto, we have 5320. On average, over the last 20 years, we have 5%, which is the contribution of labor is 3, and the contribution of capital 2, and the contribution of total factor productivity is 0. Now, how can we go to the future with a golden target for 2045? In my view, without the two, the total factor of productivity, we may stuck with the 5%. So without improving the total factor of productivity, we cannot achieve the golden target. Forget it. Even we cannot exit from the middle income trap. As simple as that, if you just look at from the past. This is a lesson from the past. So we need to grow 8%. If you want to grow 8%, you need to have the contribution of labor 4, which is by upgrading skill or increasing the labor participations, and 2 for capital, which is we hope we just have to have continued the investment to GDP like what we see right now, but with improving the incremental capital to output ratio, and of course the TFP, which is, I think, the technology innovations, R&D, resource allocations, management practice, and market competitions. The last slide. So the transformations, this is very familiar to all of us. Everybody that learn economics, I think this is a very familiar structural transformations. You come from the agriculture to manufacturing, the service. The problem now, we are bogged down in the low-skill manufacturing and also low-skill wholesale accommodations. And that's precisely why you see, Pak Heri, about the labor productivity, and also at the same time the wage is low. If we cannot improve our skill, then we are stuck there. And similarly, not going to the informal sector, because now we create jobs quite significantly over the last 5 years, around 16 to 17 millions. But what kind of jobs that we create, basically? So the main objective for us, we need to create a more decent job and expand the middle class. That's precisely why you say the problem here, we lost the middle class. This is why our purchasing powers become low. And at the same time, we need to upscale enterprise level. If we continue to have, I think we continue to say we have 97% of our economy supported by micro, small enterprise. And if you look at what are the productivity, very low. And most likely, they pay low wage and even below the minimum. So we need to transform all sectors. So for me, industrialization and servicifications, that should be our direction in the future. And all industrial policy has to go to these directions. This is why, for example, I prefer to provide tax holiday to manufacturing and servicification instead of to the downstream industry, because that's create different direction of it. So let me stop there because my time is already up. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Raden, for emphasizing one key point that led to the second panelist on the not only improving the skill and labor participation, which is central to our environment in terms of educational system, and also to upskill the enterprises toward higher productivity and also achieving higher wage in the upcoming future. So I would like to invite Pak Fauzan Aziman for this occasion to discuss in our government's perspective on the Indonesian effort to strengthen the higher education system especially, and the education system in general, on how to build the capacity of our labor market, our potential labor market skills. Also, maybe In the next part, you can also touch upon how we build scientific capability in terms of talent, research and development capacity, and also support innovation-driven ecosystem to meet those ambitious target that Pak Raden just emphasized. Times is yours, Pak. 6 minutes.
Much, and first of all, our apologies that the Vice Minister has not been able to join in person. But let me start with thanking as well to Raden Pardede, setting the scene very clearly, and then this is as well a good bridging for us, that we understand total factor productivity as a key factor to where we need to be heading. So we see both opportunity and challenges at the same time in Indonesia. We see that 65% of our populations will be in the productive age group. But also we saw Harry mentions a number of critical numbers that we need to work out. So what we are proceeding in terms of strategy within the ministry is solutions with leading to building an ecosystem. An ecosystem, it means that the interventions may need to be comprehensive in a way, but has to be strategic. So in our priorities at the moment, we prioritize a lot on human resource upskilling. So human resource becomes the clear foundations that we put a lot of effort in building both curriculum, leading to less problem on the mismatch between industry and universities and so on and so forth. And then the second pillar that we are putting a lot of effort, and then this is costly, but I think this is important. So we need to put forward on quality, paying price for quality. So we put a lot of effort in increasing, in the context of R&D, quality of our R&D. In the number of 3 or 4 years, Indonesia has been doing great in terms of increasing number of papers, for example, but we are not doing great in terms of quality yet. So we put forward a number of this, and the key strategies is what we call it infusion process. So interactions becomes important. I mean, what we are doing today, for example, exchanging ideas so that our Indonesian scholars could have opportunities to be part of global academics and also be part of important key sectors that Indonesia need to be represented. And one of which I agree very much is manufacturing, for example. And then the third strategy is on the downstreaming itself. But in the context of, in the UK, for example, we use a lot commercializations of R&D or translational research, something that we put forward a lot at the moment. But key to this again, because we have limited resources, limited number of budget, so what we do, we increase interaction of partnerships. So partnerships becomes important. We open gates, build bridges, build narratives, and then build solutions. And then that through people. So we exchange not only informations, but we exchange people between industry and universities. So we build programs in university that making people translations from university to industry, especially industry with high skill need be more and more productive. And then the fourth pillar is adaptivity. So I think this is where we feel that it probably, it is, I think, to the contrary to Paheri, not to the contrary, just to supporting, but also to provide some alternative thoughts on this. It is not probably where we are important. It is the slope of accelerations that we are heading. So I think this is where adaptivity becomes important. I think all in all countries are facing the same challenge. Disruptive technologies, technology change very fast. But then we also understand that in Indonesia, we still have, again, a big part of populations of us in productive age. So if we could build a system of adaptivity well, this might probably give us a chance. But again, this is probably an expensive process, but I think the more we put more accelerations to what we do in the right trajectory, this is where the investments will be. And then leading toward that will be Indonesia, so that we could be based on the knowledge-based economy. And all of this will be based also on some key foundations that we are working as well with other ministries. But my second point to what we would like to do a lot in Indonesia in terms of quality of jobs worsening, for example, or how we increase number of patents, but not only number of patents problematic in Indonesia, but the more problematic is number of patents being used by industry. So we have numbers and institutions producing 2,000 patents. And then we really go down to where are those patents being used. And we end up with 5 patents being used widely, for example. So this is, again, I think on top of what Harris mentions, we still another below the iceberg issue. So what we try to approach is something a little bit more massively possible. So we are transforming the way we do research. So in the past, usually research based on topics, or sometimes it's on products set by government. We are changing this. We are changing this so that research will be based on challenge, problems. Problem statements become important. I think in the UK this is pretty common. So usually you need to write impact before you submit your proposal, understanding where the problem statements are. And in Indonesia, we are doing this more and more. So to get the right problem statements, we need to talk. We need to talk with an industry, talk with the local government, talk as well, again, of course, to the local communities and so on and so forth. So we transform the way to do our research by listening. So universities, we would like university to be agents of node of economic growth in a way they become complex problem solver. Because as Raden Pardede rightly mentions, we are lacking of complex problem solving capabilities. This is where we end up with low wage skills. So this is the reason why we would like to introduce more and more problems, hopefully high value problems to the societies of higher education researchers in Indonesia. And my last point is we built an ecosystem where we provide 2-axis expansions. I think Indonesia is still very important. So the 2 axes, the first axis expansions horizontally. This is where we provide what we call it a priority research funding program. And priority in this case is improving distributions of our research, which means that we do have 4,500 universities across Indonesia. The number is overwhelming. Don't compare with the UK. But then we have 300,000 academics in whole Indonesia. And also, we, for example, this is for example, this is because of the number again overwhelming, we have 17,000 islands. So making sure distributions in whole Indonesia in itself is a big job. But then the question is, do we want to do that? And I think we still need to do that. So we spend a lot of our efforts still to improve our average, because sometimes in the end, we are counted as one number. But in fact, Indonesia is distribution's problem, and also time-dependent problem. So if you're in mathematics, you have both. So what we do is we split between improving our distributions or equity sort of in Indonesia by injecting, for example, for 2026 for R&D, despite the percentage to our GDP is low, we invested 3.2 trillion rupiah for this priority research program, making sure that our 300,000 academics till they do research, and then based again on the problem statements matter to Indonesia. And then lastly, we also provide a strategic research program where we also care about vertical expansion. So people who are doing research well with industry, we provide more investment to them as well, but then we provide them also clear trajectory of what they need to solve. So this is where strategic research program will be based on presidential, for example, focus, and then we invest more per project. So on the left-hand side, in rupiah, our research program is about 150 million rupiah per year. But then on the right-hand side, we provide research program of the budget of around 2 billion rupiah. So it's about 10 or 15 times to the left-hand side. So we try to intervene in programs in the end, hopefully that, I think by doing evaluations, we hope to see some changes.
Thank you, Pak Fauzan. So these key things on the changes of ecosystem theme from, let's say, in the research, moving from topic based toward challenge based, will be a leading question to Professor Chang Tai, who will offer insight from international perspective on productivity and misallocations, and discuss on how from dynamics, market frictions, and policy environment can shape innovation in this way and create long-term economic growth. Maybe you can also provide some comment, Professor, on how Indonesia can learn from international experiences and to challenge these current strategic policies, including the research program as the example. The time is yours, Professor Chang Tai.
Thank you. Just want to make sure. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, it's clear.
Can you hear? So what I thought I would do is that I would give you the experience of Taiwan. And I'll give it to you for two reasons. One is that not long ago, Taiwan was in the same boat that Indonesia was in. The second reason, and you'll see as I tell you the story, that it was unique in terms of how it built out its R&D institution. So the way I'm going to start is that my view is that the vast majority of R&D programs and the vast majority of industrial policy programs are designed in a way, and I'll be blunt about this, they're designed in a way in which one never knows whether they work or they don't work. It's typically a lot of money, typically many programs, many recipients of the money, and there's no way to ever know whether they ever are effective. Let me tell you what happened in Taiwan. So in the late 1970s, Taiwan was found itself very much in the same boat as described by the previous panelist. It decided that it was, that wages were low, most firms were small and tiny, they had very little capabilities. They decided that if they didn't do something dramatic, that they were gonna go nowhere. They created this institution that went by the name of the Industrial Policy Research Institute. It was a very unique design. So maybe the best way to describe it was that it was a combination of, maybe the best way to think about it is the old Bell Labs in the US, which was this applied R&D lab. And then what the lab part would do is that they would decide on, so it would be a focused effort in which they would bring together government scientists, people from universities, people in companies that would work together for a couple of years, but they really would work together in the same place with the goal of developing some technology. So some of the technologies that they were worked on were, this was the late 1970s, machine tools, new fibers for clothes, and perhaps the most famous one is they decided that one of their projects was going to be semiconductors. And this was really the origin of the semiconductor industry in Taiwan. But before we get there, the other piece of how they built this institution was that they coupled it with essentially a venture capital arm. With the goal, and this was the most important part of the institutional design. The institutional design was that these projects, the goal of these projects were to all eventually be spun out as a private company. And this was, I think, a crucial, and let me just say that this is where the venture capital arm was important. That is, it's not enough to just have the technology, but you also need the capital, and you also need to build up what I'm going to call the business management structure for these technologies to eventually turn into viable companies. But the key, the way that this was set up was that the goal was that every single one of these projects was to be spun out as a private company. And the organization was ruthless that if there was no path that the project was going to turn into a viable private company, they would kill it. They would kill it. And I'll say, just begin to think about it. Very rarely do public sector organizations kill things. They spend, but it's very rare to cut down on spending. The Industrial Technology Research Institute, they had a very clear outcome. And if you weren't going to be able to meet those outcomes, that project was killed. So the budget was cut to zero, and the whole project would be the whole project was to be dismantled. This was the origin, I'll say, of Taiwan's semiconductor industry. So the first company that was created was this company called United Microelectronics, which still exists today. That company was later split up into two companies, UMC and this huge company that's called MediaTek now, which is now a chip design company. So this was in the early 1980s. The second semiconductor company that was created under this model is Taiwan Semiconductor. So Taiwan Semiconductor was created in 1987 or 1988, and we know what happened afterwards. So this is now the dominant company in the world in high-end chip manufacturing. But I also want to say that part of the history of this organization is that it also knew when to pull the plug. So in the early 1990s, there was a lot of money poured into developing an airplane industry. Well, the decision was eventually made after after a lot of the money being spent, that there was no path, there was no viable path for them to spin out their technology into a company that would be self-sustaining and that would stand on its own feet. So they made they made the decision to just cut it. Despite, you can imagine, all the political protests, all the pressure not to cut the project. Well, wouldn't it be great if we had our own airplane industry? You can imagine, but they cut it. So there was lots of. So I would say that, during the first 20 years of the organization, out of they created maybe 15 viable companies. And they tried maybe 100 other things. And after spending a lot of money, they cut it. They cut it, and when they decided that there was no path. So this is what I want to say is that this is lesson number one, that it is hugely important for any R&D organization or any industrial policy to ask the question of, how do you know that what you're doing is correct? And more importantly, how do you know that you're screwing up? How do you know that what you are doing makes no sense? What you're doing, and this is where I think all public sector institutions have a real problem, which is, like, if you think about sort of the beauty of a private sector company, it doesn't matter how much you believe in your product. If customers are not willing to spend their money to buy your product, it doesn't matter how much you believe in your product. If you don't get money, you don't have money, you're going to go bankrupt. And the difference is that in a public sector organization, any R&D policy, any R&D assembly, most of the time, most of what I see is that those pressures are not there. There's no sense, there are no signals, there's very little mechanism in which you can enforce a sense of accountability. And let me just move forward that this is, I would say that it doesn't completely end well, because what happened to this organization is that slowly this pressure to create world-beating companies, eventually it became very, very hard that it's very, very hard to create a world-beating company that customers are willing to pay their money for. So after lots and lots and lots of failures, they slowly decided that, yeah, and I'll put it this way, they basically slowly changed their model because accountability, this mechanism of accountability is too hard. So they shifted the goal towards one in which, so if you can go on the web, this organization still exists today. It still has a very large budget. But over the last 20 years, it's shifted its model from one in which what it was going to do is that it was going to create this world-beating companies. And they now have shifted to a model, to a model where what they do is that they basically spend a lot of money and they basically work on R&D projects with about 10,000 different companies, small companies. The small companies are happy to work with them because it's subsidized, so they don't have to pay. And this is the key, is that now the way that this organization works is that whatever they do, if you think about working on 10,000 projects, there is no way in which you can ever know whether what they do works or not, as opposed to the strict accountability of the market. You create a semiconductor company, the company does well, or it goes bankrupt. If you're spending a lot of money on 10,000 companies, the money is not yours. It's the money from the taxpayers. It's the money from the taxpayers. Everybody's happy, and then there's no way to know whether you ever are effective. So now, if you go and you look at what this glorious institution, from the past, it is now completely different. It's now shifted toward being, I will say, just another government bureaucracy where people come in at 9 o'clock in the morning, they leave at 4 o'clock in the they leave at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. No way to ever know whether all that R&D spending works or not, as opposed to what it was in the 1980s, where people worked for 16 hours a day, and there was this giddy excitement that among the people there, that they were creating something new. They were on the verge of transforming technology, of creating the next Taiwan semiconductor, which they did. So I would say, most R&D organizations, public R&D organizations in almost every place in the world looks like the Industrial Technology Research Institute now, and very few look like the Industrial Technology Research Institute of 30 years ago, where there was a very clear outcome and a clear mechanism to know whether are you spending your money on something effective, or are you spending your money on something not effective? So let me end by saying that whatever you build, whatever institution you build, whatever policy you put in place, ask the question, how do you know that the money works? Really, really, how do you know that the money works? Okay, so I'll end there.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Chang Tai, for very, very strong statement on how we put our policy discipline at the center of industrial policy, in which the signal in the market is the guidance, letting the small firms to grow at the center of the productivity, and let the one which are not to exit, and that's the best mechanism to make improvement take place. So for the last speaker, I would like to advance Indonesian context R&D discussion to Pak Ibra, who will provide some insight for us in terms of how Indonesia can position itself within regional and global value chain, drawing on evidence on some insight that he has done in both research and teaching. Especially, I think Pak Ibra's focus is partly on digital economy and also some service sector. Please, Pak Ibra.
Thank you so much, Pak Ruslan. Thank you so much, Prof. Arif, Pak Seto, Pak Firman, Pak Heri for inviting me, for having me here. And thank you, Pak Raden and Pak Fauzan for delivering very excellent setting the scene, where giving me little to add in this discussion. So let me start with. So let me start with fundamental challenges that we are facing now, and I want to bring you back to the first week of courses at the Faculty of Economics, realizing that the importance to shift long-run aggregate supply as the most important element that bring us towards better or more sustainable growth. So this will realize us there is no way we can achieve sustainable growth unless we can address structural challenges. It cannot be done by simply, surfacing short-term fiscal stimulus and then maintaining, money multiplier for short-term target, because everything else will just be back in our, potential output without any stability to reach out to the red hat side area of, giving us bigger potential output. Now, let us detour on what had happened during the last 60 years. So this is what we have achieved during the last 60 years. I tried to get as long as possible observation from the World Development Indicators. And we can see here that Indonesia's growth is actually quite ups and down. And interestingly, if you want to see how many times have we achieved more than 7% growth, it is quite surprising to me we achieved 15 times. But if we compare with Malaysia and Thailand, well, Vietnam has been catching up very lately. But if we compare to China, this 15 times achievement is no comparable with them. And more important is actually the second column. How many times do we achieve consecutive growth of 7%? Interestingly, we achieve it 5 times, whereas China achieved 24 times. So they keep maintaining at least 7% growth during the last 60 years, and especially after 1990 reform, 24 times. That's why we can see stark contrast between what we had seen now in China and Vietnam, knowing that the ability to keep the duration of long-term growth, high economic growth, has been more successful in Vietnam and in China. And I coincidentally want to see if there is something to do with the fluctuation in commodity price. So looking at Bloomberg commodity price during the last 40 years, then we can see that the average length of continuous increase in all commodity price is no less than 3 years. So basically after 3 years, commodity price on average will be declining. So if that is the case, there is no way we can just rely on commodity, because basically it will be fluctuating back towards the zero ground after at least 3 and 5 years. So this is what happens in Indonesia, at least if we want to link between what macroeconomic growth tells us and the commodity price fluctuation tells us. I want to see why. So the first aspect is more helicopter view, that it is understandable that developing countries may not be able to maintain their financial resources to support their growth. So it is normal that then it forces them to go for creating debt. But the question is, are we able to creating debt-led growth, by which the growth we accumulate from debt is then being used to repay the debt? And interestingly, this is the pattern comparing Indonesia and Thailand. Also during the last 20, 30 years, we see here that Indonesia's pattern between debt growth and GDP growth is not reflecting positive correlation, by which we are not able to really accumulate debt towards better productivity and to increase GDP growth compared to Thailand, for instance. The second aspect is trade and investment openness. As we see here, Pak also mentioned that we are becoming more open, creating many opportunities of trade. But if you look at how trade openness able to magnify the increase in GDP per capita growth, we don't see that in Indonesia compared to Vietnam and the Philippines. So structurally, there is something not going on track if we see what's going on, especially in terms of investment, openness, and debt management. Moving back into the next aspect about global value chain, Indonesia's high-tech export, for instance, is very, very low compared to other countries, whereas China has maintained 30.9% of total manufacturing export comprising high-tech export. We are only capturing 9.37%. And that is not surprising that our GVC participation is 39.2, but predominantly forward participation, by which that we are actually catering other countries for further production processes. So we are not into the inner circle of complex manufacturing, but rather we are providing them with raw materials. Next is total factor productivity. It has been mentioned, very detailed by Pak Raden. Something's happening with our TFP, and if we compare with other countries, actually the pattern is quite worrying, because growing concern of declining TFP over the years. If we compare across country, such as Malaysia, the Philippines, and Singapore as well, we are probably the least productive countries in terms of having total factor productivity measures. Next, research and development also quite challenging. If we look at what had happened in Indonesia, only accumulate about 0.3% R&D intensity, by which R&D expenditure per GDP, and it is reflected by patent per capita. But don't forget, as Pak Fauzan mentioned, patent filing is having 90-10 mechanism. It means that only 10% of all patent submitted has 90% of economic value. So not only that we have to try to go for R&D and patent system, but how can we measure that our patent invention has substantial economic value? That is yet another challenge for Indonesia. And then we also see the transition, exactly Pak Heri also mentioned, that during the last 10 years, there are tendency that our workers are migrating for high value added job to lower value added job. Open employment is declining, but if we see the quality of the employment, we see that predominantly they are working towards less skilled workers. And all in all, this aspect is structural problem. And this structural problem really needs something more structural solutions to touch upon a real issue. We also, in IFG, we are dealing with KUR, and probably we are the one who is closest towards what's really going on with the lending market. And Parin also mentioned that predominantly 97% of Indonesia's economy is basically driven by SMEs. But then who are they? I mean, we have been spending trillion of money, but nowhere to be seen. The impact is very limited. And if we see, this is because structurally they're very weak, and if you see like the success story for each sector, two sectors receiving most KUR is agriculture and trade, retail trade, and both of them are performing very, very weak in terms of success story. So having said that, to conclude, Indonesia's constraint is not about growth, capital, or openness, but the weak translation of commodity-driven and investment-led growth into sustained productivity, innovation, and complexity. So that policy must therefore focus on deepening value added, fixing allocation, and forcing learning to stick. And this is, I promise, the last one. So we see that high growth episodes are typically the result of unconventional and heterodox strategies, so that we cannot expect greater growth if we see traditional strategy introduced by the government. So back to Pak Ruslan. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Ibra. That very last point, emphasizing on a bunch of alarming numbers, also the important point on switch from commodity-led into investment-led with higher productivity, remain our bold agenda in this panel session. So let me use my liberty in this part to ask each panelist to comment one to another remarks. for the first occasion, I would like to ask Pak Raden's view on two things. As Pak Fauzan already mentioned about the shift in the ecosystem of the research, would you think that Indonesian capabilities in improving what you have said and becoming the concern on upscaling the enterprises and upgrading skill will take place? And secondly, on what Professor Chang Tai already emphasized, industrial policy design and discipline is important to exemplify the Taiwan Industrial Policy Institute, who pick the winner correctly and put the incentive in the place as it is. Please, Pak Raden.
First of all, I think I enjoy also to listen from my colleagues here. Fauzan, of course, I mean, I think we are in line. But if you ask me, basically, of course, go to the very high education level, high capabilities. It is very important, and also to the R&D. But I think we need to have a more stepping. In a sense, that we start from the vocational training, adaptability that we can improve, and also in terms of, let's say, the digital and technical skills, before you go further to the more higher R&D and also the technical, I mean, PhD and others as well. It is important, or at least we need to have it more parallel. And second, I think basically I'm clearly in line with what Fauzan mentioned about the 4 pillars that you explained to us. I think we are in line with this. But let me comment with Mr. Chang, Professor Chang mentioned. I think we have a quite similar experience, of course, in Indonesia. In 1970s, we have Professor Habibie that developed basically the airplane, mostly in the wing sections only. But of course, Taiwan have Maurice Chang, right? The main difference, I think you are right, clearly, when we have focusing on the development of the airplane at the time, because this is directions basically from the top leader, there is no review. That's the problem. There is no feedback. We just continue to spend a lot of money for these ones, and yet at the end is fail. But you know, the technology, I mean, certainly there are some, I mean, the Taiwanese, especially with Maurice Chang, is lucky. You know, the technology is locked in. If you just go there, it's quite difficult for you it's not quite flexible, right? You have, because there is a certain price that you need to pay for this one. But in the case of Taiwan, I could say you have been lucky because Taiwan's developed the semiconductors, the chips, kind of the general purpose technology that any electronics will use the chips. And I think you remind us as well, and I think thank you, that you remind us that how do you know that what we are doing, what you are doing is correct? I think that's very relevant for Indonesia as well. If we adopt the industrial policy, for example, later on that we are thinking that we need to develop as well to follow not the similar way to Taiwan, but the semiconductor, we are thinking about artificial intelligence. We are thinking also about the biotechnology in Indonesia and biogenomics in Indonesia. But I think this is very important. We need to review whether this is work or not work. So I think, thank you, Professor Chang. I think this is good for us to follow in the future, that we need to review and even refine the policy in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Raden. And the next turn is for you, Pak Ibra, to follow up on that, on how the commodity-led switch to the investment-led can be accentuated with the framework of new industrial policy that Professor Changtai has just emphasized, just to learn from the past that we maintain TFP relatively high, at the same time also the international research and development environment also providing that kind of support.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Ruslan. I think this is a million-dollar question. I think it goes long journey. I accidentally work on a project with LD, with Demographic Institute. We try to mimic approach used by OECD and ITU to calculate how many really do we have in terms of ICT skills. So it's not ICT skills declared by ComDG. So they have, ComDG has short-term courses and claiming we have 20 million expert in ICT, but we strictly use what codification made by ITU, and you may be surprised we only have 3 million out of almost 300 million people, or probably about 70 million labor force. So this is very small. So talking about moderating and mobilization towards greater value added, which requires high technicians, high degree of ICT skills, we are still long way off the goal. So what will be the solution? I think Paren already mentioned that the combination between short-term target of keeping a floating labor market in one side, and as well as looking ahead 20 years, 10 years from now, it should be a combination of not either or, but that should be done all together. Because we cannot force, for instance, how many 5-10 million projects driver to be more advanced in terms of their R&D capacity. That's not possible, but at the same time, we have to be prepared with the future generations. We have to be more prepared with the different landscape of the labor market. That sometimes I don't really see that much in terms of our preparation yet. Correct me if I'm wrong, Pak Fauzan. So lastly, I remember correctly when I still work at European Commission, we called as European Digital Single Market, and it is very strong mandate. For instance, you have to achieve double government spending on R&D no matter what, and not all countries are ready at that time, but at least you mandate something in your national agenda. If you don't mandate it, so there is no pressure for us to really go through into R&D and innovation. And it's not always successful, but if we don't put it in our agenda, no one will check and will evaluate really our progress. So that's probably my response.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Pak Ibra. On that very last point, back to Pak Fauzan about the size. Do we expect, apart from those changes in the environment, do we have any capacity to turn our intervention in terms of economic size to boost our R&D economic support toward bigger figure than the one that Harry already emphasized from the very beginning, just 0.3% of our GDP.
So interestingly, something that we just had a chat about. So interventions in this, we have started. It takes a little bit of time to set up. So we understand even the number 0.28% of GDP. So GDP, our GDP is about 22,000 trillion rupiah, and then 1% of that should be then 230 something trillion. But the 0.3, it means it should be around 60 trillion rupiah. And then our budget for research for higher education is around 3 trillion, which is even lower. So we are 1% of 1%, it should be basically, so 0.01%. So it has to be a different strategy. So that is probably the baseline. So now we are exploring a few ways, and one of which is, I need to introduce credit to Pardede, but we had started. So with LPDP is an endowment fund agency under our Ministry of Finance, to give context to our colleagues from LSE. We do have endowment fund, but set around maybe 7-8 years ago by the Ministry of Finance. And then at the moment in trillion rupiah is 151 trillion rupiah and yields around 7%. And then we use most of that for scholarship, sending scholarship recipients. And then at the moment, we are creating a new type of endowment. And this is already set up. But the number is still low. But at least system-wise, we set up. So endowment fund, not only coming from government funding, but endowment fund accepting private investment into our government funding. So this type of new endowment fund, we do have both system, revolving and sinking. So we provide both options. But then the key, I think, it should work if, this is where Pardede suggestion comes in, which I think we've seen from his graph, is the non-renewable endowment, something which I don't want to say mandate, but in a way that it has to be built within the system itself here. So if we could build that more systematically, could be through taxes, for example, and then directly go to the endowment fund, and then the endowment fund then will be used to add to our R&D budget. Something that what we have discussed, so this is something that under discussions at the moment, especially with the Ministry of Investment and Downstream Industry. So we do have a Ministry of Investment and Downstream Industry. We are working towards a system where if a company would like to invest in Indonesia by sending, say, the industries, we would like to see whether their R&D activities could be, again, mandated part of percentage of their investment. I mean, we are looking around 0.1 to 1%. We are not looking at large number, but we are thinking and also discussing on this. The reason of this is just want to also link up to Professor Chang's mention, which is very relevant. So before joining ministry, just joined ministry for about a year, so I'm very young in the ministry. In the past, I used to work in industry and then work as academic at Oxford University and then spun out a company. And then that is my last 7-8 years of my time really putting forward what we developed within university and built in environment of industry. And then I really resonate to what he says about how do we know the money works, essentially. And I think this is also something which we are putting forward as well within our government, bit by bit, of course, cannot be dramatic and then drastic. So we are seeking the importance of understanding explorations against exploitations. Because in the past, usually industry do this well, I mean, with a lot of strategy, but then government usually is not adaptive enough to exploration and exploitations. I think we are going to have a number of discussions to set that out correctly within, I mean, that's also with the Economic Council, but I really urge as well that we understand where we need to explore, where we need to exploit and invest well, so that as well, I think I agree to Pak Ibra mentions that it's not probably about growth. It is about continuity of what we do, and then if we know the pathway that we are doing is working, so I think we need to consistently chasing that. If not, we need to have a system to drop it quickly and then move forward. So
thank you very much, Pak Fauzan, for that very important update and key things on the resources. And let me just use this very pressing limited time, only less than 10 minutes for Q&A. I will expect 2 questions from this room. Bu Milda there and Pak Andre here. Can Anyone help to escort the mic? Yeah. Briefly mention yourself and just one question, Bu Milda.
I have one question, but quite long. I hope it's okay.
Make it shorter, please.
So this is probably for Fauzan. I'm Milda. I'm a lecturer at Faculty of Economics, University of Indonesia. So this is very relevant for all of us. So if we look at the way the environment for research in Indonesia, one of the problems for academics to actually do research is that our teaching burdens. So in some university, they even teach more than 16 credits. So I think it's quite amazing that despite all of these burdens, our academics still manage to do research and finance their own research. So if the government wants us to do quality research, then the incentives need to reflect that. Another, it's very interesting that you mentioned about endowment funds. So I have experiences applying for grants from the government. So frequently, one of the output can be quite, how do I say, unrealistic. So for example, there is a grant that basically asks for us to submit to have a journal publication within 1 year of research. That's basically like building Candi Prambanan in one night. And so that is, and also a lot of government grants is tied to a cost structure that is unrealistic. Also, for example, there is a requirement that you can only spend this amount less than 10,000 rupiah per respondent for enumerators. That is basically modern day slavery. So as an economist, it's all about incentive. So if the current system of R&D failed to produce good R&D, it means that there is a problem with the system. Has there been any analysis whether the grant actually managed to create good knowledge and good frontier knowledge? And regarding the firms, like where our research needs to be tied to the firms, a lot of innovation in the firms is very low in Indonesia compared to other countries. So is that a good strategy? What is the problem at the innovation at the firms? Is that the burden of academics to answer that, or probably we failed to create incentive for the firms to actually innovate? So again, I think we need to reflect what is actually the problems and look what have we done that is failed to produce the result that we want. And this becomes more important, like you said, because our funding is limited. So we cannot just doing the same thing over and over without any reflection and analysis of what works and what doesn't. I guess that's all.
Yeah, thank you, Bu Milda. I think that will goes to Pak Fauzan and Pak Ibra to comment. Please be brief and please Pak Fauzan.
Bu Wilda, thank you very much. So first one is in terms of teaching burdens. This is something that we are aware of, and then early next year we will announce a new KPI. So we process this carefully. So KPI become important. I mean, in companies it's all about KPIs, and academics sometimes we don't look at their KPIs very carefully. So we are shifting so that researchers can do research. In fact, in terms of incentives, this is something which I need to be careful about, because we are going to publish probably tonight or probably tomorrow morning, because we had worked with the new Minister of Finance to give more incentive for our academics, and then I think hopefully can be announced tomorrow. But there will be an important announcement that we are providing more incentives for our researchers, especially under higher education. And then in terms of administration burdens, this one is I can explain, because this is something which we have started. So we provide allocations for 5% of our research specifically to support administrations. So this is now mandatory, and then we are working toward socializations of this rule. So one is the strategy is to put more focus for our researchers and professors as well alike. Within universities, we provide some incentives. In the UK, for example, if we do research, we don't get incentive. But then this is coming. But then in Indonesia, we need to do interventions in that. So we do provide incentives. Will be announced maybe tomorrow. So I'll explain probably later on. I think I cannot explain this on public. But then second is that we set aside the burdens of administrations, again learning as well from a number of different benchmarks, that at least 5% of R&D should be spent directly on recruiting administrator within universities. This sounds to be simple, but in Indonesia, it seems not to be simple in practice. But so we are going to implement this and then making sure that this is in place. In terms of the endowment fund program about the unrealistic target for 1 year, for example, yeah, I resonate on that. We are working on this. I think the best way is to bring you into our team, Wilda, if you are happy with, because the problem with journal at the moment is it depends on fields. Yes. Some fields to get Q1, for example, I think 1 year, as you mentioned, will be very, very ambitious. So this is something which we are working towards. And then we do have the capacity to change that. So in a way, one way we would like our research to be more productive, but we don't want to constrain too much here. So we need to put some balance to this. And then in terms of, say, 10% need to be for some part of activities in the research, again, similar. So we would like to welcome, someone like you to provide us some feedback. This is as well something that we built, and in fact, I think probably aligned to Professor Chang's mentions. So in fact, next week, I'm going to have a nationwide evaluation process of what we produce for the last 1 year. And we set this out already with working with Compass. We set this out about a couple of months ago. We have results now. So Compass went to 1,000 respondents. They visit one by one, asking about effectiveness of our research. So we start already that process. I think aligned to Professor Chang. In the past I worked in industry where we do that pretty often, so we do that as well nationwide. And then lastly, in terms of firm, this is important. So why Indonesia's companies, industry, they don't do research? It's just because research is expensive, and then more importantly, research is slow. So the language is not the same between industry and university. Industry all about PNL sometimes, of course, or most of the time. But university is all about publications, for example. So we don't have that same language yet. So what we built is we built bridges between the two by doing what? By exposing key real problems in industry. So we provide incentives for universities and also industries like to provide the problem statements and work together through partnerships. That is where we provide funding. So which means that we lower down activations energy for industry to do R&D, and then once we fund R&D to them, we would like them as well. For big companies, for example, for next year, we are working towards, in a way, hopefully this is interesting, that we are working with Danantara at the moment. So part of my appointment in the ministry, been appointed to Danantara as well, where we put forward a program co-funding between some of state-owned companies to co-fund LPDP scholarships. But then in the end, once someone's graduated from their LPDP, returned back to Indonesia, they will then be part of companies directly. So by doing this, we are doing long-term investment. It's all about transfer of technology, but people is the most important. Short-term, we work through problem solving part.
Yeah.
So hopefully that explains.
Thank you, Pak Fauzan. Quick response, Pak Ibra.
Yeah, maybe very quick, Pak Ruslan. Actually, I want to continue what Pak Fauzan has mentioned. One of my leg is at university, and the other leg is at one of state-owned enterprise. And I realized how big SOE spend for consulting. I mean, it is just beyond my imagination. So that probably I can give some inputs for Prof. Arif or Pak Heri to, to mandate SOE, at least conduct some mandatory research with university, because otherwise university will be relying more on Kementerian, for Ministry of Educations, because I realized that basically what SOEs work with top 5 or top 3 in terms of consulting, something LPM can do, or a lembaga penyelidikan from UNPAD or UGM can do as well. I remember when I was in Sweden, that's exactly what we did. I mean, research funding is not only from Vinnova, but we get from Volvo, AstraZeneca, and then that's the only way research can be developed, because if we just rely on government's funding, it will be very limited. Government funding is also, they need to allocate those for other purposes as well. But then if you see SOEs making a lot of projects, especially now under Danantara, maybe we can ask them at least 15% of their project consultancy goes for university, and it will be, what we call it, a win-win solution. University can expand their skills, and SOEs and companies can get, better and more nuanced consulting report. So,
Thank you, Pak Ibra. Mas Andre, quick one, and if you could mention your background quickly. Yeah.
Just that. Okay. Yeah, thank you. I'm Andre from CHIPS, and very, very interesting to hear all this. And I want to pick up on what both the panelists say just now on sort of like encouraging business. And one thing that hasn't really been shown today is how business actually is very important in terms of investment on R&D. Like all those really advanced countries, 60–70% of their R&D expenditure is actually from business, while in Indonesia it's only 8%. So that kind of tells you that business wants to invest in innovation because it probably helps them profitable, right? And how do we put that kind of like mentality to our businesses? Like, yes, public sector, public funding is good to seed the relationship, but how do we actually push Indonesian businesses to be eventually the biggest investor in R&D? What do you think is the solution?
Okay, I will point this question to both Pak Raden and Professor Chang Tai joining us online. Pak Raden first.
Okay, I think the policy is very important, the direction of the policy. Industrial policy is basically to provide incentive. But the policy directions, it is very important. If it is too easy to have business in natural resources, which is like what we have right now, why should I go to the more difficult one? That's the most important one in my view. And that's precisely the things we need to fix in this country. That's the biggest homework. And the rest is much more easy. I mean, it is true. For example, the experience of so-called the Asian miracle. Clearly, it is the competition is very important. The competitions. So, if you have a monopolistic in one sector, for example, of course, it's much more difficult to ask them to invest because it's so easy in the monopolistic market, right? So again, the competitions, I think is very important as well. So again, this is the policy. So if we have more competition in one sector, I mean, we avoid the monopolistic, even oligopolistic, and that's the policy, right? And the third one is basically, this is of course, we can have many lists of reasons. when we provide, let's say, industrial policy, let's say the tax holidays, there's tax incentive for R&D. If you have too many constraints, too many terms of conditions there, eventually nobody use it. And that's precisely happened. I mean, look at, we have provide that this amount of money we set aside in the budget for R&D. This is the incentive, the tax incentive. But nobody use it. Why is that? I think this has become very important. This is, I think it's important that we need to review again. That's three constraints, I think, that make our private sector in Indonesia less incentive go to the R&D. But of course, Professor Chang can, we still, since our time is limited, so I just give it to Professor Chang.
Thank you, Pak Raden. Professor Chang Tai, could you provide your quick insight on how we can boost the participation from private sector, given the example of Indonesian tax super deduction on R&D is very low in take-up? Please, Professor. Checking voice. Professor Chang Tai, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Was there a question?
Yeah, could you respond to the last question on how we can boost the participation from private sector to invest in research and development, given the context of Indonesian experience with providing tax incentive such as tax super deduction is very low in the take-up? Did you get
my experience?
Yeah,
yes. So my experience has been that supply side incentives don't really work. Whatever tax incentives, whatever subsidies, they really don't matter. They really don't matter. And maybe this is not helpful, but what really matters is if a company believes that there's a lot of money for them to make if they were to do something, and then whatever that is, whatever that thing is, once that opportunity is there, I'll put it this way: no matter how high the R&D costs are, no matter what barriers you put in front of them, what you see everywhere is that once those opportunities are there, then people grab them so my view, I understand it's not helpful, but it's really about creating these opportunities and where people and companies feel that they can dramatically transform what they do. So that is the way that I would think about it. That is, what are these pockets? What are the things that people are going to see? And they say, if I were to do this, I would dramatically change my fortune. I will say that I know very little about Indonesia, so I can't begin to suggest it, and it would not be right for me to suggest what these things could be. If this was the US, I could say more. If this was Taiwan, I could say more. If this was China, I could say more. But I really just don't know the country. So, but I would pose the question in this way, which is, what would generate a lot of excitement by thousands of companies? So it's about generating that excitement and not about subsidizing people.
Got it. Thank you very much for that very last important point. By that, I should conclude this session because we overdue more than 10 minutes. Please join me to thank our four great panelists, and I should also thank to Pak Heri for providing the setting the frame. And thank you everyone, and see you.
Thank you very much, Bapak Rusan, and of course all of our panelists. And to wrap up this panel discussion, this session, would you please remain on stage as we're going to have a photo group together? Photo group, and may I invite Bapak Herianto Irawan to join us on stage, and also Professor Chang Tai. Are you still joining us? Are you still there, Professor Chang Tai? Professor Chang Tai, are you still with us? Okay. All right then, so we're going to have a photo group, and the first picture in 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Another round of applause for the amazing discussion from the third panel discussion. Thank you very much. Gentlemen, you may return to your respective seats. Ladies and gentlemen, all of our respected guests, we're going to have closing remarks, and we would like to invite Bapak Chaikal Nuryakin, Director of LPM UI, to deliver the closing reflection. So, Bapak Chaikal, I'm sending the stage over to you.
I'm sorry. I don't think I want to hold you any longer. So thank you for all the participants, distinguished speakers, discussions, and moderators, especially for those who already stayed from the morning to this afternoon. I think we not only have policy and this is dialogue to this, but we have also like an honest dialogue, I think, yeah, from the participants and also from discussions. So yeah, hopefully we have, will produce, right, a workable recommendation to government. And as director of LPM, I'm very happy to have Dan as our strategic partner, because yeah, I suppose Dan has a more effective way to communicate the policy recommendation to the policymakers. And I would like to thank also IGC, yeah, looking forward for the collaboration for the next in the next future. So thank you once again. See you next time in a more important event from LPM. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Bapak Chaikal. For the next closing remarks, we're inviting once again Jonathan Leap, Executive Director of the IGC LSE, to come on stage to deliver the closing remarks. Jonathan, the stage is yours.
Thanks. Let me also add my thanks to particularly our colleagues from DEN, Professor Arif Anshori, Yusuf, Pak Herianto Irwan, and Pak Firman Hidayat. Our colleagues from LPM, I can't see where you are. Oh, there you are. Great. Pak Chaikal Nuryakin. It's been a great pleasure to work with you and a privilege to work in both the meetings that led up to today and then today's meeting. And I know I'd like to extend my thanks also to your teams from DEN, especially, who've done so much to make this happen. I'd like also to take the opportunity to extend it to our team from IGC, who's done an amazing job too on our side. Let me just very, very briefly share a couple of reflections on today, but they will be very brief. For me, the day we've had has been a showcase of the benefits of bringing together policymakers with Indonesian researchers and international researchers to discuss the challenges facing Indonesia as it seeks to advance sustainable growth. The challenges are daunting, and as several speakers have said, will not be resolved quickly. But what I take away from today is the energy that the speakers and participants brought to the discussion, the range and quality of the ideas and the evidence that was shared, and above all, the shared commitment of all those in this room to make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jonathan, for the closing remarks. And now, ladies and gentlemen, finally, we're inviting Bapak Firman Hidayat, Executive Director of the National Economic Council of the Republic of Indonesia, to deliver the final closing remarks of today's dialogue.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So, on behalf of National Economic Council, I would like to say thank you to all the speakers, moderators, and participants for joining the policy and the research dialogue on sustainable growth in Indonesia. I would like to also express my sincere appreciation to our partners, IGC, LSE, and LPM FEB UI. One important key message for us is Indonesia need more evidence-based policy making, and we need more collaboration on this. And ladies and gentlemen, as Pak Luhut and Bu Mari already mentioned this morning, then as a government economic think tank supporting the presidents, so we want to further encourage and institutionalize this kind of collaborations. Pak Luhut mentioned that we will launch DEN website in January, where we publish our working papers and policy briefs, and we're planning to develop a DEN Research Fellow program to engage researchers more systematically. So in addition to that, beyond large dialogue and seminars like today, we also host smaller, more informal, more frequent discussions that focus on specific policy questions. So to close my remarks, our door is open. So DEN invites researchers, practitioners, and government colleagues to engage in frank and constructive discussions across a wide range of topics. Because we believe in DEN, better policy comes from openness, collaborations, and a shared commitment to evidence. So thank you once again, and we look forward to continuing this partnership in months and years ahead. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Bapak Firman Hidayat, for your warm remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, last but not least, if you wish to view or access today's materials, we're going to show you a QR code on the screen, which you can simply scan, and the QR code or link will direct you to access to be able to view today's materials, slides, and presentations of today's dialogue. And while you are scanning the QR code, that concludes today's policy and research dialogue on sustainable growth in Indonesia. Of course, we would like to extend our heartfelt appreciation to all of our esteemed speakers, panelists, chairs, and our valued partners and collaborators for their invaluable contributions and insights. We also extend our sincere appreciation to each one of you, our distinguished participants, both joining here and of course online, for your active engagement and presence. Of course, we really hope today's discussion have provided meaningful insights and will encourage continued collaboration in advancing sustainable growth in Indonesia. And last but not least, may I invite everyone to please stand up, and we're going to have one last photo group. You may stay on your position. I would like to invite our photographer friends. Boleh saya undang teman-teman fotografer naik ke atas panggung. Would you please stand up? And for those of you who are sitting far right or left of this room, would you kindly move to the center part of this room? May I invite once again, Bapak dan Ibu, ladies and gentlemen, would you kindly please move to the center part of this room? Berkenan saya persilahkan untuk bergerak ke tengah. We are also inviting the organizing committee from DEN, LPM UI, and of course GCLSC to join us. Kami persilahkan, ladies and gentlemen, please don't hesitate to move to the center part of this room. Kami persilahkan bergerak di tengah. Kami persilahkan Bapak dan Ibu mendekat kembali. For those of you who are still standing at the back of the crowd, you may move a few steps forward. You may move a few steps forward. Kami persilakan untuk maju. Okay, we're going to take the first picture in 3, 2, 1. I can see a few thumbs ups back there. Please feel free if you want to show thumbs up. Heart. Boleh bebas ya Bapak Ibu ya. Okay, in 3, 2, 1. Let's have another round of applause, everyone. Thank you so much. And it's time for me, Selvin Janita, signing off as your master ceremony of the day. Take very good care, everyone, and really hope to see you again in the next event presented to you by IGC LDC, LPMUI, and of course, Dan. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.